bodies and all that stuff, man.
Yeah,
Stop
so
making.
on the topic of rescue, rescue me. I need you in my arms.
Oh
Rescue
God,
me.
no, not this throwing lyrics. No, I know what you was doing. Hey, hey, let's not do that.
After talking about
Quite
the
busy.
carcasses, I will tell you what I made in my kitchen today. I made Spanish rice, refried beans, and chicken fajitas.
But
I
wait,
hope you all have a great lunch after.
sounds amazing. Brad, how long do you give yourself? Like, do you
I want to hear about these
72
Mexican
hours?
I have enough food to go probably 4 days. I got a med kit, my package.
The sun's going down. Brad's gonna drink his own.
Actually, that's a good question.
Politics, religion, or race.
No, I understand, but we're exploring how Bear Grylls coded Brad.
I feel like Brad
So 4
has
days.
like a level 2 trauma kit in his backpack.
Yo, Brad, you think you could live the rest of your days out in the wilderness? Or
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
And
So you don't like when you're tracking these. So who's the missing character?
I can't give you details on that
Okay.
at this time.
That's fine.
well, yeah,
They're missing long enough that it's no longer considered a rescue. It's a recovery. So they're not looking for a live person anymore. They're looking for a body to give their family peace.
Hey, I don't want to cry at 1:30.
I thought you said MIP.
Missing person.
So you encounter bodies
Yeah,
a lot.
not rescue, right?
Your line of work, I'm assuming, or it's not volunteer. Or is it,
I volunteer at this age now.
Okay.
I work with a number of organizations in a multitude of states and a couple national programs. And so it's been fun, but now I'll get like a message saying, hey, you're in the area. Would you like to come out and help? And I do it, especially since I keep my skills up.
Do you keep a tracker on you, Brad, so that if you identify the body or you find them or you get into trouble, people can find you?
Yeah, so I have a GPS unit, I have a Garmin that's on me, and I take another unit that will attach to police comms or communications for a center, and I'll go out and generally on my own, sometimes with a team, but I'm going to do my sector alone and kind of go from where the last sighting was and see if I can determine where they go. So we'll see what happens. Sometimes it works. I find people. Sometimes I don't. I mean, it's just a multitude of people. They'll use a multi-pronged.
I recently learned a
And that's
handy
my
piece of
last
advice.
question. My last question, if you guys don't mind, and so far you can go. Does your dog help you? Do you keep
Coda is retired. Coda is retired. He's 10 years old, so he's no longer. He's now resting in a pet hotel, and KK is probably ordering him a onesie and having his fucking nails painted today. And I know she's gonna do that shit, and it's gonna tick me off. But she'll probably have like some makeover.
that makes me really happy that KK
well, he's more like a
I
DJ.
interrupted Stilgar. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Stilgar.
Yeah, so the newest version of the iPhones on the newest software, when it finally releases to the public, I'm on the beta version, allows for satellite texting, which is going to be a huge game changer for people in natural disasters or search and rescue situations. But also, if you have a phone that's dying and you're in kind of a desperate situation and you need to let people know what's going on with you, you can change your voicemail to greeting. Change your voicemail greeting to like, I'm going to be here, or I'm stuck here, or this is where I intend on going or being. That way, when they dial into your phone, even if your phone is off, they can get that message.
That's a handy survival skill on the next episode of
Tell people where you're going before you go.
Yeah, don't get stuck in a slide canyon to the point where you have to cut your arm off with an off branch.
Yeah, we'll say,
Here's a good idea that helps. Here's a good idea that helps people like me come find you. Is take the shoes you're wearing, go on your living room rug or kitchen or whatever, and step on that piece of aluminum foil, that gives me a clear identifier of what your track is going to look like so I can make it out in the ground. The other thing is sleep in a t-shirt the night before, wrap it up in a Ziploc bag and seal it up. That way you can leave that on there and then just put your coordinates of where you're starting. I promise you, if you go missing or there's like no check-in, with those two items, I generally can come find you. But if you give an outline of the area you're in, it helps narrow the scope or your pathway. And those three things will definitely lead to a rescue. Without using a Garmin InTrack or something along those lines to signal to rescuers where you're at.
One of those beacons where
That's an InTrack.
Survivalists use. Yeah.
Yep.
So do you run into more, like when you're finding these folks, is it more, are they alive more often or deceased?
Mostly alive. Usually it's just somebody who wandered off the trail, got lost, or broke a leg, got injured, got sick. They've been hiking for a few days, didn't take enough water. Dehydration, number one factor to find with people out there is that they're using this
Food and water.
Do you have a story from the past that you can share with us, like a happy ending story, since Talia doesn't want to cry?
Wait, is that Digital Dave?
Every time you say that, I hear the Digimon,
You're in the Matrix, Brock.
yeah, you're in the Matrix.
I like wilderness survival. Just unfortunately, sometimes when people go missing back up where I used to live, we don't usually find them alive because, well, they go missing in winter, and obviously in the winter time, you're probably not coming home, which is unfortunate. But that's why you should always be aware of your surroundings and where you're going and be equipped for what you're about to be doing.
Brad, when you're out of the Matrix, I wanted to ask you what you think of Tim Walz since you're in Minnesota and he's your governor. I'm sure it won't be positive, but I'd like to hear your thoughts.
He has a lot of controversial policies. His policy to give illegal aliens and allow them to have access to driver's license is controversial. His push to basically allow citizens to defend themselves, complicating the retreat laws, that's kind of being another one. His COVID handling really decimated a lot of businesses, particularly in minority communities in the area. Prior to COVID, Minnesota, I can tell you, was green, lush. Minneapolis was actually really beautiful. The people, all over, were nice. There was a lot of thriving businesses in Black, in Muslim, Jewish, Hispanic communities. Put it up now, so there's negativity that comes with Walz. And it's kind of, I think, more of Kamala's pick is just to kind of shore up Minnesota, because Minnesota came into play a while back and they were worried about it.
Brad, did you see the Fall of Minneapolis documentary?
Yeah.
Yeah, I lived it.
You lived it.
There's nothing
the first time here.
It's just wrong, man.
Did you see
that's a talking point that, I guess, MAGA Republics need to, permeate people's
What about the stolen valor case?
That he's some far left, and also the stolen valor bullshit too.
I was actually going to ask Brad
We're talking
what's their
about
validity to
God
that.
who served 24 years on the National Guard. Stolen valor is crazy as fuck. But
Right, so when he says stolen valor, do you think that it's a lie that right before his people got deployed, he quit?
That's not stolen valor, though.
I saw this story.
Wait, hold on.
I saw that story.
So this is the stolen valor claim. Stolen valor claim. I just seen JD Vance say.
He went to
He embellished his claim.
Congress before deployment. Do you know what stolen valor is?
Yeah, hold on real quick. So this is JD
What is
Vance.
stolen valor?
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now. So there was a statement that was put out, right?
You wouldn't say anything.
Hold on, bro.
Let's start with first principles because I didn't hear the allegation.
Wait.
So Samola, explain what the allegation is.
Right.
And the
So JD
definition.
Just wait a second. JD Vance says that there was a statement that was put out when he was speaking about firearms, right? And he said, we shouldn't have guns on the street of Minnesota like the ones that I used in war. The claim is that this guy never went to war. So if you're claiming to be a person that was active in war, I would believe that this is stolen valor. Yes or no?
No.
Stolen valor is more colloquially used for people who are pretending to have served that never served.
Hold on. So pretending to be in an active war when you have not been in an active war.
No. Samoa. I'm explaining to you the standard colloquial use of it. In no circumstance would stolen valor typically be able to be utilized for somebody who was at one point.
Active military.
Now, if there's an overstatement of your records and your past experiences in the military, that's a different category.
Well, hold on. So the reason why I'm saying this is because
So
in all due respect, it's called stolen valor, bro.
It's not stolen valor.
I was in the military, that's what it's called.
I hear 5 mics.
So I don't actually have a contribution. I just want to say that while
you've been talking a lot.
There's a lot of
I haven't been. Shut up.
I don't know things, okay? And even though my family is in the military, I never gave a fuck about any of that stuff. They didn't teach me shit.
But the point that I'm making is JD Vance the line of attack.
If people are volunteering to define terms, allow them to, because not everyone in our stage or audience is aware of this terminology that is specific to military. So I appreciate.
That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, just point of clarification, that's all.
So JD Vance's line of attack is that he went to Iraq. He went to war when his country called on him to do it. And Tim Walsh had the opportunity to, but he quit and let his people go without it. He's saying that you are trying to represent yourself as a person who went to war is an example of stolen valor. You agree with his line of attack or not?
Yes.
I would say you can call that like malingering, or you can call that cowardice, but I don't think it qualifies as stolen valor, because if you look at the modern colloquial use of stolen valor, if you go on YouTube and you look up stolen valor, it's a bunch of guys who went to the Army, Navy,
When did you get out on Stickler?
A full sentence would be awesome. You call everybody out for talking.
We know what you're gonna say though.
You know what I'm gonna say. What am I gonna say?
We don't.
You're gonna talk about
Stop this.
Oh my God, he's gonna talk about the videos where you have these bums wearing their military uniforms and they're begging people for money, and he's gonna call that stolen valor.
That's the standard colloquial use. You need a demarcation between the two.
So he served in the National Guard for almost 14 years or so, over a dozen years, over 20
I
years.
still think let's do a queue, because I hear 5 voices and I'm interested in like 3 of them.
So he
asking you about the finishing the sentence.
Yeah, come on, let Brad go. One mic on.
Why can't we let still gonna finish? Stop it, and then still going, and then Brad.
He served for 24 years, was deployed a few times, never saw combat.
We got that. We got that.
He was deployed on active duty, right? And
okay, cool.
He left to pursue a political career.
Okay, cool. Okay,
I appreciate that.
Political career in Congress.
I appreciate that.
Really, can you address the claim?
I actually would like to hear from Nathan.
I'm just gonna say this on stolen valor. You have a bunch of bunch of pogues that say they were Navy SEAls and they were nothing more than like some fucking E2 paint shop. Those guys, they existed. They were on Clubhouse for a long time. There were a lot of guys that were claiming that they were Marine Force Recon, and the veteran community pretty much figured out who was who real quick. The stolen valor is a lot of things. Like we've had guys like claim they got multiple Purple Hearts and commendations and medals. There's one guy out here said he had the Medal of Honor. When we looked him up, he didn't have the Medal of Honor. So I mean, those are stolen valor.
Wait, one minute.
Yes, thank you. That is stolen valor.
Can I read something that was from the Minnesota National Guard leaders that have been also speaking out against Tim Wall's records, or his claims to his records? So they claim that this is stolen valor, that he lied about his rank, and that he quit his unit when they were deployed to Iraq. He said, quote, As soon as shots were fired in Iraq, he turned and ran the other way and hung his hat up and quit. That was from Tom Behrens, a retired commander sergeant major who replaced Tim Walz on a deployment to Iraq. When he was a congressman, you know, he brags that he was a retired command sergeant major, quote, "I'm the highest ranking person ever in the House." And you know, all of this is a lie that he was telling the state of Minnesota, and it came out after 2018. After this was exposed, they said, quote, "Well, he can say that he served as a commander sergeant major, but he can't say he retired as one because he's not. He's just tooting his own horn, hanging on the coattails of people that actually are command sergeant majors who went through all of the process and put in all the time. It's stolen valor really is what it is. If he went to Iraq, he'd still be hiding under his desk over there because that's just the cowardice that I saw portrayed within him."
Right. Are we gonna talk about Trump who actually died?
No, let's not talk.
Let's forget about our draft dodger. King.
We're not doing what about it? We're not doing what about it?
Draft dodger King.
Well, it's not comparable anyway because Trump never claimed that he served in war. Had Walz said the guns that shouldn't be on the street that I use in the military, nobody would be able to say anything because he doubtless used guns in the military. I think the sticking point is claiming that he served in a war. But then
Wait, did he say that?
Melissa just read to us some indication that he was there for a brief time.
Wait, Melissa,
No, I didn't. He wasn't there. It said if he went to Iraq, he would still just be hiding.
I heard something that when shots were fired, he turned around and
The
ran.
guy who was interviewed, the guy who took over his position when Tim Walz backed out.
Yeah, I saw the video.
So real quick,
Melissa, I saw the video.
Just what Monica said, that's not what Melissa said.
But Melissa, are you saying that Tim Walz?
No, Melissa didn't say that.
Are you saying
Yes, it was a quote that she just read.
Are you saying that Tim Walz said he
said it?
You cranky pants. I don't know what the
I said it, not her.
Monica, shut the fuck up, bro.
You can read the quote. You can read it yourself. I posted it in the chat. But what he said is that he was the highest ranking person ever in the House. And this guy who took over his position.
Right.
Just a
No.
moment.
Right. And so they were saying that, oh my gosh. Well, I know, you're going to ask a question.
Sorry, Melissa. I look, for people who hate a cue, you should not acting like people who need to be cued. We're going to allow Melissa to clarify the nature or circumstance of the quote, and then we'll respond to what Melissa.
So no, I didn't say that he claimed that he went to Iraq. You can read what I read verbatim in the chat. But he said that he was the highest ranking person ever in the House, and that this guy who took over his position in leading his unit to Iraq said that he cannot say he served as command sergeant major. That he can say he served as a command sergeant major, but he cannot say he retired as one because he's not. So you can read yourself.
So the statement that he was talking about, Melissa, was the one that I made. And this was the interview that J.D. Vance was giving in Michigan. And the line that he's using is a statement that was made on the Kamala Harris campaign website, where he's talking about gun reform. And he said, and the quote that he says is, "We shouldn't have guns on the streets of Minnesota like the ones that I used in war."
Okay.
That was the quote.
Right.
And I wasn't addressing that when I was addressing Melissa's.
And the issue with that is?
He should have said war.
He should have just said in the military.
He should have said in the military, and nobody would have had anything. Military does not equal war, and war does not equal, like,
If I get deployed to Iraq and I'm not, haven't seen combat, but I'm
active duty.
Active duty, doing whatever I need to do to like make sure the machine is running.
He didn't go to Iraq. That's the thing. He did not go.
Wait, what?
He did not go to Iraq. When his unit got deployed, no, it is not. He backed out. This other guy took over his unit because he backed out.
He has been deployed over a 24-year tenure with the National Guard.
When and where? When and where was he deployed?
Maybe to other places, but at least in this instance, he backed out of going to Iraq, and this other guy took over his unit.
Yeah, to pursue a political career.
Okay, so he didn't go. Maybe he went to Djibouti, I don't know, but he didn't go to Iraq.
Maybe he went to Las Vegas.
Waltz never went to active duty. I don't think he ever was called.
It says he was deployed overseas a few months on active duty.
Yeah, that could be in Germany though, Louis. Like, can we?
Yeah. I'm just trying to find out where exactly. That's all. I'm not claiming to know where he was
Got a lot of
deployed.
that Japanese booty.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'll put the quote in the chat. So the reference is their campaign.
Yeah, this notion he wasn't deployed is wrong. Yeah.
Wait, what?
All right. What's wrong with what about
Are you saying that he went to Iraq?
No. When did you hear me say that?
The word deployed. You said the claim that he wasn't deployed is wrong.
Actually, you did say he went to Iraq. That's the reason why you start looking to see where he was deployed.
No,
Where did he go?
I'm saying he was deployed somewhere, right? That's what it
No.
says. He was deployed
Don't
overseas
get
for a
it
few months.
confused that he deployed
I'm trying to
the
find
National
out where
Guard
he was deployed to.
during the Minneapolis riots.
Yeah, you can go to like Haiti on for natural disaster.
I'm wondering
recovery
if
stuff.
that's what Louis is seeing and that's what he's like, everything's getting mixed up. And
What?
put a link in the chat about Trump claiming.
His military, no one did like, good for, glad that he's serving in the military. What does that matter? What did he do for the state of Minnesota?
Oh yeah, let's talk about that. Let's
When they
talk
were
about.
burning,
Well, why are we moving the goalposts before we've even finished adjudicating the
Did
original?
we establish that he wasn't deployed and seen
And he's
live
line
what is it, Nathan? Was it live fire or
Combat.
what is
The sources I'm seeing say he did not see combat during his service at all.
There you go.
Most people that deploy don't see
Argument
combat
that you're
either.
really-
Let's be fair.
that what you mean discussing?
Right, but
The
most
vast
people aren't,
majority of people that deploy don't
most people aren't claiming they were in war,
Right.
are they?
Well, I think if he deployed to a combat zone and he was like a FOBIT, for example, which for those not in the know, that's somebody who just doesn't leave post, doesn't go out and on the other side of the wire, doesn't do any sort of combat missions or missions in the field, then you could still argue he was in war, right?
He was
Receiving
deployed,
fire
but
on
he
post.
didn't go still guard.
No, that's not how
He
it
had
works.
his chance.
Melissa,
That's how it works.
the point that I was
Works.
trying to make was that we hadn't adjudicated it, and I wanted to investigate further. But Brett, if you deploy to Iraq and you never leave the base, you still went to war.
It really is literally the equivalent of Joe Biden saying that he got arrested marching for civil rights.
Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, he was never there.
I mean, but he was not. Yeah, Waltz wasn't deployed. Like I don't recall hearing about him being deployed to Iraq. And all you have to do is put him up on someone PTR his full dress uniform, focus in on his chest, and we'll be able to tell what ribbons he's got just based on what he actually achieved. Like we'll be able to tell, particularly some army.
I just looked it up. So he started as an infantryman at 17 in the Nebraska Army National Guard. He then transferred to the Minnesota National Guard in 1996 and went into artillery. He served in disaster response missions in Nebraska and Minnesota, and in 2003 he was deployed to Italy, where he served alongside the European Security Force. Then he retired and was elected to Congress in 2006, but he did not see Congress.
Italy's not going to war.
Right. So was I right? So I was.
No, we didn't deploy.
Shut the fuck up, Nathan. No,
You were wrong that he went to war. Italy.
I get that.
No, be impeccable in your
What does it
speech.
matter?
He was wrong that he went to war. He claimed that he went to war. That's a problem.
Also,
And he's
not
using,
as
and he's using his experience in war to deny people their right to Second Amendment.
What? That's a stretch.
No, he said we cannot have the same guns on the streets that I used in war.
Okay.
Which is hilarious because the military weapons aren't the same as the civilian.
You know what the funny thing is? The funny thing is your guy Trump actually he actually banned bump stocks. He actually is like.
What about isn't an argument, Louis?
No, you're talking about fear of gun control.
I have a problem with that as well. I have a problem.
You're talking about
the reason why I voted for Trump again was because
your guy's presidency.
Did Trump say he served in war?
Bump stock there. What?
Did Trump say he served military?
What are you talking about? Wait, Monica, it sounds like your issue is gun control, right? You're afraid of the gun control.
No, you don't even read the room. We were talking about stolen valor. Louis, we were talking about stolen valor.
Close your dick suckers.
We were talking about stolen valor.
Monica, your issue is him like saying, oh well, I served in this war I didn't serve in, and then him using that to like take away people's gun rights, right?
No, you're missing it again, Louis.
Why everyone
Is it mutually exclusive? I can't have a problem with both. I can't have a problem with his
It's okay, but let's just address the video though, right? So the video that came out is him actually saying this. And I put the link in the chat.
Will you acknowledge that?
I put the link in the chat,
Will
please.
you acknowledge that under a Democratic presidency, like such like or drawbacks, such like a blatant gun,
Like he's trying to make it something else, bro.
a blatant gun.
Yeah, Louis always does that.
And you got
Then when you try to get him back on track, he want to yell at you and fight you.
And it came under a Trump presidency.
Louis, I started this conversation where when I asked Brad what he thought of Tim Walz, since Brad lives in Minnesota and that is his governor. That was the conversation, nothing to do with gun control or anything like that.
Exactly. Never on the fucking page.
Yeah, it became about gun control when Monica made it.
No, you try to make it about gun control.
Yeah. Monica made it about gun control.
No, Monica talked about impeccable speech, you damn baboon brain. No, she talked about impeccable speech, you bum brain. She was saying that he lies.
He should have
So real quick,
Her issue that she just articulated was his stand for gun control, right?
No,
Monica, am I right or wrong with that?
He said it said war.
Monica, am I right or wrong with that?
Hold on. Is that Matt?
This nigga always, he gonna find opportunity to suck some dick.
No, listen, the only reason why she made that comment because he said, take away guns like the weapons I used in war when he was not in war. Right? That's all she said, Louis.
War.
Now, we were talking, Louis, I'm gonna break it down again. We were talking about stolen valor. Stolen valor.
Fucking stupid.
Louis,
don't say that. When you might be.
I'm gonna go right back to it.
To be fair to Louis, I said, yeah, he should never have said war. And then as the conversation goes on, and I'm remembering the quote, Nathan, do you think his call for a ban on guns is good to eat too? Like, I have a problem with
when you say a ban on guns, what do you mean?
I don't know what she's talking about now. Like she's running away.
We shouldn't have the guns that I used in war on the streets. That's paraphrasing, but it's exactly. Samoa. I don't know what crawled
up. There's a video in the chat right there, bro, that catch you in the lie.
But you need to back up. Because I haven't attacked you at all. I've been moderating well. I'm on limited time, and you haven't.
No, Samoa, pay attention.
I don't know what's going on with this conversation, but this is not.
Let me just say this. So, Samoa, this is what's going on right now. She's trying.
I know what it is.
No, she's trying to extend an olive branch to Louis because Louis right now. Listen, Louis ass is out right now, right? He doesn't know what he's talking about. So we all want to. Louis, can I finish? Can I finish? Okay, then let me finish, bro. Okay, you can just say it after me. Let's say it after me. So Louis right now is sitting there with his ass on pause, right? And he doesn't know what you said. Okay, shut up.
I'm gonna disrupt you every time you say that gay ass shit, though.
Okay, cool.
So try again.
You can say it in the booth, though. Say it in the booth, man.
How about that? Louis got his...
So anyway, Louis was over there with his ass out, looking the fool, right? And everyone was trying to bring his dang baboon brain back on track. We're talking about stolen valor. But Louis said that, because Monica brought up a statement that this guy made about gun control and not having weapons on the street, he thought that Monica was talking about that. So Monica said, listen, I only brought this up because he said the guns what I used when I was in war. That's evidence of stolen valor. That's evidence of stolen valor. That's the only reason why he brought that up. So she was trying to she was standing strong. She was trying to extend the olive branch by telling Louis, hey, I have a problem with him trying to enforce gun control too. That's it. That's all.
Yes, Nathan, but the point I'm making is you've seen Louis try to move it to Trump. You've seen Louis try to move it away from the mainline discussion. Now Louis going to use this to move it to Trump.
Wait.
That is not what Louis did.
Yes,
Let me go. I want to hear Mac perspective on this.
Me
What it
too.
is
One
is
mic
the
on
word
that.
I used in war was being used against him twice. Once, because he implied that he went to war and that is stolen valor. Two, Monica made the point that he used in war as in for the gun control thing. And that's when Louis replied to Monica and saying that, okay, what is the difference between that?
Yeah, we know, man.
Yeah, if you're worried about the.
If you know that, then you can't throw Louis under the bus.
So I put the video in the link.
My point is, you guys. But my point is, when Monica says, my point is when Monica makes a big stink about, he wants to take our guns, and he's saying that we shouldn't have like AR-15.
Look at that.
You don't give a fuck about gun control, right?
Did he lie or not?
Because your guy passed one of the most blatant pieces of gun control that we've seen in recent years.
What about as an argument?
Let's take 60
Nathan, real
seconds
quick
to
though, right,
address.
Nathan?
No,
No,
let's take 60
right,
seconds.
because Matt was talking about.
I want to talk about gun control.
I'm gonna start giving you.
Gun control legislation.
Wait, 60 seconds.
A Republican.
Okay, come on, man. Let Monica mark right quick, please, and then some more.
You guys are.
Nathan, once you kick me to the goo, bro, I know.
Oh my God, Louis, man,
you shouldn't have kicked me.
Louis, to address your claim about Trump and the bump stock ban, it was very unpopular. And I believe the Supreme Court just overturned it or something. I'm not quite sure. But Stilgore, it was expensive. It cost Stilgore Trump vote for Trump. Stilgore doesn't want to vote for Trump anymore because he's soft on 2A. And that's not okay. So we can address it even though it's a sidebar. And go ahead.
All right, cool. So we have to let people wear it. There's a link in the chat with the video that they released, Kamala Harris and other candidates released it, where he made this claim. So we can just point out the fact that he lied. So everybody can acknowledge that he lied, or that he lied.
And what claim?
He said, I went to war and
But,
didn't go to
yeah,
war.
I went to, the guns, hold on.
Discuss that.
Yeah, hold on. So the video evidence there of them releasing, of him making the claim, we shouldn't be using military guns like the ones I used in war. So we can say that when he said I went to war, he lied. Is that cool? Can we move to the next one now? Louis?
No.
So, Nathan,
Jeez.
as former military, like, how do you feel about this stolen valor thing?
Oh, we talked about it. I said that there's stolen valor.
I haven't heard your perspective, so I'm.
Well, Brad gave the perfect analogy when they talked about Poles claiming that they were snipers and all that other shit, and they killed like all these. Yeah, that's stolen valor. Oh, I have a purple heart. You don't have a purple heart. Stolen valor. I've been downrange 15 times, and you never been downrange. You always stayed ready. Stolen valor.
So stolen valor is a civilian who claims he's a soldier. This
Stolen valor
is
statement.
stupid perversion.
I haven't heard all of
them. Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I haven't heard any, like, most of them, but like from what I've heard, I just feel like they're just like there's like a little bit like misinterpretation in some of the things that he said, but like also like like saying that like he could like if he was in Iraq he would be hiding under a rock. Like I mean like me and you both know that like he was a command sergeant major, like he wouldn't be technically on the battleground. Like if people.
He would have as an artillery.
Yeah, that is.
He would have been as an enlisted. The only thing he's ever done in terms of like any kind of like really really dangerous thing would be filling sandbags for a river.
Oh my god.
I don't know. Like I could tell you like some of the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I thought that line of questioning was done, but you can continue. But we do have to make room for the lesser whites. Red Rum and Melissa would also like to participate.
So just one question to Leaf, and then I'll go back. Leaf, if somebody was an E5, what would let's say somebody's an E4, E3, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they walked around when they were off the base with a 5-star general medal, like on their vest. Would the military hold them responsible criminally?
Yes.
Yes. They would. They would go under. You're talking about.
And what would they be charged with?
But also, we're talking about.
Hold on, what would they be charged with?
Insubordination. He would be impersonating an officer. He would get a rack of charges.
Impersonating an officer.
So, like, you would have a whole bunch of things. Like, you would catch another. But you just said it would be an enlisted guy posing as a general. That's impersonating an officer.
Yes.
By the way, I in terms of the stolen valor,
Melissa, just real quick, like the idea that you guys are trying to apply a civilian application, the military doesn't operate under that. We use UCMJ. You don't have constitutional rights to the extent that people think. You don't get a whole lot. And catching an article for doing stupid shit like that or lying about your service jacket, that shit comes with consequences, which includes an other than honorable or dishonorable discharge. You can get that shit. You can be kicked out. And you don't want that shit. Like a dishonorable discharge is akin to, what is it, a felony, Nathan? I think those guys, it's like it literally comes up as a criminal record in some application. You don't want that.
Yeah, you're pretty much, you can't get.
But people rarely get that, man. You learn that. They warn you. They tell you get this. Yeah, but you got a dang rape of village or some shit like that.
Like, bro, like with y'all, like what they got these like CIB, CAB, CMB, Purple Hearts. A lot of these people who are walking around, they got awarded these things too, right? But they really ain't do shit. They really ain't do shit.
Oh yeah. They probably was on a detail or something.
Yeah, getting a piece of shrapnel in your leg, like a piece of shrapnel, like probably like the size of a hair inside you, would account for a fucking Purple Heart.
That shit hurt. I don't know if you talk.
So I see your image is wrong.
So the persons who had shrapnel in them before?
Say it again.
You've had shrapnel inside you before.
Yeah, a piece of it, but the point is, I'm not talking about like a splinter, like a
Okay, alright. I'm being a bit that nigga right now.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I...
As someone without military service who has had much shrapnel taken out of her tiny little legs, use a pussy. Thank you.
That shit is painful. It's not like you can just get up and just walk away after that.
After a splinter in your what, finger or what?
Like underneath your nail bed.
Okay, now, guys, real quick, this may sound emasculating. Lion, once upon a time, my legs once went through a windshield and I had a lot of glass and metal shrapnel in my leg from this incident. And I still have scars up and down my leg from this. It sounds like you were a pussy. I'm gonna need you to maybe grow.
It sounds like you can't
But your legs are only like a foot long. It's not even that much.
Fun fact, I was also in the passenger seat, you raggedy.
It sounds like you trust the wrong. How about that?
There was black ice on the roof.
Lion,
You know what they say about that black
woken
ice?
up in an
Watch out for
ambulance
that black ice.
with my pants getting cut off and a big ass shard from the window of the car that just hit me lodged into my shoulder. Try not to look at it.
Stop doing drugs.
Hey, BBL should have been in
Literally just crossed the street.
I just wanted to clarify though, in terms of the stolen valor thing, I think there's a lot of people think of it as people claiming that they were in the military when they weren't. But in terms of the Stolen Valor Act, it could even be somebody claiming to have a medal or a decoration
Exactly.
that they really didn't, wearing it, trying to get money for it or some sort of benefit, lying about their rank, I've even heard. So I don't believe, and Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe it's just claiming you were in the military when you weren't. It can even be military service members saying, like someone maybe who served for 2 years and is claiming he deployed to wherever and got a Purple Heart, and maybe he bought one off eBay and he's wearing it on his uniform, going around trying to get, I don't know, some sort of provisions. Wouldn't that be considered stolen valor, Brad?
No, I mean, like, my question is, right, like, did he do any of those things? 'Cause I don't know, that's one.
Yes, Melissa, you're right. That would be considered stolen.
He claims that he went to war when he didn't, is what JD Vance is claiming it's stolen valor, and people are kind of batting back and forth on if it is or not.
Well, his ex-sergeant, the retired, hold on, please, try to say this, please, every time I speak. His ex-sergeant, the sergeant that was for that, I guess, situation, let me get his name real quick. It literally says retired Sergeant Major Thomas Durrens and Paul Kerr accused Waltz of purposely. Oh, she did the mark. What are we talking about here? They literally said he never went. He left the platoon before they even go to war.
Because people are arguing over the definition of stolen valor. Louis was saying that it's not stolen valor because he was actually in the military, and it's only stolen valor if you were claiming that you were in the military when you never were.
Yep, that's
so I'm kind of trying to contend with that and saying that it doesn't have to mean that. It can even be someone who was in the military who's claiming some sort of rank or medal.
That's not a stolen valor.
If you look at the Stolen Valor Act of 2005, it actually is. They brought in the provision of the law saying that if you're using unauthorized uniforms, manufacturing, selling any sort of military decorations or medals to falsely represent yourself as having received any decoration of medal, trying to use it to get any sort of provisions, assistance, anything like that, you can be imprisoned for up to 6 months. So, and I just, again, clarify with Brad, who is a veteran, that is.
Lisa is still in the military, Melissa. I'm a veteran. It's all stolen valor. But go ahead.
So Melissa, what if you just claim you did something, like you had a Purple Heart, but you're not benefiting off of it? You're just using words.
You are benefiting from it. You're getting some type of social respect.
Yeah, someone could still say that's stolen valor, what you're doing, but I don't know that you would be convicted under the law, but you would still be kind of claiming something that is false. You're claiming a valor that you did not achieve. That's the point of stolen valor.
I wanted to say this really quickly. There's an old saying that says birds of a feather stick together. So, Kamala Harris decided...
Fuck you.
Kamala Harris picks this guy who's obviously lying. The president that she was underneath was also a liar. He said that he was arrested for fighting for civil rights back in the 60s. He also said that he graduated the top of his class in law school, which was also a lie. You're surrounded around liars. That's what the Democrat Party
Those are both parties are liars.
I have a dumb question. This is just a history question. Didn't Joe Biden fight against the integration of schools and whatnot?
Yeah.
Yes, he did. He was actually one of the biggest proponents against it.
That shit.
He wrote a book operations in Afghanistan?
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm literally reading it here.
Yeah, then you're wrong. In 1978,
the thing I'm reading is wrong, the Guardian is wrong.
Be quiet. Can you post it, please, Louis?
In 1978, Biden passed a school allocation of funding for funding in terms of integration and allowing that. And basically, he gave carve-outs up to the north. And that's why if you go look up in the Northeast, why schools are so segregated. And then you go down south and you're like, the racist South isn't as segregated as the fucking North, and it's because of Biden's little school maneuvering on funding in 1978, known as the Biden policy.
That's exactly right.
But people can also change their mind. He said that. What year did he say that?
I'm not trusting a man who's literally older than the country of India. I'm not trusting a man who is older than the country of India. That's
Okay. We talking about race.
He is older than India. He is older than
What are we talking about, BBL?
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, he's serving out his term and leaving. In the country, don't live in India, blah, blah, blah. That ain't. But can you put your mic on? He would never set power aside down for the sake of the country, but. Oh my God, man.
There's also that little thing called the 90.
Joe Biden didn't set power aside. His big fucking time donors forced him out. They said, we're not going to give you money. And Joe Biden went, oh shit. So now I'm out donor support.
Yeah, there's no way you could possibly know that.
It wasn't.
That's the fact that his dad said a wonderful stuff. But your microphone sound. His brother Democratic Separatist Party. Then y'all gonna see like a big.
So what about the Tim Walz interview where he's talking about how cognitively stable Joe Biden was a month before the debate? I talk to him all the time. He's quick as a whip. He's making all the decisions that he needs to make a month before the debate.
You know what the crazy
You say he lied?
is? The progression of dementia happens in different forms, so he probably had a rapid onset. Yeah. So it is possible that he could have been fine and not fine.
Yeah, so the other day Biden was holding a press conference and he dropped the most the timing of the joke, everything around. He dropped his joke. This guy fell, I guess, in the background. He saw him. He said, "Oh, you all right?" And he was like, "Well, look, I want the press to know that was not me who just fell down." And it was fucking funny. It was sharp. It was quick-witted. Man, I think this whole thing, I think he's aging like an 80-something-year-old man is supposed to age, right?
Hold on. I love so we're talking about two pogues arguing. Like JD Vance is a pogue too.
What's that?
JD Vance was a pogue.
Hey, no more being a pogue.
We got two pogues arguing.
Ain't no more being a pogue, bro.
You have a pogue. Trying to get credit, like military credit, like oh my god.
So JD Vance is saying he went to Iraq. He was a Marine. He did everything that this dude's claiming to do.
He went to Iraq. Yeah.
Did he go?
Public affairs dude.
No, did JD
all I'm saying is it's wonderful, man. We got two pogues arguing.
And his running mate dodged the draft.
See, there you go. Whataboutism. I just was about to say, who we answer to be? Whataboutism.
Eat a fucking dick. Oh, whataboutism. Alright.
Whataboutism, bro. You got no argumentation.
Stolen valor, all this honor shit. Oh, it's dishonorable. Your main nigga dodged the fucking draft.
You got Trump derangement syndrome. You got Trump derangement syndrome, bro.
Another lie.
Your man dodged the draft.
No one talking about Trump. Why are you bringing him up in the conversation?
Another lie.
Your guy dodged the draft, my guy. That's not honorable.
And
Louis, I just remembered, I have an entire list of questions to ask you when we have.
Louis, I just feel bad for you, bro. One day you'll get it.
Anyway, so the reason why it's not, please,
Nathan, I don't care what you say.
Please.
Why haven't you understood that? Why hasn't that gotten through yet? I don't care.
Okay, so the reason why I wouldn't consider it a valid response is because it doesn't address directly the allegations against Waltz. It's just look over here instead.
I love it, Holly. I'm on your ass when you get into bullshit conversation. No, I love it. No, keep.
It's not specific to this conversation.
I love it.
Shut your silly ass up. Shut up. God dang. Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Holly.
I'm done. Red Rum, I think you were trying to speak.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with these guys' debating styles, but me personally, I think JD Vance, he just turned 40 or whatever, but I think he has an edge because he has more to work with than Tim Walz, because Tim Walz has been a career politician, and this guy's only been a senator for 2 years, and he has to go off of his education and his other things, right? So I think JD Vance has the upper hand here in their debate.
Well, and the thing with Vance being a Marine, like many people don't know this, a Marine, regardless of what their grade job is, they're a rifleman first. Like they literally cling to that shit. Like I bust on Marines all the time because I'm a sailor, and I love having those bottom bitches like cringe at the jokes I make at them. But those Marines are fucking badass. Like in the Battle of Fallujah, these motherfuckers got investigated by DOD and civilian authorities because they had too many fucking headshots. I want you to think of this. Our government thought the Marines were shooting motherfuckers at point blank range. And no, these guys were making cop carts at fucking 500 yards doing headshots. And they couldn't believe the number of headshots directly by Marines. These Marines train with their rifles. Their rifle is part of them. They are a rifleman first. So the National Guard is not a rifleman first. They are sandbaggers. They sit there.
So talking shit about branches of the military.
I certainly.
Oh my God, Louis, shut your dang baboon ass up.
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Yeah, like they do crowd control. They do riot control. They provide a great service to the states that they're assigned to, and yes, they can be called up, and they do provide. I'm not knocking any of their services.
You should
but
see
they
a
do
bunch
a
of National
comparison.
Guardsmen when they roll up the World Country Buffet.
Yeah. But when you put a National Guard against an active duty Marine, my fucking life is going to be on the line. I'm putting my hands in that fucking Marine, no matter how batshit fucking crazy they are. Because I know that motherfucker is going to put the fear of God and eliminate everybody in front of him. The National Guard will tuck tail and run. 9 times out of 10.
You were a Marine, Brad, or you said Navy or Marine?
Navy.
Navy, okay.
Yeah,
Marine is...
Brad's absolutely right. Marines are more significantly combat trained than any other branch.
I don't know about that, bro. Army is still way back.
Don't go too far.
Yeah, you're going a little too far with that. Like, yeah.
The Army is still the Army is the shit. Is that...
Mind you, I've actually trained Marines, and they're not bad guys, man. So like, I don't want to go into like the branch bashing the other branch type thing.
Yeah,
but like, there is a significant difference.
Are you
between? Yeah.
No.
But your average Marine as compared to your average soldier, the average Marine is
compare an infantry guy.
Combat training.
Compare an infantry guy.
Yeah. So JD Vance said something specific. He didn't say National Guard, right? He said he said Army.
Let me ask you a question, right? So, would you compare the Marine Spec Ops to Special Forces? How about we do that comparison? Let's compare the most elitists, right? Who's the best?
They operate in different theaters. That's the other problem.
And didn't they used to have like military war?
Not really. No.
You can't compare like Navy SEALs to Delta.
Aren't like Green Berets like this?
You can.
Well, you can, yeah, but I mean, I don't think you're making a fair comparison.
So
it would never be fair.
They operate
What's the context? What's the
They
context?
operate under different modals. So like you're looking at things differently. Like the Green Berets, they're even trained differently. Like they operate in teams, but correct me if I'm wrong, somebody in the Army, but they operate more on a model of independence. So like independent thought, independent thinking, independent there. SEAL teams and Force Recon, they operate more in a team fashion, a team scope, surgical and precision. Marines are more of an amphibious. SEALs are also amphibious. They operate but Marines do a lot more since they are.
Is that just me?
No, that's everybody.
So if he's driving from Minnesota to Wisconsin, you're gonna get a lot of that really bad signal out there. Godspeed to Brad. Yeah, he's driving through a dead zone right now. God bless him.
Well, it's just a lot of trees, but listen.
Is that better?
Yeah, no, you're good now.
Yeah, I'm just saying they just operate differently. They cover different types of involvement. Don't knock the Marines because a lot of people sit there. Those motherfuckers will go up to the bit and
you're in the matrix, bro. You're in the matrix, it seems, Brad. But I don't think anyone was knocking the Marines. If anything, I think you were knocking the National Guard.
That's
good. I think
weekend warriors, bro.
I think anyone who serves,
you doing that shit every day. They have a day job.
Props to them. Props to anyone who's at least has the potential to, like, you know, have their lives laid at the front lines. You know, I think that's an honorable thing.
Yeah, but if you've been in, you can draw a hierarchy. You know, you could tell who's with the shit and who's.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's like me. I was almost with the shit, but I couldn't go because I was pregnant and I didn't know it. R.I.P.
So yeah, so like when it comes to like let's say like SF team, right? Like they have like each team, right? You have a mountain team, you have a boat team, you have an amphibious team. Like there's for each company, there's like 6 teams. You know what I'm saying? So it's like there is basically no difference, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Like they have a dive team, they have a scuba team. There's so like to be honest with you, there's not a big fucking difference. The only difference is let's say mannerisms. Mannerisms are different, and that's the difference you could tell between.
You're talking about the culture, like Navy culture is different.
Yeah, the culture, yeah.
Because all them SEALs are hanging out in San Diego wearing Speedo.
Yeah, no. But the funny part about it, as much as it's a stereotype, they really do that. You know what I'm saying? They really do sit around like they're Beach Boys.
Bro, I seen them when I was in Airborne. They do act that way, bro. And that's Brad people.
Man, that's crazy. Like, niggas is never gonna get any kind of recognition until it's wartime. And they get deployed and they have to reinforce it.
But see, that's the difference between like a SEAL and special forces, right? Our motto is quiet professionals. You feel me? We don't look for the recognition.
Oh, you're saying National Guardsmen
like
are like they're boastful, like want people to know that they served and shit like that?
Yeah. Even being in a military family like my dad was in, and I was born on a base, grew up on bases for a good portion of my childhood. Even now, I know that one of the signs of someone who probably didn't do very much in their career or potentially like a stolen valor case is someone who's bragging a lot, someone who constantly talks about what they did.
Okay, Doc isn't in the room.
Well,
you talk about Doc like that.
With due respect, I remember earlier on in this room, a lot of y'all niggas would come off and talk about your military. Oh, I did this, and I was commando. And have you ever done? No, but y'all niggas.
You can't talk about Brad that way, Melissa. Not Brad. Not Brad. No, Doc.
Especially Nathan, bro. Nathan was the main one talking about. Yeah, I was.
I meant Doc.
When the subject comes up, look, I can't yell. I'm at work, but the difference is that when the subject comes up, that's one thing. But I'm talking about people who find every excuse to bring up what they supposedly did in the military. They have a kind of, I don't know what they call them exactly, but they are people who make their being in the military their whole personality. There's someone in particular I can think of who's on this app. I can't even remember his name, but it was this white guy who all he did, every single picture he had was him in a uniform. Everything he talked about was being in the military. I mean, I don't think he did anything that wasn't military related. And I don't think he ever deployed. I think he was just like stationed at different bases in the U.S. That's all he talked about. It was his entire personality. I don't think the guy did anything else. It's almost like trying to be something you're not. I don't know. It's very weird. But I find the guys that don't talk about it are the ones that really want to do something. Like my dad doesn't talk about it. And he doesn't like the guys that just constantly talk about being in the military and all that.
The exceptional people in the military are
probably nearly as rare or close to as rare as they are in regular day-to-day society. Like anybody who's been in knows that the military is full of fuck-ups and retards. It's
just like any government ran thing.
Yeah, exactly. When I first enlisted, I thought like the Army had their shit together. I thought it was a well-oiled machine and organized and shit worked out. And I was like, holy fuck, this is a lot of standing around. This is a lot of waiting for people to invent shit for you to do to keep busy. This is a lot of nonsensical shit. Oh, this is my 4th fucking flu vaccine this year because fucking admin forgot my medical pouch or lost my records. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that happens a lot.
That's just like any government building. It's like mismanaged resources.
I think the people in the chat are misunderstanding what I'm saying. People can brag at any point. Sure, maybe a conversation comes up and it's about the military, it's related somehow, and somebody who's in the military brings up what they did or something because they see a correlation. I don't think you understand what I'm talking about, but maybe the people that are in the military do. The people
I do.
They talk about it 24/7. They don't do anything else. Like, it's almost like they have no hobbies, have no life, they do nothing else but be in the military and talk about how amazing they are. They find every single reason to bring up their supposed military service at every turn, and that's when you start to question, did you really do much? Because it really seems like you're grasping at straws.
You're absolutely right, because most people's military careers are largely unremarkable. Mine included. I was an MP, I was in the Army Reserve. My military service is nowhere near impressive. I never deployed to a combat area. I did 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year. There's nothing to get excited about.
Wait, so Chris Kyle telling his story?
National Guard?
Wait, Chris Kyle?
No, I wasn't in the National Guard. I'm not that retarded. I was in the reserves.
This is like...
That's okay. It makes sense.
Wait, but listen, what about guys who really seen this shit? Like guys who have like the most confirmed, like a Chris Kyle.
He's a very rare case where he ended up getting some sort of notoriety from it. But most of the guys who saw something, they don't seek that out. It may have been a chance, but they don't look for that. In fact, that conversation wouldn't come up unless they were talking to other guys who did the same thing or something comparable to them, because they feel that there's no point in explaining it to a civilian because you won't understand anyways. So they just talk about it amongst themselves. That's why I don't know like 90% of what my dad did. There's no point in him telling me as his child what he did or even where he went. I don't even know where he went. Why is he going to tell me about it? I wasn't there. I won't understand what he did. I'm not going to understand what he was in Somalia, in Mogadishu during Black Hawk Down. How am I going to be able to relate to that? But he's going to tell the other veterans that he knows that had similar combat experience to him because they can relate.
Yeah, that Louis?
I do, but I mean, I don't think it's really as responsible as I just said.
It is a response,
bro. A very rare case, Chris Kyle. How many Chris Kyles are there?
Talking about the exceptional.
You're saying that like most of the guys who talked about the war like haven't really done anything, and I'm just saying like I don't think you could really say that.
No, she said
that's what you said.
No. I can tell you what she said, Louis. Louis, you use
whole personality.
I think he's doing his concrete troll right now. That's what he's doing. Let's say to Louis. I don't know what is Louis, bro. Can we get a refund?
Bro, if you show me some goddamn respect, then I'll show your fucking state some respect. I don't respect you right now.
Bro, you gotta earn my respect over here.
And you have to earn mine, my nigga. What the fuck you talking?
I'm not trying to. What you call it, bro? I'm nice to you. I take a morning.
We're the same boat.
Yeah, but
you're the
I'm
one
not disrespecting.
I'm not complaining, nigga.
No, I'm not disrespecting everyone else just to prove a point to me. You get that?
Anyway,
bro, I'm acting how I wanna act, bro.
I know, and you acting foolish.
I don't feel the need.
Notice how everybody
Oh yeah, no, I'm just trying to be well mannered in this house at this point.
Shut up, mute up, damn.
I don't feel the need.
I was talking to some lawyer that said, shut up.
Sure, you can call
You
that.
shut up. Not Louis, but Murder can shut up.
Bro, everybody with Louis just in the past hour and a half, they're throwing their hands up because it's on the same line with them. They're just giving up. Like Melissa, like Brad, like everybody's just giving up.
Their arguments are stupid.
No,
See?
I don't know why you think this is productive. I know you're better than
I
that.
don't care about productiveness right now. I'm telling right now.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Melissa. Hey, one mic on Melissa.
Even the people that are in military families, I know they know what I'm talking about. Like Joe B, who's down for the audience, she's from a military family too. She knows what I'm talking about. You're like conflating what I'm saying into anybody who's brought up the military service. That means that they're kind of like a braggart that's possibly claiming something they didn't really do, or that maybe it's an indication they haven't done much, and that's not true. I almost wish I could bring one of these people on stage for you to listen to them, because it's what I mean is the people who everything they talk about is about the military, and they say all these things that they've done. They do nothing else. They have nothing else to talk about. They nothing else.
Maybe put a name on it.
Uniform.
I put a name on it, Melissa. Doc is a guy who comes into this room and just brags about, hey, I eat it. It's always the same story.
There's a white guy. There's this white guy. Do you know who he is, Nathan? He's
drunk. He's drunk all the time. Doc. That's his name.
But there's another one. There's a young guy. He doesn't come in here, I don't think. But anyways, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, Joe B. I'm not talking about
no,
guy who brings up military service when it's relatable in a conversation or in conversation to another veteran. I'm talking about people who constantly bring it up every single chance they get, no matter where they are or if it's relatable or not. Everything they post is them in a uniform. It's like their whole personality, and that's an indication to people who have served, people who have been around it, that they didn't do much probably.
I accept that a lot of those people could be just blowing smoke and just talking shit. But that's not, like, I don't, like, there might be guys who just really been affected by that. They like talking about it, the shit they've done, and they really did the shit they're talking about. That could also be a possibility, too. That's what I'm saying.
But that's the thing. Usually, if you've really done something, they're not talking about it.
Yeah, you're speaking in absolutes, and I just won't accept it.
No, she literally said probably.
Yeah,
most likely, if you have really seen something, look.
Most likely.
If you have really seen something, really done something, you are not just going to go around talking about it. You know why? And I said this as an example from my dad. It's because they do not feel, and other veterans who are in here can verify.
I can accept that in your experience, yeah, for sure.
Louis, I've seen people, Louis, literally put on a fake uniform just to get a free meal on Veterans Day, bro.
Man, niggas be hungry, bro. I feel bad for that person.
They'll tell you what branch they were in. They may tell you how long they were in, but they won't tell you the details of what they did. They won't tell you where they went. They won't tell you if they were involved in this combat or not. Maybe they'll say they were involved in this war, but they're not going to go into details because you as a civilian are not going to understand what they went through, and it's a mute point in a conversation. But they will tell a like-minded veteran because they can understand. It's just like people who have faced certain discriminations on racial biases, gender biases, sexual orientation, whatever. They often don't feel comfortable telling someone who they feel cannot relate to them, but they feel comfortable telling someone who they think is similar to them. It's the same concept.
Yeah, so so we never heard of fathers telling their kids war stories. That doesn't happen.
They just told you, Louis, they'll tell you, okay, maybe they'll say, I went here, I went to this country, but they're not going to tell you details. Again.
No, I'm talking about war stories, like actual things that happened during war.
No, they're not. Like, to me.
What, there's people whose fathers have told them stuff like that.
They'll tell them.
And have opened up to their kids with, like, this is what happened, like this.
They'll tell them the synopsis, maybe.
They're
not going to.
Melissa, he's trolling you. That's what he's
doing. How they feel and all this, because you're not going to get it.
He's trolling you, Melissa. Trust me,
I'm not trolling. Yeah,
he understands what you're saying, but he's
this is projection because you like trolling people just to like fuck around with people and play around with people. I don't like doing.
Oh, Melissa said 4 times.
I don't like pulling. I don't like pulling with people.
Not gonna get it. She keeps on repeating it.
What's this dick sucker shit coming up?
At the end of the day, you learn this. A lot of people talk that shit. Yeah, the ones that talk that shit, they haven't walked that shit. You see that jump happen all the time. You listen to some guys, oh yeah, I'm from the hood. Then when you ask them certain places of what they did, they wasn't from there. They lived in the hood. But they was the good guy who wasn't involved in all that stuff. They don't even know half of the people names who've been involved in all that shit because they don't know that type of people. And just learn about it.
Very good, Nathan.
I was gonna say another lie that Tim Waltz is did another lie was that on his bio he put a certain rank that he was in the National Guard, and they just confirmed that Minnesota National Guard confirmed that Tim Waltz was demoted from his rank, but in his bio he still is putting the rank that he was before, but he was actually demoted. According to the Minnesota National Guard, they confirmed that, yeah, Tim Waltz was demoted, calling into question his official bio, which he put as a higher rank than he actually is.
Jenny was bragging about the term he did when he actually didn't do it because he took the picture and then quit doing it so he could run for office with the other military people. So I thought that was interesting.
Hi, we.
Oh, Cindy? Hey, Cindy.
Did you go see Deadpool versus Wolverine yet?
Yeah, I saw it a couple of weeks ago.
Did you like it?
Yeah, he did what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are your thoughts on the potential of the Gambit movie?
I like it. I think Channing Tatum actually did a fucking awesome job. The accent was kind of wild, but I think he did a great job.
Yes, and then with that, did you finish The Boys?
Yeah.
Okay, what were your thoughts on that?
I think they finna head into the last season.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Definitely gonna be the last season. Like, what were your thoughts? Spoiler alert for anyone. What do you think?
2 more seasons, guys.
I think they could get it all done in one. I think they can.
I think they're finna wrap it up based on where they get.
I will say Sage is a fucking OG for what she did. They did My Girl Newman dirty, which was tragic, but I understand why. Really, really loved what they did with Starlight, with her being trapped in that area with that skin jacket. That was insane.
This is her best season, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, I can definitely agree. You know, it's less, oh, woe is me, I was be the good person, la da da. Like, they really make her into one of those characters that I'm just like, God, you're insufferable. But I could tolerate you more after this.
Just Sage. The only thing I don't like about Sage is that I haven't gotten even this far in the comic. I ain't even finished the comic because I wanted to watch the show first and then compare. But
Damn, you did it in reverse.
Yeah, well, I'm right where the show ended. So.
Do you think
I
that
ain't gonna go further.
they adapted the TV show well to the times that we're in now better than how they did with the comic where it was?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Ryan, I like what they did with Ryan this year. And he's supposed to have been dead in the comic, if we're going through the comic. So, I mean,
Yeah. I was gonna say I like it too. I used to not like how they did Black Noir, but the farther we go with his storyline, the more I'm liking it and think it translates better with just the time that we're in now. Some comedic relief that I enjoyed was when he finally got his murder boner. I thought that was funny. I'm still really pissed about how they did Frenchie. I could have gone without that gay shit, but I understand why they did it, I guess.
It was just such a weak.
Just for them to end up together. Just for them to end up together. Why do we need that? We didn't need that.
It was just pointless. I agree. It really was.
Listen, this is worse than when they did Bridgerton and did that gay shit at the end. I was mad about that too. I'm so sick and tired. Listen, I rock with the Tutti Frutti community. I do. But when it comes to a good story, it better fit. It better fit seamlessly, or don't give it to me at all.
It was just gratuitous for no reason. And then they didn't even flesh it out. He turned himself in, got out, and then that was it. Like, that's the end of that storyline. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, but you see what happened at the end, though, right?
I did.
I don't get it.
Everybody gets captured, and then Starlight flies away. And
Frenchie did some fuck shit, though.
Frenchie always does fuck shit.
He turned her in, and then, I don't know. I ain't gonna spoil it for the people who still ain't saw it yet.
It's a lot. It's a lot, guys. A lot to digest. I hope y'all watch it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it flesh out. I don't want to watch. That's the reason why I don't want to read the comic because they deviate a lot from the comic, but they do stick to the major things. So I don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say they really stick to the meat and cheese of it, but then they add a couple extra condiments here and there.
Yeah, yep, that's a great way to describe it.
Yeah, no. I was talking to some people. I had a room earlier. Hold on. So I had a room earlier today about like the Deadpool, Wolverine. Some people weren't really a fan of it. And then I was like, well, you know, if you didn't like this, then imagine if they did the the Deadpool Spider-Man, because there are quite a few Deadpool Spider-Man comic books. But some people were like, no, it's Spider-Man's more geared towards kids. But I was like, well, yes, that's true to a certain degree. You can't totally cut the idea of us actually getting the Deadpool Spider-Man movie series because it would actually be really good. A lot of people actually enjoyed that comic book series when they did have it.
Yeah,
I think it would actually translate really well.
Okay. They saying that how they doing the most recent Spider-Man. Yeah, they aiming way too much toward kids, in my opinion. Because if you a Spider-Man fan like myself, his character is he's a dark character.
He really is, and he fights some really nasty villains.
Look, let's say he's a tortured character. I'll say that. Like Spider-Man has a fucked up existence for the most part. But yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it because we did what I thought it was gonna do. I didn't,
I mean, someone was like, the plot was all over the place, and I was like, have you not seen Deadpool? Do you not know what he is as a character? He literally is simply all over the place and nowhere at the same time.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing this movie Friday. I am so excited. I love Wolverine. I love Deadpool. I'm so excited to see it. So no spoilers.
Don't worry, we're not gonna spoil it. We're simply just shooting some stuff back and forth.
Superman shows up in it and kills everybody.
No,
don't do that. Don't do that. By the way, DC is gay, everyone. There, I said.
Superman does show up though.
Yeah, that doesn't subsume the fact that DC is gay.
Who's DC? Are you talking about the comics?
Yes.
The DC.
I mean, yes. I mean, yeah, Marvel over DC all day. I understand.
Shut your ass up, Stephon.
Shut up, bitch.
Sorry, I got a phone call, Nathan, just as you were about to start talking shit.
Stop it.
So
We're talking about comic books.
I'm here for it.
Stop it.
Oh, I thought we were all over the age of 6 in here. So.
Yeah, you guys.
Excuse me?
Yeah. The whole shit that's being popping off in the UK, all the riots and stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody gives
What's
a fuck
gonna have
about
a
the
civil
UK.
war?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck what's happening over there.
What's your perspective?
The reason why I do, I am having a little bit of intrigue in it because I can actually see a lot of the shit that they're dealing with right now happening in America's future.
What do you put the reasons for what's happening in the UK? What do you put it down to?
Immigration.
It's kind of crazy that like colonialism made those places suck to live in, and thusly those people moved to the place that originally colonized the place that they're from to make it suck, and now people are like in the streets of England, and the British natives are like, "What's going on here? What happened?"
No.
Yeah, you have to remember, like, you
I'll
can't
listen.
compare how European countries deal with stuff to America, because the European countries are not built for immigration, right? Like, America's 40% people of color, 40% different than the majority of the population. In Europe, if you were to ever get to 20%, they would just completely melt down. So we're just not built for it.
When you say Europe, you're talking about the UK?
I'm talking about anywhere in Europe. Literally anywhere in Europe.
Like Germany?
Yeah, Western
Germany,
immigration.
I'm sorry, Western Europe. I'm talking about Western Europe.
Right?
Gotcha, okay.
Like, I mean, Germany has a huge influx of immigrants. I mean, they probably have as many per capita Turkish immigrants as we have, like, you know, South American immigrants.
I don't think the issue is, well, I don't think it really is about immigration or not. It's about the rate of immigration, the lack of assimilation, the lack of actual equality that's occurring. Like, it really is. I think
Elon Musk kind of summarized it pretty nicely when he was having his little back and forth with the UK Prime Minister.
I agree.
He said some shit about, the UK Prime Minister said something about we need to stop attacking the Muslim community. Yeah. And then Elon rebutted, said, what about all communities? And that pretty much summarizes where a lot of people feel the UK government's at and the UK establishments are at. They don't give a fuck about the natives. They only care about the other demographics. And I after doing like a bit of an assessment, it feels like a lot of this, where we're at now, is because of shame. Like a lot of guilt, a lot of shame. Like in a desperate effort to make up for historical wrongdoings to LGBTQ communities, to ethnic minorities, to women, whatever. Like a lot of the government institutions have been trying to favor their requests at the expense of white, native people, Christians, or whatever you want to say. And for a long time, it was kind of like fine because people were like, no, we acknowledge the wrongdoings of the land and the government. These people do need a foot up. Let's actually support them. But then somewhere along the line, when you start to ignore the native people's concerns or questions or whatever, when you start to say everyone that has questions is a racist, that game plan will work for a while because people are afraid of being labeled a racist or losing their job or whatever. But after a while, it will turn into fucking violence and anger. And that's what you're seeing now. That's my assessment.
I would agree with you, Stephen. I think that things were already on edge, and this was kind of just the match with the fire that was already built. Because if anybody doesn't know, basically all the riots in England were triggered by 3 little girls below the age of 10 that were stabbed. What at least for now appears randomly, although there's a bunch of details they haven't released because the perpetrator was 17 years old at the time. And he also stabbed a few other children that are in the hospital. I don't believe any of them the others have died yet. Maybe you could correct me if I'm wrong, Stephen, along with a couple of adults. It was some sort of dance party or something, Taylor Swift themed. Yeah. And originally, people thought that the perpetrator was Muslim. And due to this and the riots in front of the mosques, or the protests in front of the mosques originally, they decided to release the name of the perpetrator, in addition to the fact apparently his 18th birthday is like this week or next week or something. And it turns out that he actually grew up in Cardiff and that his parents are from Rwanda. Yep. And so now there are protests going on all over. Some people say it's just because he's black. Some people are saying it's because of immigration, many different reasons. Personally, I happen to agree with most of what Stephen said. I think that immigration has been happening for a while, but at a much slower rate. And I also agree with CEO that I don't think America is a good comparison to what's going on even the UK or Canada or Europe, because they haven't had the levels of immigrants that we have had. Even in Canada, for example, Trudeau has been bringing in a lot of Indians at extremely high rates.
Yeah, I got next.
I can even say in one town that I visited recently, family that I know there have said that in the last like 2.5 years, he's brought in so many Indians that even say the local university used to be, the Indians were a minority, basically. Now you go there and they are, up there with probably the second highest demographic now. They're above black people, above Muslims, above any other group, Asians. And when you go on the metro system, it's probably like 70-80% Indians, and they're all speaking Hindi and other languages, they're not speaking English. And they're taking all the jobs in Canada, all the low-level paying jobs, and the people in Canada who were previously doing those jobs are complaining about it. And this was all part of Trudeau's plan, and like Stephen said, maybe the people were okay with some immigration, but were they okay with that rate of immigration in like 2-3 years? It doesn't seem that they are. And in the UK, I've been going to Scotland every summer since I was like 4 years old, because my mom is from a small island off the west coast of Scotland. And I can say for sure England has more immigrants than the rest of the UK, without a doubt. But there are many people in Scotland, parts of Scotland, where there's not a single black person. My mom, for example, there was nobody else on her island, no other demographic. My mom marrying a Sicilian American was like a huge deal, let alone meeting someone who was black or Asian or whatever. So I say all that to say that when you bring in these troves of immigrants within a short period of time, it is going to shake up the native population and the culture, especially if these people are not assimilating quick enough for the native people.
So wait,
and
you're from
there
Canada,
are differences.
You're from
No,
Canada?
no, I'm from the U.S. I was using Canada as an example because I visited their family there. I'm trying to use several different examples. So I'm saying all this to say that it does seem that the rate of immigration is going quite fast in some of these other countries where it previously wasn't, and the native population was overwhelmingly one demographic. England has more, as I said, immigrants than the rest of the UK by far, but in proportion to, say, America, it's not even comparable. And if people are not assimilating, I think that's the major problem. If they're not assimilating, if they're not learning the language, if they're not assimilating it some.
You think it's a problem in America?
It can become an issue, especially if they are coming in at high rates. I don't think it's comparable to America, as I said before.
Do you think it's a problem in America?
As CEO
What she's saying. Listen, that's just false though. American
can't yell, I'm at work.
America.
Can't yell, I'm at work, so if you could please, if you could just wait, just wait, thank you. All I'm trying to say.
Ava, let her finish, please.
I'm at work, I can't yell, so I'm not gonna do that. All I was trying to say is that I don't think the US is comparable to this, just as the CEO was saying as well. And
Yeah, what's the statistics for that though?
Alright, I have
okay, you just jumped in. You just jumped in at the last minute. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna do this, so you're gonna wait. All I'm trying to say is that I agree with what Stephen was saying. The rate of immigration is too high and the levels of assimilation are too low. I believe that this was already teetering on the edge of this, and it just took one more incident for something like this to happen.
Wait, CEO, you have like a
All right, hold on.
So the
I'm just giving a stat. Let me go, bro. I said I had next. So Melissa, do you know that America has an Ellis Island and that America is built on immigration? Are you aware?
I'm American. Are you retarded?
Yeah. Well, why you gotta call me retarded? Aren't you?
Because I'm American. Why are you asking me such a retarded question?
Because why would you think that we have a problem in the United States of immigration? When
I didn't say that. You know, you were trying to talk over me so much. You clearly didn't listen to anything I said.
No, I was listening to you.
She said the opposite.
No.
You didn't.
She said the opposite. Your point is nonsensical. Criticize her on something she said.
Melissa, I think you're very well spoken today, but I can definitely see that you were having a problem with the troglodytes on stage, and I do apologize for that.
I can't yell, like, I can't do this.
I know. That's why I tried to move the conversation to comic book shit earlier, but y'all just couldn't let me have that, could you?
No. Well, I want to
That's
say that America is never going to have a
It
problem.
was a good conversation, but we're glad we got to have it.
We are built on immigration, is all I'm saying.
We know that.
Immigration is beautiful.
Yeah, I think it is. And white people are not having kids.
We're built
of
on
course
legal
they're
immigration.
gonna allow anybody in.
We're also built on proper.
I mean, this
assimilation.
country's massive, so.
No.
I want to hear CEO's argument though.
I want to hear CEO and Stilgar. They both are smart people.
The CEO's fucking retarded. You guys pretty cool though.
Hey, well, we're all retarded sometimes.
The people of color or non-majority population in the U.S. is about 40%. In the U.K. and places like
what is it with immigration?
It's because they're people that look different than the main population.
Is this guy retarded?
Is this guy retarded? AWOP. No, AWOP, you're retarded.
Because you don't understand
You're
that, like,
just changing the
immigrants
scope.
look different typically than the majority population.
Okay, you know what?
No one said,
AWOL.
AWOL, here's the, no, that's not how stupid AWOL's point. AWOL is suggesting that, what, if a white person moves to the United Kingdom, you think we're gonna have an issue with that immigrant?
Wait, why is that the argument?
We're not.
Wait, why is that the argument?
That's not the argument. Okay, so.
Oh, no, I know. So it's that people that look different from them. That's the issue.
No, it's not.
That's not the argument. People who look different from them is the immigration issue.
The UK, huge issue with the amount of retarded.
The
UK has had like for the past 100 years the problem with what they call travelers or like Roma gypsies, and they're white presenting, but it's a culture clash issue. So like skin color isn't the determining factor. It's
Irish gypsies.
Yeah, but with Silver, you see what he's doing though, right? Because like I'm trying to have this argument here. He wants to like shoehorn his whole like proprietary notion of immigration, right? Not immigration simplicity, right? Which is actually like people getting visas and
It's just fucking down to the AWOL. Do you think when Donald Trump talks about immigration, he's talking about people from Norway coming to the U.S.? You think that's what his issue is? But Norway, don't let anyone else from Norway or Sweden come down. Is that what he's talking about? He's talking about people that.
Yeah, why is that the argument? Look, I had a claim on the table, right? I had a claim on the table, right?
What's your dumbass
point, Yo, look, I'm not a conversation. Fucking hell, people. Yeah, what's good, Steve? How you been, nigga? It's been a minute, bro. What's good, G?
I
Like, if you look at immigration rates, if you look at immigration rates, right, like.
The reason that they have a problem with immigration from South America, for instance, is they're coming.
Yeah, let's hear AWOL's dumbass.
Yeah, by the way, go mod a room that you mod.
Yeah, look, like, logical. Yo, Lawrence, how you been, bro? You been alright, brother?
Not you, BBO.
Okay, I was gonna say, 'cause sheesh.
I think Melissa hit the nail on the head. It's about assimilation. It's about culture clashing. You've got Turks in Germany who assimilate just fine. They maintain employment. They don't expect people to wear hijabs. There's no such thing as no-go zones, and there's no issue. But then you have like Syrian immigrants that are coming in by the bucket load that aren't assimilating, the rape gangs, the cultural differences. That's where the problem becomes. And Turks don't look like Germans, but they assimilate just fine.
What's the rape gang? First of all, they're not.
Logical. They're gangs of men that rape people. It's pretty self-explanatory.
No, you're pretty low. You're pretty low though, so it's like people easy to overtalk.
I'm low because motherfuckers keep running the goddamn out. So the problem, what I'm understanding is, somebody please correct me if I'm wrong. The issue is that they aren't immigrants in the first place. They're refugees who will not assimilate. They don't want to assimilate. They just want to be refugees. They want to have that refugee status, and then still take part of their community, the surroundings in the UK. They're not immigrants.
Yes, I don't think that they're refugees. I think it's that if a large number of immigrants come over to another country at one time, they don't as much feel the need to assimilate as they would if they were coming over in smaller numbers.
I agree.
They can insulate themselves in their community. It's not just refugees that are in the UK. There are many other groups that are immigrating and not assimilating very well.
Yeah, there's a lot. You don't agree with that though, because you're saying that refugees aren't immigrants, right? So why would you agree with what she just said?
They call them.
So like you don't agree with Melissa. So like, look, CEO, I just want you to like give me some statistical analysis showing that like rate of immigration is uncomparable to when America started, number one, which it isn't, right? And then I want you to show me the comparison between the UK immigration and American immigration controlled for stuff like refugees. Can you do that for me or no?
He's not going to do a research paper for you. I'm not going to give you a research paper.
I just want citations for your claims, you little pinhead boy.
What is your argument, bitch? Give your argument.
Wait.
I'll tear down your argument.
Look, my argument was pretty clear that like when you're using immigration there, you're using a proprietary definition. It isn't like adjusted for like how countries talk about immigrants or immigrants as a whole category. You want to talk about the skin color, right? Which is like not the conversation, right? And not what people seem to be even focusing on this conversation, right? You're just having a different conversation with people.
So like, why don't you address the actual claims on the table?
Let's just be practical about it.
No, I don't think you're capable of being practical, because practical people can be like, people can track conversations, can't they?
Let's test it, AWOC. Let's test it. All right. So typically in the U.S., when people express concerns with immigration, are they talking about people from Norway and Sweden? Yes or no?
No, because they assimilate correctly, goddammit.
Oh, look, wait, hold on.
But that means that,
like,
no, hold on.
hold on.
Wait,
hold on. That's not true. If you look
I'm
at,
fighting on the side, I'm fighting on your side, you just gotta let me do this, okay? And jump in.
okay, wait, can I just like stop this guy's throat for 1 second real quick, and then like we can go?
Or are they talking about?
You got it, I'll be.
Yeah, look, like, I mean, that's not true, because if you look at like immigrations from like Irish or Sicilian people, you know, historically a lot of people complain about those guys immigrating, and then main argument they were assimilating.
Today.
Italians took like decades.
You want to go for historical patterns?
Yeah, exactly.
You're making a totally different point. You're making a
wait,
different point.
I'm not
That is an illegal.
I'm not though.
Today.
I'm not
today. We're not talking about historical trends of immigration.
CEO, the problem is your position only works in the vacuum that you've chosen to place it in, and not everyone else wants to place the conversation in that level of vacuum.
That's fine.
I'm not even sure his argument works in that vacuum, right?
Let's start low, AWOC. Let's keep the bar low.
Saying 7 million people in 4 years now.
Where does that get you?
Just saying.
No, wait, Marshall, I mean, like, we can have...
I'm so white with my Sicilian last name, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, Sicilian, same.
Yes, I'm a very.
And you can lecture me on Ellis Island again, why don't you? Because you listen to what I have to say, didn't you?
Look, if we had a huge influx of immigrants from the Republic of Georgia that were Muslims but white presenting, that doesn't negate all of the problems.
What about a huge immigration rush from like the high class of Indians that are white presenting, right? And people still complain about that happening, the Brahmin people.
Now we're talking about hypotheticals and not what's actually happening.
No, I gave you an analysis of a historical trend,
We're
right?
not talking about what's
Like, you're
actually
And you didn't want to talk about what happened in the past. You didn't want to talk about what
We don't have a problem with it because of historical issues. We have a problem with it because the cities have to soak up the people who are here before they get shipped someplace. I'll give you an example. 9 months ago, my sector, in 7 days, processed 65,000 people. The sector above me, Del Rio and El Paso, 115,500. Right? I don't really care to get more people to come over historically. The people here who are 92% Hispanic care that the federal government is shafting them and has for the last 50 fucking years.
No, I think we can agree on that, Marshall, but I think the point that CEO is making is like ludicrous. Like, he's saying it's not immigration, it's inflicted or assimilation, it's just non-whites immigrating, right? And I think we can all agree that that's not even a reasonable assessment of like historical trends or even current.
Yeah, that's not why Hispanic folks or land grant families down here have a problem. Just saying.
Alright, let's talk about it. I just want to say one thing. But guys, I don't know why we have to like throw a fuss. No one wants to see a bunch of like brown people in Paris. Let's keep it a buck. Like, we don't have to like lie about this shit and like have this like, you know,
Dude, the brown people that live where I live are not mad because they're brown. They're mad because the federal government forces the local cities in the poorest area of Texas to pay for them. That is why they are mad.
Alright, dude, just let me finish. I'm not talking about America. I'm saying they have the right. What's like the Europeans have the right to not like immigrants. Dude, they have had xenophobic wars for almost 400 years. Let them have their own land. Why do these brown people just want to run to like Europe? Leave them alone. Let Paris be white, dude. Like, why do you have to harass these people?
They're not having.
Is this an argument?
This conversation is trending dumb.
Okay, let's simplify for a second. Here's a simplified example. United Arab Emirates only is 13% Emirati, right? Everyone else there is from some other culture and they've come in.
Yeah, it's because they slaved everybody to work.
Yeah, they're slave labor from India. Come on, Z.
Finish. Good grief. Can I finish? So my point is they are used to seeing other people of other cultures. So people from other cultures integrate better there.
Yeah, mute up,
They
bro.
are more accepting of it.
Wait a minute, so it comes down to assimilation? Is that what you're saying?
Can I finish my point?
So, dude,
I don't know.
This guy's an actual idiot. Like, I've embarrassed him multiple times. I don't even know why he
You
chose
don't
to
ever make
say
a fucking good point. You're a bitch.
Wait, I just made a good point earlier to ask you for an argument and you never gave
You're the only
it.
person on Clubhouse I want to smack. You're the only person on Clubhouse I want to smack. Like, literally the only one.
Yeah, see, why don't you give an argument?
I'm making my argument. Places like UAE and the United States are different than other countries because they have such a high level of population that isn't the majority of the historical population in the country.
The middle of the desert. What are you talking? Of course
Yes.
you have immigrants. What's wrong with you?
Okay.
How did you
All
compare
right.
a place like
And
that?
my point is they get along there. The diversity as well. They get along well there. And in the U.S. we get along better than what they do in Europe.
You're changing your plan. It's still our
changing my plan. You should have started to know my plan. Because you run things through a narrow academic filter that no practicality.
We should have got it by now.
Yo, come on. Let's be real. What's your IQ?
Why don't you make an actual point? All you do is criticize.
I'll make a point right now.
On the sideline, and you're just critical. You don't make any actual point.
I'll make a point right now. I'll make a point right now. Okay, look. Your claim originally was that skin color was the defining factor.
Why don't you make a claim?
I'm gonna just your claim and I'll make a
Why
claim
don't
too.
you make a claim?
Yeah, sure. Hold on, shut up.
You won't make a claim.
Come on, buddy. See, go sip some coffee, bro. Go check your fucking forex trading while a big man talks and actually handles the conversation properly, right? Fucking retard.
What do you even do?
Look, buddy. Come on, can I make my claim now, or do you want me not to?
If your claim cannot be a criticism.
Yeah, but I'll start off. And criticize your idea after, okay? I'll switch the organization so the claim goes first. Look, if you want to say something that immigration's like an unprecedented rate, right? Like look at the actual immigration charts, right? We're reaching the same ratio of 1890s, right? It's like we're like at some apex of immigration that I've never heard of before. The rates seem to be like in line with the 1890s, 1870s immigration, right? So you're like free to look up the statistics for that. Like it's a pretty easy to go to Google search, right? Yes, I don't think like your claim of accessibility is like actually accurate.
That
was my claim.
That's a relevant point now.
No, that's my claim, right? Okay, now look, and then I'll talk about your claim, right?
Okay, so
your claim was something. Yeah, I mean, you claim what you asked for, dumbass. Like, look, what are you talking about?
I should have said
now
it's
your claim
that Abe brings up because I mean we lost a lot of people to COVID. White people are not having kids.
You know what? Wait, George. You can't address him switching his position real quick, and then you can go. Yeah, okay, so like then and now, I think still got an accurate point, right? Your claim originally was it was brown people immigrating that was the issue, right? Kind of disregarding the assimilation. Wait, yeah, I am today. Disregarding the assimilation claim that Melissa made, right? Stilgar's whole point about like, there's specific groups of people that immigrate better than others, and he cited like specific instances of that, right? You shifted from that now to just talk about assimilation again. So like, I want you to pick a claim on the table, right? Don't get to go back and forth between race and immigration, right? I want you to pick one and actually make an argument about that using citation.
Together, I get it. You're just like one of these people who cannot integrate things together. I understand that. I got it.
Look, man, you and I haven't had nearly the amount of disagreements that you've had with AWOC, and I can say objectively that, like, you're just being bad faith.
No, Stilgar, I have no beef with anything you have said to date. I have no beef with any of your arguments.
Yo, you don't think somebody can steal man A's argument? CEO? You think it's a bullshit argument?
Look, someone make his point better so I could have a good faith conversation.
No, he said it perfectly. He said it perfectly. We see these rises going up and down.
He made a nonsensical point.
We see these rises going up and down, especially with the climate within the last 4 years. Again, and I hate to bring up this point again, but white people are now having kids. It's only, and Jews are not considered white. Neither is the urban community, these Albanians that come in, or other white-looking people like Polish or Irish. They're having kids, but they're not considered white.
Yeah, logical.
They're immigrants.
Logical.
They're immigrants. So the people of the land are not going to maintain it. The government, it's only right that the government starts to allow more people in to take the jobs.
Yes and no. Okay. Just pause 1 second. Because you do touch on a really good point. White people are not having children. White people also are not very religious. The amount of white people who identify as being atheist is on the increase. A lot of white people are less concerned with their community.
The majority of white people are still religious.
One second. A lot of white people are looking at these other communities that are very religious, very family oriented, very guided by values and such, with a certain sense of jealousy. That's another underlying.
Dude, I'm Jehovah's Witness. What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about you.
This idiot. This Mr. guy's like an actual stupid. Don't interrupt my boy Stephen. Go ahead, Steven. He's an OG, bro. Pay some respect, Mr. Fucking idiot.
I'm just simply saying, another variable as to what leads to conflict at this moment in time between the whites and people who are not of the native lands is a sense of jealousy also. A lot of white people.
I want to touch on that because the people that rush the Capitol, right? Those people are spoiled, and those people are rotten because their justification for rushing the Capitol was the fact that the black people were rioting. Could you imagine, like, the real white people that were brought up in this country would ever rush the Capitol and their excuse
You're rewriting
that
shit.
black
That's not
people-
why they stormed the
is that
Capitol. They
black
stormed the
people
Capitol because they
rioting?
believed the fucking election was stolen. Stupidly, but they believed it.
And now this is the J6 conversation. Sick,
Yeah, of
guys.
course it is, bro. I mean, Barth does the same, bro. But Barth. No, you can't. Whoa, Melissa. Barth is an OG. You can't just move him down like that. That's fucked
He
up.
can stop interrupting people. He's done it to quite a few people. He can come back up, but
That's the tactic of the game, right? For the OGs, they sometimes they gotta misbehave a little bit to show.
It is White
show
Wednesday
off.
too. Don't forget it.
Barth is white.
I understand it's white girl.
can we just let Steven finish? You can go after him.
I'm trying to
You
let
can
you
go
know
after him, Barnes. Like,
A brought up a really good argument, and on top of that, Steven was bringing up the argument also. He's still man
can you
the
interrupt
argument.
him? Can you finish?
Cool,
You're interrupting a lot of people. It's annoying.
Thanks. I'll keep it relatively short. I don't necessarily 100% know if what I'm saying is applicable to the US. I can see areas where it may or may not be, but I want to step carefully. But what I'm saying I definitely think is applicable to the UK, whereby there's a lot of British people who are pissed off that they don't hold the position that they once did. And they're now having a tantrum. They're having an identity crisis, a collective identity crisis. And it's been exacerbated by also recognizing that the things that they don't have is very existent within other communities. And it's it's just creating this sense of who the fuck are we? We don't know who we are. And there's a lot of anxiety, stress, anger, frustration, and it is resulting into what you're seeing right now, riots and such. Now, my point of raising this is what I see as being a solution for them is not to kick off, because you're not achieving anything other than just destroying your own fucking streets and companies and such by just kicking off. What you need to do is learn from these people. As somebody said a moment ago, white people are not having kids. That's a cultural failing that's happened over the last 20 years within the white communities in the UK and from what you're saying in the US. There has to be a shift away from being so individualistic, coming back to like a collectivist idea, recognizing family as being a very important institution, being less concerned with going on holiday every fucking year and actually investing money into their communities and bringing the living standards back up for everyone else. Do you know what I'm saying? A lot of white people have just been living their own best life, YOLO, fuck everybody else. But now, by doing that, by living so individualistic for so long, is now brought about the kind of cultural change that they're not happy with. But instead of making changes to it, they're now just kicking off and trying to tear everything down. It's fucking.
Are you not part of the riot? Before you open your mouth, CEO, do you have a rebuttal? Yeah, do you have a rebuttal what I said, CEO, or no?
Shut up, Louis. Shut up, Maywalk. Stop trying to bully people. Shut up.
Yeah, wait.
To be fair,
Literally didn't say why is Louis on your
My fault. I said my fault, bro.
to be fair, since I did throw Barth down, and I think it was only fair to let him go.
Yeah, apologize, Nathan.
Yeah,
Nathan, that's you. You look at
Was this is about your point about the immigration rates being the same?
Yeah. Look, we're not even
I wasn't debating that.
Can we listen to the mods? The mods say one mic on board, guys. Hey, A-Walk, no one cares about your little perverted shit, man. Yeah, shut up. One mic on board, A-Walk.
Boy, your white face nigga.
Alright, yeah. Go ahead, Bart.
Yeah, no, the only thing I was gonna say, like, I looked up on Pew Research, 70% of white people in the United States are religious. So,
Marshall.
What?
Arth, I threw you down because you're interrupting, and I said you could go, so go ahead. Everybody else can wait.
We're out of time, dude. We're not in Africa. We're out of time.
Keep going, Marshall. Keep going. You were cooking there.
No.
Alright, then you have
Pew Research looked at this and said 70% of white people in the United States are religious. So the claim that most white people are not religious is just not true.
Yeah, but Stephen's like from the UK.
He was talking about the UK.
Yeah, I was referring. Yeah.
Oh, no, I was talking about the United States. My bad.
Isn't that not true? Isn't the majority of UK atheists?
Hey, Steve. I was just in Finchley in North London. Cooked, like, bro, both sides of the street, all counter protest, Palestine flags, like, far right, can't do nothing in London this time.
Timothy, I can't hear you. Say that again, bro.
I said, I just come from Finchley, yeah, so obviously, they put out like some...
Come on, Bart, let them talk, bro. Leave the problems in the other room. Let them talk. Go ahead.
So yeah, basically, the far right obviously advertised, like Tommy Robinson, there's this new organization that's just popped up called Enough is Enough, responding to, the murder of the 3 girls and the teacher in Southport. Yeah, so anyway, they put out, one of the teachers or someone else died as well. I think it was like three children. Tragic incident. Anyway, because of that, there's obviously been riots in different pockets around the UK, mainly in the north of England. Anyway, today they advertised that they were coming to a few different locations in London, North London, North East London, a few locations in South. But I drove past one of them like about an hour ago, and literally, bro, they're meant to be there about I think like 6 or 7. Literally, high road, lock off, all counter protests, all pro-Palestine, refugees welcome, right middle class liberals, and different immigrants and that, like complete lock off. Like basically the police's only job there is to marshal or to try to contain the counter protester. So literally, but the point I wanted to make is, and then the woman's soul is the same. So like the only point I was gonna make is like, obviously London, different animal. You know what I mean? Like north of England, you can get away with it. You can get away with that kind of racism. You see what happened in Middlesbrough? Yeah. London is sun, no bueno. You get me? I'm going from multiculturalism.
Have boys see Logan now or no?
Yeah, go. Make the
Look, so like you asked me to make a claim, CEO. So you want to deal with the claim, right? Like, I don't think like no matter how many Republican and white people are talking points. Okay, cool. So like let's go further. Let's go further. Hold on, CEO. You fucking no matter how many white people always be a fucking nigger, bro. Like I don't know why you're pretending out here.
I have an opportunity to see if you're intellectually honest or not. Okay, so here's your opportunity as well.
Okay, give it to me, bro. Feed me.
So, if there were immigrants that look different than the main population versus the United States, which country do you think would more easily absorb that?
Yeah, I imagine the United States, but I'm not really sure what the relevance is to the argument here, right? Like, because it seems like if you want to
point.
Look, that isn't your entire point. Look. Your point was that U.S. immigration. Wait, hold on. Can I respond to what you said? Because I want to show how dishonest you're being here, right? Your point was that U.S. immigration isn't tiered by necessarily like assimilation rates, right? It's more so about like how white people are, right? That's your point. Then it seems like there's a majority of population aren't white people in like the U.S. If you take all the conjunction of like Africans, Hispanics, right? Like then the majority population wouldn't be white people, right? So like I don't think those two things are like equivocal in the same way you want them to be, right?
The majority population is white in the United States.
No, you're a fucking retard. I said in conjunction with Hispanics and Africans and other immigrants that aren't white, the majority wouldn't be white people. Do you agree with that?
It is. Yes.
So that's not true.
The
That's not true.
US census,
I think she is right.
50% of the country is European descent.
It's still a majority.
That's
The
60%.
majority.
No, even conjunction with immigrants and blacks and Hispanics.
Yes, yes, you
even then,
dumbass.
Oh, I'm
We're not done
doing
yet.
Yeah, you dumbass. Keep making.
Wait, but hold on,
smart.
Yeah, well, but anyway, what it would need to be is that like if white people are more than 50% of the overall, if the demographic is like, so it's white people are over 50%, yeah,
It's 59, yeah, so it's just barely.
Yes, so shut the fuck up, Dave.
Okay, but
Thank you,
this is where numbers. 1 second, but this is where numbers aren't the determinant factor here. You can say that the largest population number is white, so whatever. But if
if they want grow.
So wait, but can I say one thing though? Wait, but I don't, wait. But I don't know what the, wait. Well, I don't know what the relevance is, but like just in case, that 59, that's great.
Let's see if AWOC is capable of admitting he's wrong.
No, boss, people rate me over here. No one rates you. That's the problem.
Now, Lawrence don't treat, bro. I rate both of y'all. But I blew for
we can't.
Mark's my boy, my day one though. Mark's my day one.
We can't be entirely sure that AWOC is not correct because the 2020 census put the population at 61% white, and the 2022 census put the population at 59% white. It's now 2024, and the other thing is that white category doesn't necessarily clarify origin of citizenship.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. That was the word I was gonna make.
Yeah, because they know.
No, but wait, what percentage of that is immigrant? Wait, what percentage of that 59% are immigrants? Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like I think there's plenty of whites that come from Eastern Bloc countries and Spain.
Like as in that aren't
there like that.
That are first generation.
Yeah, of course they do. We have gay people in this country. That's a bigger issue. We got gay people.
They have American whites, and that's it.
Yeah. I think. Wait, hold on. Wait, what was that guy? That guy that was complaining about gay people in the country.
There's no such thing as white in the UK.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we
identify as American foundational white.
Yeah, Americans welcome gay people, bro. Don't worry, you're safe.
That's fine. Like that's fine. You know that one point could be wrong, right?
I don't think like that.
I don't think the still thing is equivocal, right?
European immigrants in the U.S.
No,
right
he's just in
now,
a fucking
4.7 million. 4.7
Yeah, what's the
million
relevance?
immigrants.
What's the relevance of that?
4.7 million, and you're still over 50%.
Well, what's the relevance of that?
You're wrong now.
You're hardworking though. You're hardworking.
Oh my God, bro! Like the point wasn't that they were non-immigrants in comparison. My point was that the statistics are not the same in such a way that you can draw like an analogy between China and America, right? Like if you look at it historically, China has like never really let immigrants in a widespread in period, right? That's going to be a source of like tension for immigration, period, right? And then number two is that like I don't understand like what your point is. Like you can't say something that like hold on, buddy, Bucko. I don't agree with your point.
Hey,
Bucko, silly boy, look, I know you want to be white so bad that like you'll take up like Anglo talking points, but like why don't we actually have a real conversation here, right? But the point I'm trying to say is that like even if I agree with the premise, right, that China wouldn't allow immigrants, and they would probably be like more dislikely to immigrants than America is, right? How does that bolster your claim that the problem in America in particular is that they're not white passing, right? You have to make you have to bolster an argument and contextualize it towards the actual area you're talking about, right? You can't draw these wide.
This is why AWOC isn't white. He wants us to build up an argument that shouldn't. You're supposed to know that. But why are you asking for that foolishness?
Wait. Is that the argument he's actually making?
That's actually the argument he's making.
That's a fact, AWOC. I don't know why you even making that argument. AWOC, come on, bro. Please don't play that.
Wait. That's like retarded if you
If you don't understand.
It's retarded if you don't live in America, respectfully.
No, that's like stupid.
No. You just don't know how stupid America is.
The most diverse country, which also has the
Yeah. What has the majority of white people in it, right? Yeah, you get privilege. You get white privilege. Go ahead, CEO. Let's see you off of it.
Can I make one second? Let me say one second. Can I say 1 second?
Let's go to the chat. Let's go to the chat.
No, I can't.
Let's go to the chat.
I'm working out. I can't do that.
Bro, I got good though working out. Work out first and then talk.
I could have said my one sentence already. I could have said it already.
He just wants to run away.
Stop, bro. I could have already said that shit. What I'm saying is, I just want to ask you, I just want to clarify. CEO, do you mind if I just clarify one thing before you go? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Thank you, brother. Are you saying that the larger economy, hold on, the larger economy and the country that generally speaking would score higher on most indices, which is more diverse, you're saying that it would be better if they were less diverse, and your evidence for that is the country that is less diverse but scores lower on the indices and has a smaller economy. Is that your point?
That's
useless. That's like retarded. That's like quick. Well, that's the argument done. If anybody was paying attention.
Okay, no, that's not what I was saying. All right, so Awok, I'm just trying to say this in good faith to you, okay?
Yeah, please. I'll be waiting.
Was just like China would have a more difficult time with immigrants that don't look like the main population than the U.S., Europe would also have the same issue.
Yeah, but why are they analogous?
That was my chief.
Why are they analogous? Why are they analogous?
They're analogous because both countries are not set up to absorb immigrants in the same way the United States.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with what does that have to do with the actual skin color of them, right? Like,
oh my God, no, we're moving on.
You can say
maybe you're a retard.
Don't look like the majority population. Awok, that's what I said.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this, Hassan, bro. Doing this, what do you mean by that? What do you mean that? That's that gets born after a while, right? You get no purpose.
I'm not questioning. I'm not.
Yeah, you're doing that. You're doing this dumb stuff, bro. You're doing this dumb stuff.
But he drew some type of equivalence, right? Now I'm asking, like, okay, why
did he draw it?
Yeah.
Why did he draw
And
it?
then he said something like, well, they're not set up to take these immigrants on, but it's like, yeah, but that's like an infrastructural kind of issue, right? Like, maybe they don't have enough, like, land or whatever. I'm asking for, like, what evidence does he have to say that, like,
they also have the second biggest population in the world. Maybe that might be a factor.
Okay, so we have issue with terms. All right, okay, give me a second. I'll be done in a second. All right. So
hey, someone help Bob. Someone needs to misdoubt fire a fucking Bob.
When I am saying set up Awok, what I'm referencing is how the majority population is accustomed to living and interacting with people that do not look like them. So I'm saying America's culture is more accustomed to bringing in people and working with people that do not look like the majority population.
Yeah, but that's not true historically.
Yeah, but that's hold on. But one of the reasons is because one of the reasons is because they're not indigenous. Because the majority in America currently is not indigenous. You know what I'm saying? And Chinese are actually indigenous to that.
That is correct. Good point, Hassan. Good point. Well, I am not talking about historically. I know very well that the Italians and the Irish had issues.
Yeah, but like, look what we can talk about now.
100 years ago.
What about a 30-year time span? Like, what about a 30-year time span? How many?
The last 10 years. My comments are only focused on the last 10 years. That's it. Nothing else. I'm not trying to expand my argument beyond that.
Yeah, so you like, look, like.
The issue is we got too much Mexicans and not enough Brazilians. That's the issue.
Yeah, but like, look, like I'm not sure, like why do you want to index your argument to 10 years?
You would much rather Mexicans than Brazilians, trust me.
And even like, let's look at the 10 years. How many?
Mexico's a good
like, what are you citing for this data? Like, do you have like some data showing like how many people? Like, let's say I'm a white person, right? Like, what's the probability I meet someone that's like not the same skin tone as me, right? Like, do you have like a source for that? Like, so I'm pretty sure, like, like the average white person meets like a multiplicity.
So relative risk assessment.
Just saying.
It's a relative risk assessment of the likelihood of having an interracial interaction.
Yeah, but what's the study, CEO? I mean, like. Honestly, like I think the criminal claim here would be like you showing us some type of analysis of people's like immigration dispositions and saying that like the number one thing they're worried about is just what they look like, not necessarily their values or culture, right?
Okay.
I mean, there's a bunch of data that shows that's not true.
Here's my evidence. 40% of the population in the U.S. doesn't look like the majority population. In the United Kingdom, it is 14%. Therefore, people in the U.S. that are white are more likely to interact with people that don't look like them.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, is that your point? Is that the point? I thought it was a normative claim being made.
Yeah, it was normative.
What is this? We just exchanged the
doesn't have issues
You're confusing.
Wait, could you, what is the point?
Some racist? Some racist for me, please.
Wait, Theo, let me ask you, can I ask you one quick question? Like, that evidence supports what thesis?
It supports that white people in the U.S. are more likely to interact with someone who is white than white people in.
That's just a breakdown. That's a breakdown. That's a breakdown of the data. That's a breakdown of the data. Is there no claim concerning how essentially immigration should be controlled, or whether it should be unfair? Like, is there no claim at all on the table about? What the fuck are you arguing about?
No, he did make that claim. No, he did make that claim.
Hassan, here's what AWOC does, right? He doesn't realize I was making a very narrowly concerned.
I see what this is a waste of time. I'm a massive AWOC fan. I'm a massive AWOC fan.
This is what it was. I made a very narrowly construed argument, and he expanded it and stretched it to be incompetent so that he could make his talking points. So
what was your argument
from the beginning?
CEO, AWOC's position, he's not the only one that observed what appeared to be you suggesting that like skin color was the prime mover on whether or not immigration works. Like, that was an impression that I got as well.
I'm okay, but the way you said that, yes, that is true.
But that isn't a normal thing. You're saying something like. That's
still your position. That's still your position.
So you think the primary indicator of successful assimilation? Hold on. You think the primary indicator of successful assimilation or integration is just their phenotype?
Yeah, Irish and Italian immigrants would strongly disagree with you.
I mean, that's like, there's always the problem with that as a thesis. It's going to underdetermine. It's going to underdetermine. It's going to underdetermine.
But CEO, you have to acknowledge that historical goings on certainly inform future policies and current outcomes. No.
Of course.
That's why he wants to index it to the 10 years because he wants.
I'm just talking about the 10 years.
And this is why I was saying that the vacuum you place it in is kind of weird. It's a weird choice.
No, but even that. Hold on. Wait. But that's just going to completely underdetermine the kind of strong correlation you're going to have amongst white migrants and coming from the developed world. Like, essentially, like, how do I know that it's because somebody's white, essentially, or because of some like homogeneity? That's the reason that someone's going to like integrate better or is going to be welcomed into a community more. Or the fact that they come,
is better.
Yeah, no, wait. Just wait. I haven't made the point. Just wait. Or it's because they've come from a country that is more likely to share similar kind of reference frames and share similar culture, and or is a developed country, and or is in the West. Like these, like, how do you know that? But a perfect example would be something like an Eastern European white person may find it more difficult to integrate in America than a black person who's come from England, right? Like
white Muslims from the Republic of Georgia are going to have a lot harder time assimilating if they're not a white
Chechen person. So the idea is completely underdetermined.
Can I get? Oh, I'm sorry. I heard a woman's voice, but I wasn't sure.
So it's me. Thank you. I want to add something. In the UK, a lot of Americans don't realize is that the Queen invited a lot of people from various countries to the UK to fulfill positions that they didn't have after World War II. So the Caribbean people got invited to be teachers and doctors and nurses. The people from India were invited over. People from Sierra Leone were invited over. They were welcomed into the UK. It's not that they immigrated to the UK, but they were welcomed to the UK. So when these racist people in the UK turn around and they say, we want our country back, blame your fucking queen. Blame your queen.
I said, we want our country back. We want our country back.
Theo, the other thing that I'm going to add is a lot of the people that are anti-migration right now, that are protesting, are predominantly white people in the UK, in London as well. So when we're saying white people, right, we're not just saying all white people are racist in the UK, because there's a lot of people.
No, it's working class inbreds. It's mainly working class inbreds.
It's a lot. So when you hear us saying, you know what, there's that racist white people. These are white people that don't have education, that don't have degrees, that are being assisted by the welfare state, that have criminal backgrounds, that are pedophiles, and their only their only claim to the country is that they're white. They're like, we are blue-collared white, and this is our country, and we just want our country. When it's like, okay, what is your issue with immigration or migration? Well, we can't get jobs. No, it's not that you can't get jobs. You don't want to work. You don't have to.
It gets worse before it gets better, baby. Don't worry about it.
No, but but that's not really responding to what he said. That's not. Yeah, that's not responding to what he said.
Okay, so I'm gonna try that again.
It's not spasmy. It's not
I'm going to encourage one singular mic at a time, so that everyone gets a chance to make their argument before other people presumably attempt to destroy it.
Wait, before you go, wait. Can CEO go first and respond to what I said?
Yeah, it's just a clarifying.
Yeah, and then A will go, and then A will
No. The cue would be this. 1 second. Sorry. The cue would be this. We'll go because she was trying to respond to my boy CEO. So we go CEO, then after CEO, Hassan, then after Hassan, then we go Lion, then after Lion, we'll go A1.
No, A1 can take my spot, but wait. And A1 can take my spot. CEO, can you respond to me too, though? Like, don't just respond to the lady, respond to me. Alright, cool. And then A1 can go.
So I didn't have any smoke with what she said. But so Hassan and Stilgar, I just want to clarify. Any statement I'm making is going to be a generality, not an absolute. So you're 100% correct in saying a black person from the United Kingdom is going to assimilate better than a white Muslim from an Eastern European country. I completely agree. I'm speaking in generalities, not absolutes. So I just wanted to make that.
But CEO, in that regard, would you then concede that like the prime mover?
Come on,
Come on, what?
You didn't hear the cue?
I didn't hear the cue. Yeah,
I know you always hear everything else.
It's not.
You always hear everything else, right? But you can't hear the cue.
You're spending them lips on whatever you're eating, mate.
Yeah,
you're directly right, Timothy, because I asked him.
No, it's Lion. Oh, no, sorry, A-Boss. Yeah, you did take, it is his turn.
Because I asked him, like, do you have any data showing that, like, maybe, like, white Americans' predilections towards, different skin colors actually are the motivating factor between immigration policy, what they're looking for, right? Could you cite a source for that? And then that was his source for that, Timothy. That was the source for his claim, was him just saying something like, well, white people are more likely to engage with black people in an overall status. So, like, I think
he's on the phone, by the way.
Yeah, who cares, bro? He's an idiot. But, like, I think him admitting that, like, there are other factors, right, that are also going to be, like, maybe a greater mover in regards to how we actually determine whether someone can immigrate or not, just kind of, like, defeats his point in general. I think we can just move on, because he's essentially admitting what I was claiming in the first place, right? There are other factors that are a lot more, like, important towards immigration and acclimation towards the culture than just what someone looks like, right? And when he says that, I think he just, like, stabbed himself in the back, so there's no point even engaging with it.
22 factors, we're just...
Yeah, which one's the greatest? Which one's the greatest, CEO?
No, but you're talking about hierarchy. Wait, you're talking about hierarchy, and I said it's clearly underdetermined by those correlates, right? But anyway, so it's lying, you don't have to go, but that's the point. The point is, you need to give some kind of support, other than there is a correlation. Because we can, like, give examples of all these other correlates as well. And we ask, well, then how does the hierarchy...
Hey, you gotta separate y'all two light skins, bro. That ain't fair, man. Why? You say you didn't want to go.
We go, because we the Splash Brothers, for real, though. How we doing that? Light skins, green eyes. Green eyes. How we doing that?
Alright, thank you. I just want to say this.
Lion's a homosexual, but he doesn't watch sports.
Come on. Go ahead. One more time, Lion.
Homosexuals, by the way. Anyway, where can a white man go where he won't find any one of you third world immigrants showing up with your pot bellies and all your diseases, your communicable diseases?
Amen.
Why can't you nasty degenerates, vagabonds, go back to your destructive, destroyed governments and countries and regions? and go and worship the little trees.
And the inbred too.
The trees and the ghosts that you're used to worshiping. Oh, and you too, Chaos. Why can't you go back to worship and go to that temple, the temple where you all worship rats? Yeah, just go there. If it's so great, you love your culture so much, why? Oh, why?
This nigga, idiot. He is an actual idiot.
Come on, no interrupting. Stop improvising. Go ahead, Ryan. Start all over again.
Why do you want to assimilate so badly into the white man society? Just go back to where the fuck you came from and live out the
Yeah, go back to Cambodia, Lion. Go back to Cambodia, bro.
Listen, go back to
Start over again, bro.
I can't. I'm gonna run out. I'm on the road and it's gonna die on me. I just want to end here.
Yo, should we keep interrupting him then? Just the cooking.
Just go back to the nasty countries that you come from, the lack of deodorant, the multiplicity of flies and gnats and diseases, and go back there and leave these good old white people in England alone. I just don't understand it.
Yo, Nathan, put me next, bro.
I got you.
And then I.
Go ahead,
Who's next?
Is I? And after I?
I need to
and then you, Mister.
It's me next.
You might as well put Silver and Barst in there. Okay, well, what? Me?
Hey,
very insightful because New York don't have this problem with immigrants. We get the best of the best, and if they can't handle it, you go back where the fuck.
Okay.
Come here. When Muslims come here, they have to open up a store. They have to have a business. You know what I'm saying? They become Dominican right off the jump. Right when they get a store in Washington Heights, they're not doing the same shit that they're doing.
Preach it, my nigga. Preach.
You don't have that problem.
Okay, you finished, man. That'll dovetail into my point first.
They marry a big bitch with flip-flops on, get our toes done, and they love it. Blowouts and all.
Well, and I was gonna say that about, okay, so here's the assimilation issue in England, the rape gangs, right? And granted, this isn't to the particulars of the point that was brought up by CEO in terms of skin color, but yeah, the Muslim group in the UK seems to be it's not brown people that are doing the raping, right? As far as I know, like the Tommy Robinson group is against something that is hundreds of years old, which is you could say the Crusades itself is modern Christendom taking up arms against Islam. Now, in England is a pinnacle location of the church, the Bible, right, of everything, right? So, and to Bart's point, yeah, in New York, the Muslims know it's all business, right, and they're going to assimilate or they're not. But that doesn't mean that the rape gangs that are performed by Muslims in the UK aren't, as a cultural movement that's being pushed back against it in mass, right? In the U.S., the Muslim population compared to the Hispanic immigrant population, I would say for the most part they do have their business, but then there's the idea once again that the theology masked or integrated with a politic runs the parallel roughshod, meaning in Islam, the way politics is furthered, their idealism is integrated into their theology. If they do get a foothold in the U.S. like they did in the U.K., right, then that's where the pushback comes from, right? To me, it's still an adage or an argument against the Christendom against Muslim theology. I believe all of this is rooted in there, and the immigration issue in the U.S. is fine, but as far as meaning it could be discussed differently because the majority are South American. But yeah, we get all sorts of different people from all over the world coming in. That's true, both illegal and legal. And so I'm just trying to reemphasize that since the Crusades, the theological difference between Christendom and Islam is so significant because of that in the U.S. we have freedom of religion, but in here lies the rub, is that if the Muslim population increased to 15%, or if you take Dearborn, Michigan, I believe, right, taking over an entire district, right, such as to you can make the claim, but what I'm suggesting is the remainder, the Indians, the East Indians that go to the UK.
Did you just want to say that there's enclaves? Is that what you want to say? That there's Muslim enclave? Shut your bitch ass up. You know what I'm saying? The fuck is he talking to, right?
You don't even sound like what's enough, bro. You sound too proper. Go ahead,
Look at that. So the American immigration system, I believe, the way that the legal immigration system works is that it's based on the country that you're born. Based on the population, that's how like people allocate or process their applications via the green card. Unless there are some there are some circumstances where like if country needs someone for some special purposes, like the nuclear program that was there before World War II, like that would be exceptions made apart from that rule. Or to marry someone, so that's where it changes. But I think
paperclip.
Yeah, so there are exceptions being made, but generally speaking, the way the immigration system works, like in America, is that it is controlled by a country's population. That's why when you look at Chinese immigrants or Indian immigrants or even Mexican immigrants, when like they have the longest queues when they're in process for their green cards, that's because they do want to control they want to have a healthy population, with regards to like nationalities as Americans. That's how the policy actually works overall in general. Unless like if you consider visas are different, like on a need per need basis. But if you are looking at the American population, it is like when people do become American or get to choose to be American, those are all like funneled through like your both countries like population. Wait, can we go back to talking to each other now?
No.
Yeah, you see my shit?
You have to come off the mic first, bro.
No, look at my shit. Look at my comment. I actually stopped what I was doing to write that. Juvenile folk.
Oh my God.
Is it Rogers though?
Mr. Rogers, are you there, Mr. Rogers? Okay, Mr. Rogers, and then we can circle back to Mr. Rogers when he's available. Okay.
Yo, we're not wasting you fucking pussy. Get out of here, bitch boy.
All right, let's go step on.
Yeah. I was just pointing clarification because I was driving at the time about the assimilation part of the conversation. How are you guys determining successful assimilation? And for me, just quickly before I open it up for people that feeding back, me personally, I'm saying something along the lines of living in accordance with a recognition that the country you've moved to has a pre-existing culture, set of traditions and so forth that have to be respected, even if you don't necessarily engage in them. A learning of the language to be able to communicate and engage with fellow citizens, and following the law. I mean,
What
by all
about, what
means,
about an abandonment of your own culture and religion
Well,
for the sake of a European woman
Yeah, no,
voting against your
We are currently in a
culture
queue. We are currently in a queue.
That's all right, like, it's all right, it's all right.
No, but he asked the question, but he didn't ask the question.
Yeah, how many baby mamas do they have? Do they smoke blunts? Like, it's all that shit, bro. Do they have fitted caps?
when it comes to the
culture and race as interest would be a good sign of assimilating. Think about it.
I think the simplest way though, Steve, is like whether or not there's incidents, like whether they're like as in direct.
I'm sorry, man. Steven, if you're gonna make your point, you gotta make your point in less than 90 seconds.
Ask the question, Doc.
Okay, I get it. But we don't do asking questions when it's a queue. We have other people that want to speak, so respectfully, I know you want to get this answer out, but not today.
Yeah, put
on your turn. Yeah, on your turn, we let you go. All right, let's get that. Steven, can you wrap up? That way we have other people that want to speak.
All right, real quick. Like I say, yeah, assimilation is very, very important. And obviously, when it comes to fast immigration, the assimilation doesn't really happen. It just it just leads into people self-segregating to retain their own culture and their own identities, which is an important aspect of migrating to any country. I don't advocate that people who come from a different country forget about their land and their history and their culture and such. I'm simply saying it has to be done. It's a balance. It's a delicate equation. You've got to somehow find a way of retaining what you had while simultaneously accepting the new ways. I don't know. It's something like.
What's the queue, mate? What's the queue, mate? Because I want to touch on that. That was a.
Yo, I gotta be in the queue, Nathan.
Pause. Okay, so
yeah, big facts,
currently
big facts.
the queue is CEO.
Say my name, Toby. Come on, say my name.
Yeah, CEO ran away.
As Hasawak, since you and Awak
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, we share time.
a little buddy of bullies, and then Bart.
We're the victims. We're the biggest victims.
Alright, so the problem of assimilation that happens in the United States is basically. No, well, they're not talking, so.
Well,
the proper assimilation in the United States
is
just
muted.
Actually,
That's cute, man.
Yeah, we're actually
That's cute. That's cute, logical. Mute your ass up. Hey, mute your bitch ass up, man. Hey, chill.
Write it down. Write it down. You'll be fine.
Yo, respect my nigga Boris, bro. Don't be talking to him like that.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, so I think someone in here had mentioned the history about the English Defence League EDL saying that a lot of it stemmed from Muslim gang rapes. Majority of the rapists in the United Kingdom at 82% are predominantly white males. So when it comes down to the English Defence League saying that it's Muslim people raping people in the UK, that technically isn't even factual, right? So then it's just more like, what is their stance? When you constantly ask them, what is your agenda? What is your issue? What is your issue with immigration or migration? They never have a clear answer. I hear a lot of people in here that are American correlating or relating to events that are happening in America, which I can consider, like, I understand. But America is different than the UK, one in size and population, and then your 50 states have different laws, whereas like, we're governed by one law in the UK. So it's just like the things that are happening over in the UK really doesn't make sense to the people that are British. When it comes down to a lot of people who are migrants, or like I live in America now. So when it comes down to a lot of people in the UK, it's like these are third generation, second generation, first generation British. So again, it's just more like, what is your stance in saying that England or the UK is predominantly white when a lot of people have been here and they're from here and they're born here and they never seem to have a clear answer? So who are they referring to as immigrants or migrants?
Rapes and gang rapes.
Is it me?
Yeah.
No, but even, well, I mean, to tell you that, I mean, it is true that Asians are overrepresented when it comes to sexual offences, but I think that's less of a Islamic issue because what we would expect to see, if it was, one second, yeah, all right, sure. So you can just Google that, like full fact or one of those fact. The point of the matter is I think if the attribution to the religion, that's where I think the critics overextend themselves, because clearly that's not the case, because it's not reflected in other Muslim communities. For instance, it's not reflected in the Somali community, in the Arab community, and these are predominantly Muslim communities. So what we tend to see is, in some continental Asian countries, sorry to say this, Chaos, obviously they have like an issue with kind of misogyny and like the treatment of women. And I think that's just generally going to be, that's what we're seeing that's reflected, because the majority of these rape gangs, actually that's why they've been renamed by the press as Asian rape gangs and not Muslim rape gangs, because the actual common property that is found, or the overrepresentation relative to the population size, is amongst Asians, not amongst Muslims. Okay, that being said, the other point that Stephen made, I think the simplest way, subcontinental Asia. So, but generally the Muslim subcontinental Asia, so Pakistani, the Bangladesh. But sorry. But hold on. But one of the interesting facts about that, you might want to say, no, that's not true. But just finish. Look, everyone was complaining. All right, Nathan.
One mic.
Thank you. So that's to respond to that lady. To respond, Stephen's point. This idea about assimilation though is problematic for multiple reasons. One, because culture isn't static, it's dynamic, it's fluid. So, and we live, one of these like British values are like tolerance, right? Freedom of religion, freedom of expression, and all these other things. So the idea that like, there's this like, the standard model of assimilation is, I think, like silly, and it's going to put kind of like unrealistic pressure on people that are coming. A lot of the people that are being targeted now as well are like refugees and asylum seekers. And we as a nation, as presumably there's a lot of overlap with like the human rights laws and our own laws, right, or our own the sentiment of British culture is like tolerance and inclusion. And a lot of the asylum seekers, refugees that are protected by international law, that we have an obligation once they arrive to the country to offer them safe haven and not send them back to places that present some kind of risk to their well-being. We have to accommodate those people, and we have to accommodate them within the parameters like the state, i.e. allow them to express their religion freely. We are a tolerant society, and why is it the case that in like 10, 50, 100 years, that like what it means to be English, the English language incorporates a lot of the kind of foreign languages that are currently in contemporary British society. So this idea, I think the simplest way is to say, hey, look, so long as there are like actual real culture clashes with good British people, not these scumbags protesting now, but like good English people and migrant population. I think generally speaking there isn't. And the Jewish community is a perfect example of that, because you have these Jewish enclaves all around London and the UK that seem to have absolutely no issue. And they're like very kind of culturally homogenous and like distinct from kind of mainstream British people. But nevertheless, like we don't see them as like a problem. And now like British Jewry is like, it's just like a dimension of British culture, and nobody seems to have a big issue with that. So obviously it's very possible for Muslims
That's
to do that.
because your queen said that she was also Israelite or Israeli. You didn't know that?
Exactly.
R.I.P. that great.
Invaded by Jews already in some of the 1700s.
Yeah, we have
I'm gonna share my time with you, Line. I'm gonna share my time.
Oh, you're sharing your time. Okay.
So, yeah, I'm gonna share my time with Line. But what I'm saying is, you see, the perfect assimilation would be someone like Melissa. Like, think about it. Her family's immigrants, and they're probably really Italian, all Italian, but then they raised their daughter to not know Italian, to not do the cultural things that they did, because when she marries like another white guy, that's going to be another generation separated from those actual like traditions and culture and language. And then it gets watered down again until they get to the point where they think they're better because they're moving up. Because when they got here, they were immigrants, right? So they're moving up, thinking that they're going to keep moving up, but they have the same ceiling like everyone else in the United States. And by that time, their culture is so far removed that they are now white. They're slaves now. They're slaves to the system. So they think they're moving up because they come in, they don't learn the culture, they delete the culture, thinking that they, assimilating, but then the United States wins because they had nothing left. They got cheeseburgers, hot dogs, as some dried ass fucking chicken.
So are you saying that assimilation is kind of impossible? It's really only about either you accept the culture of the dominant culture of you move to, or you completely reject it and retain what you have.
Yeah, but these are like shallow, retarded thinkers, Stephen. Don't like. You want to engage with them, but clearly that's not the case. These are hardly fucking anthropologists.
Timothy's a fucking retard using dynamics within dynamics.
Well, if Logical has completed his turn, we're gonna go to Lion and then Mr. Rogers.
No, I'd be impressed if Bart's IQ cracked 2 digits though, like genuinely. I'd be super impressed.
Because he ran.
That's like anything. I like something.
Oh yeah, okay. So since that's yeah, I feel like that's gonna be its own thing. So if you wouldn't mind waiting, well, hopefully they're quick, so that I can kind of give the floor back to you, CEO. Is that okay?
Yeah, I only have a question. So.
Oh, you said, yeah, you're right.
Okay. My question's for AWOC, and one response will do. I have no reply back. So.
But you know his response is going to be long-winded.
I know.
You know that.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm not going to come off mic to respond. Okay.
But I don't want him to go long-winded though. AWOC, can you talk in like 10 seconds?
Okay.
No.
Okay, go ahead. Ask the
I wouldn't even respond, bro. I wouldn't even respond. I'll just take the question. I'll think about it. I'll go home. I'll eat my pizza and think about it for hours.
Okay. So, AWOC, you mentioned earlier that you would be in agreement that the U.S. is likely to better absorb immigration than China would be. Can you explain the primary reason you think that would be?
Well, I mean, because it's more diverse in like a statistical sense, and then historically they've been more open-ended towards like allowing other people of different cultures, right? That have different skin tones than them actually being a part of the group, right? It may take 10 or 20 years, right? But like, I mean, that would be my reasoning, at least at face value, right?
And that was my entire argument at one. What you just said is the entire argument I tried to make all day. That's it. What you just said was the argument.
Someone created I told you he wasn't going to go. We're moving on.
Wait, explain it to me, Nathan.
No. Let's go to Mr. Rogers. No. I listen. I don't get paid enough to teach a class. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, are you there, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, did you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
So, I think there's a couple of issues in this conversation. And number one, there's nothing wrong with someone who doesn't want a person of a different culture to not immigrate to their country if they feel that person wants similar. That's not racist. Like, we need to stop calling shit that's retarded racist. Like people, like, I'm sure someone in Africa or Asia, these other countries, if it was someone from a very different, distinct ethnic group, they would be kind of weary of them to immigrate to their country. That's number one. Now, number two, the second point is, let's keep it a buck too. And I'm a color person, by the way. I'm a very color person, as you can see in my picture. Let's keep it a buck. White people have the best culture when it comes to work ethic. Not other stuff. I'm not talking about other parts of their culture. I'm just speaking about work ethic, right? That's true. They have a work ethic where I've seen a racist white person tell me that they don't like me and they want me to go back to my country, but they still did the job that they're meant to do. That's called the Protestant work ethic. I think that's what they call it in their culture, right? That's something they have that's amazing. Other cultures. One second. Let me just finish it. Come on. Listen, everyone has, like, at Black people, everyone has an amazing part of their culture, right? But the point is, let's stop trying to make this country, like, super diverse. Let's keep it where it's at, 55% white. We have a good amount of colored people. Let's keep it here. Let's close the border. That's enough. Like, stop trying to fucking import 100,000 and Venezuelans. And if we're gonna import people, we should do what the Hungarian Prime Minister said. We should only import sexy women. We should not import any men. In my opinion.
I think that will be your problem.
Wait, can I just say one thing? Firstly, that was like retarded because the whole first point was about work ethic, right? So clearly just employing attractive women, which like, I assume that they aren't going to be like high-skilled laborers, right? Like, that's not a necessary condition, but obviously be like antithetical to your original strategy. But then secondly, actually that's false. East Asian nations have seen like the greatest economic development over a short period of time than Western nations. Western nations have had the benefit of colonialism, and obviously in the case of America, the transatlantic slave trade, however, have had economies based solely on exploitation, right, outsourcing labor. So their labor, internal and domestic labor, isn't obviously like the main feature of their empires and civilizations. In fact, East Asian countries, South Korea most notably, I think it's like the only successful IMF loan story in recent times has like had this rapid economic development. And obviously China, like the best example, second largest economy in the world, coming from near fucking, yeah, cool, coming from near apocalyptic conditions. That's just like evidence for everything you're saying being fucking retarded. But good job though.
Sorry, one second, Glenn. There's another point to be made for immigration, right? Like, immigration is a net economic benefit for a country, right? And insofar as you want your country to be competitive economically.
As a blanket statement, it's not always a benefit.
No,
it depends on
if they're coming into
yeah, let
finish. Holy shit.
Mendes is Jewish, so he knows a lot about economics. Go on, man.
Okay, so basically, when you bring up a citizen, right, you have to pay for their schooling, you have to pay for, depending on what country you're in, their health care, right? There's a whole bunch of social programs, right? You have to pay for the police to protect them, you have to pay for the fire department to protect them, right? All of that is a cost sunk into a citizen who's homegrown, right? And the theory is, once that citizen becomes a productive member of society, that is, has a job and pays taxes, right, then they will pay, the amount they pay in the end will outweigh the initial investment that you put into them, right? But if you have an immigrant, you didn't pay to educate that person. You didn't pay to protect them for their, through their, like, 23rd or 25th, however old they are when they emigrate, birthday, right? So it's a huge net benefit to a country, right? But just on this simple, in this simple context, right? It's a huge economic benefit to a country. There's other ways in which immigration is extremely beneficial. I can go into those if you want. But just in this one example, one simple context, right? You can see clearly how immigration is extremely profitable for a country. Right?
But aside from illegal immigration,
it is interesting.
Hold on. So I wanted to make a statement about the last guy's point about bringing the beautiful women in from another nation.
Bro, Trump is fucking retard. You know, like, you can never contribute to a serious construction.
One mic, please. One mic.
Yes, you British dude. I hope those white guys stop the fuck out of you. Anyway.
I'll punch them up just like I'll punch you up. I'll throw you over a fucking wall, you skinny crackhead. You skinny crackhead. I will fucking throw you over a wall. I'll torpedo you.
Come on, you guys. You
fucking junkie. I dare you. I fucking dare you.
There's a Muslim prostitute in Germany somewhere. So here's the point. The point is simply this, you don't want to, it's actually better for you to bring men in. They will be more productive to your society than to women. For a few reasons. Number one, the men would be easily influenced by your nation's women who, by the way, they're the ones who maintain your culture. I don't know if you realize that. Men don't maintain cultures. Men go out and dominate and try to take over other cultures. Women are the ones who
maintain the culture. Come on.
Yeah, this Hebrew Israelite anthropology is hilarious.
Really love to get my point out and stop being disrespected by this fucking immigrant and this piece of shit virgin. Shut the fuck up, faggot.
You're like a fucking retard, though. Why should we have to listen to you?
Oh my god.
Why should we listen to you?
Don't bully people. I told you you were bullies, and here you are being bullied.
Don't make me
All you have to do is be quiet. All you have to do is be quiet. I got it.
Okay.
Everybody, all the
Yes, one mic.
This idiot with his like fucking Andrew Tate.
Alright, hey, if not,
all I need is one mic.
Someone please move this adolescent child to the audience. The point is simply this. If you would bring in the men into the group, they can be swayed by the women of your culture to a soft approach rather than a more domineering approach. Number one. Number two, the only reason why men maintain the cultures that they're in is because there are women that of their own culture that are pushing them back. Number three, you also introduced a new genetic strand that could help your society rebuild. Remember, they're going to have children, and you're going to probably want to mix with those children to make your line stronger.
Exactly.
There. Not so stupid anymore, you fucking moron.
You think that was wait. You think the latter portion of that was a vindication of my earlier criticisms? You are really a monkey.
You're an inbred.
Like you are genuinely a subject. The pair of you are easily the stupidest people on this application.
You know how many people live in here?
You know how many fucking morons.
You know how many women you can date? You don't have that. You have a huge problem.
Fucking retard. I got you two question, like, Tally, why are you obliged now? Like, genuine question, right? Like, you guys are mods. Okay, cool. Why are you obliged to listen to idiots? Like, isn't the whole point of you being a mod? Hold on. Wait, isn't the whole point of you being a mod to curate a good conversation? Like, what's this like? What is your job then? Or you're a fucking robot? Oh, just there's a queue, this one, that one. Like, no, prevent the fucking retards from speaking, so you can actually listen to an interesting conversation. It's not why you just check out.
Domo arigato. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying, why do you but Tally, look. Why do you stay and listen to this bullshit? Do you get paid? I'm genuinely interested. Like, why do you stay?
What's going on here? Like, let's talk one at a time. It's not Wakanda, one at a time.
I'm super confused. I know. This is one of my rooms. Tally, if this is one of my rooms, God, Ross would never be able to speak. He would never be able to speak in my room. That's why you said wrong.
You wouldn't let me?
No, I said boss. I said bossologist.
Oh yeah.
No, I would. Of course, I'd let you speak, Tally. Of course, you're welcome whenever you want. Whenever you want, Tally, you can come up to our. Actually, you know what, Tally? We might even make you a mod over our side. You know what I mean?
We say you're running rooms nowadays.
Room is dying.
Huh?
You're running rooms nowadays.
Come, you know what rooms we got. The God Talk rooms.
Oh shit! Yeah, I didn't realize.
Everybody but Lion and Boss are welcome. Chaos, we would love to see you over there, brother. We would love to see you over there, brother.
Look, are you trying to scout people? Because if so...
No, sorry.
Yeah, watch it.
I just offered friendly invitation. It's just a friendly invitation.
Except for you, there's only one person in there. No one cares to hear from British people. Your TV shows, your entertainment, they're all fans.
Yeah, but I thought Steven was your boy. I thought Steven was your boy. Lion.
Dude,
I thought Steven was your boy.
You gotta see him, yo. He comes all day long.
Bring me into that. No, but like, why are you thinking about our people like that, though, bro?
Oh, take this guy. Do this, Timothy. Do that. He's like, yes, Andrew.
You were crying the other day, though. But
I know.
So what's the conclusion about that?
I wish Andrew was here because I would prove to him that you're here, but you kicked me out over there, and I told him, you guys follow me around. And he's like, oh, they don't follow you around. And look at you, you're here when I'm here, and you want to make it relevant that you're here and that you don't like me. Well, thank you, bud. I appreciate you too. Now, if you go to your room, I can't go in there, so just go in your room. Why come here and complain about it? I wish Andrew was here. I wish your little Uncle Tom was here. This way he could be so proud of you. So proud of you.
Anyone want any reasons why immigration is good for a country? There's plenty.
This room is an example.
So overall,
well, give us
the majority of the people here who bring this room down are probably homegrown in America.
Yeah, and black.
No, they're British. Nobody likes you fucking black British people. You mother. They're not even really British. They're like some sort of dirty West
Okay.
African or East African
So-
that moved to Britain, and then you fucked up their country,
yes.
and now you're online talking to us.
Understood. So, Millis, would you mind naming a few of those good things that immigrants bring?
Yeah, so like you always want to keep your population pyramid, right, with a stable base that is a base that's significantly larger than the apex, right? And one way to do that, if you have declining birth rates, which most Western countries experience, is to continue a liberal immigration policy. Right, and what I say by like your population pyramid, right? So like right now, a big problem in Russia. Russia has like I don't know, like
he's
150 million people.
About, right? Come on, man, this is bullshit.
Russia has like 150 million people, right? But if you look at their population pyramid, like a large majority of the people are like over 55, and one of the reasons for that is declining birth rates in Russia, as I said, most of the Western world, if you consider Russia Western, has experienced that in the past like 50 years, right? But zero immigration. No one wants to go to Russia. No one wants to go to Russia to work, right? No one wants to go to Russia to do anything because it's not a law and order country. Like you can just be like exploited completely, especially if you're like an immigrant and don't speak the language, right? So they have a huge problem because like as people age up, right? They move out of the workforce and into like retirement. And when you're in retirement, the other people in the workforce have to pay for you. So if you have too many people retiring compared to your base of active people working, right, you're not going to be able to afford all of the retirement benefits that you promised all the people in the country.
Ryan, imagine this Somali-ass Timothy in Russia. It'd be a cold winter for you. It'd be a cold ass winter for Timothy. Cold ass winter. You better stay in
They have a lot of black people, black Russians. That's not true.
Please don't do this.
Thank
Please.
you,
Millis, did you get a chance to land?
Jewish Russians as well. They have a
Anyway, did you get a chance to land, Millis?
No, they did not. You're an idiot.
Wow.
As a matter of fact, Putin was raised by Russian Jews.
Yeah, everybody's Jew but the Jews. Got it.
Yeah, Russian.
Any responses to Millis?
But the Jews, that's exactly right. The Jews, right, Len?
You got a chance to land.
Yeah, like, I don't know, it depends if everyone shows what I say.
No, let's move on, Will. If you put me to sleep, like, could someone actually respond to that? Like, can we have some discourse, maybe?
Yeah, why don't you respond to it?
No, I agree with you. So, I mean, like, I'm waiting for some pushback here, or maybe some intellectual thoughts that aren't just based around, like, character assessments.
Oh, you agree with him? That's the same fucking thing. Interesting.
No, dude. Why? I mean, like, I don't even know. Like, you want to say your point? Yeah, you want to like say what you said earlier, maybe more precisely, and it didn't involve like insulting Timothy.
No, I'll do it the way you understand. See, Captain Robert claims speaking. Well, what will happen is that we actually have a population decline, and what these people will really need is basically a population influx, or should we keep a steady streamline of new genetic introduction and application into our society, and that's why.
New genetics.
Yeah, just a new flex stuff, new influx of new genetics inside of the old society.
Yeah, talk about the male stuff too. That's why males are hard forward.
Kind of give it a revamp of society, and that's what I think that's what all of these countries actually, especially European ones specifically, due to the fact that they were already inbred and made themselves hybrids as an example, so they need new fresh blood in order to, get the wheels turning again as far as the reproduction is concerned. Yeah, I think
that's
why you import only the hot chick.
Yeah, I think Israel has the best immigration policy.
Shut the hell up, dude.
No, I'm for real.
Yeah, I hope their immigration policy kind of goes reverse on those guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Jews are leading the way for immigration in other countries, but not in Israel.
Yeah, they're hypocritical. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They make everybody else.
Yeah. They do assimilate kind of well, though. They do assimilate other people.
But then after that, they kind of like poison everyone else, and then help depopulate other nations within their borders. Yeah, that's interesting.
No, I understand you completely there, Ryan. And
Yeah,
I kind of get your point about women being not important as men now, culturally. I think it makes complete sense now because you talk like that,
I know, I'm speaking your language now.
Lion, do you have any, arguments, or do you just have, assertions? Like, you just have statements that you make?
Here's my argument.
That's the argument.
England is my argument. England.
What about England?
I'm not sure if you're tracking your own statements, Lion.
No,
Like,
he's not
take
trying
what
to
you
say.
said.
Remember, he went on a spiel about how we can't import women, we should be importing men, because men are more likely to assimilate the culture, even though doesn't seem like that's the case. They're more likely to sheep on.
Just so you know, if anyone can talk to you, you lost.
So listen, men are more likely to assimilate to a culture if it's the woman introducing it to them. So if for example,
if that was the case,
right?
Not that ugly though. They want sex.
Lion, do you feel worried about male immigrants coming in?
No, Lion, that's all the assertion. Let's just deal with one thing at a time. One second.
Sort of like children,
one thing at a time.
Yeah, Gandalf had the best immigration policy.
Yo,
Yeah, Gandalf. He was ahead of his time.
Yo, don't shut up, bro. Chaos,
Alright, all I have to do
That's her fault, man. That's me. You're mean.
talking, bro. You're
ADHD, motherfucker.
Everyone's talking.
Hey, you have to skip on your mic. Skip on your mic.
No, we don't have to skip. No, you have to.
Oh, yo, Chaos, just talk over this fucking Simeon ass nigga, bro. Please.
There you go. Pop that.
Shut your white mouth. Shut your white mouth. Anyway, so women are more.
What is all you want? Listen to that.
Yeah, because you got to put your nose and then they understand. So that's what I'm doing. So it is historically a fact that women are better capable of getting across certain information to men than men could possibly ever do. Therefore,
Okay,
if you
Lion, that's called an assertion. So why don't you just give the reason, give the argument for that assertion before you move on?
Wait a second. I need you to shut your white mouth. Yeah. And then I'll ask you. So, what I'm saying is this. If you allow the women to introduce themselves to the new blood coming into your society, there would be less clashes and there would be a faster assimilation rate than you currently do the other way around.
Okay, what's the evidence? What's the reason to believe that women assimilate men faster than men could ever?
Yo, Miller, just let fucking Chaos go. I'm waiting to hear these
Okay,
really?
Well, what I told you.
Really?
What I told you. Go ahead, Chaos.
So I think that's kind
listen,
of.
anymore. I don't like you trying to bully people in this room. You don't have to talk to me like that one. Go ahead.
Shut your fucking mouth up.
Thank you, Jason. I want next, Nate. I want to touch.
No, let's everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Let's let Chaos talk.
So I think that's an interesting observation, Lion, but it kind of contradicts what the GOP says because they are worried about military-aged men coming in, causing disturbances in America. So if your policy of men assimilating quicker because the women help them to do it were true, that would be the GOP's fear mongering, and rather than it's based on if what you're saying is true. If what you're saying is true, then it means that the GOP is just fear mongering based on no facts. No, I'm just saying the GOP is using it
I'm sure a lot of people would say that I'm contradicting their beliefs because I don't know what they think.
Wait, are you even?
Lion, let me touch on your point real quick. I don't really think he understands what you're saying. I really don't think he understands what you're saying.
What the fuck does it?
Yeah.
When does GOP become a part of the conversation?
He doesn't get it. He
doesn't matter. It's more about.
He doesn't get it. So in New York City, I was playing this to the Lions. So in New York City, just like I was saying before, when the Muslims come here, they marry these Dominican girls. Now the Dominican girls, when they come here,
they're gonna flourish only on the dudes, the other immigrants that come here that are getting money. Because these are beautiful Spanish women, right? And they're gonna pick and choose. So the Dominican guy that comes here that don't have a job, he's not gonna really have much of a choice to be with somebody. He's gonna have to work hard, you know what I'm saying, and be with another bum ass bitch like him. But yet, people that come here, right, that have money, they're gonna choose whatever women they want, and they're usually gonna be the chulas, the you know what I'm saying, the ones with the big tetas and the big nipples, you know what I'm saying, and they're gonna flourish. Not the poor dude that's coming here that's looking for a girl that likes his culture, and it's gonna be real small.
Now, logical, is it possible that that woman that he's choosing up on, do you think that she's gonna teach him at least a few words in Spanish? And next thing you know, he's saying whole phrases, and there's a big likelihood that he may go ahead and completely just dump his entire faith over this woman. Is there a huge possibility?
Depends on how big her ass is.
So women have a strong ability to influence men to move in different directions. That's been, here's my answer. It's always been that way since the beginning of fucking time.
Women got assimilated in conflict. What are you talking about?
You buy a car because you want a woman.
Or you
want a
gonna
big ass house because you want a woman. You buy these fancy clothes because you want a woman.
No, but the woman didn't tell you to buy any of those things.
Bro said, a woman does her hair because she wants a man. A woman does her hair because she wants a man.
The man is trying to catch a woman.
Right.
The power of the pussy compels.
That is the desire for a woman.
So, listen, you
this is more than you okay? This is ridiculous.
Because you want.
Wait a second, you Englishmen, you're sick and tired of the nasty white women that teeth the butts behind each other.
These guys do the same shit because they want the
You're
same
tired of the
sex.
flat asses. You're tired of the women that look like you. So what you want is, your culture, right? The women maintain your culture. You need your women to get with these other men to create children for the next generation, for you to
So why we mad when these bitches? So why we mad when black women go out there and marry white men then? If they're
There is no problem with
the
that.
culture.
What is the problem with that?
There should be. Well, if we're using his logic, that means his white boys.
I mean, they're gonna go where the money's at, and usually
All right, obviously you're not listening to
black
my
women
question.
will get with somebody who's
Right,
so
you're
smart
not
and
listening to my
intelligent.
question.
That's it.
He's talking
Hey,
about.
Logical, my boy.
He's talking about attraction.
Hey, Logical, I remember you. Talking about where does the culture go? Does the woman kind of get the culture, or does the man kind of get the culture?
Listen, once they're in the United States, they're gonna assimilate to the woman's culture. That's it. It's not like these Arab countries where you have to stay with the husband's family. It's totally different here. It's the opposite. She's bringing her mom over. She's gonna have a mom where she has kids. You're gonna be around her family. It's just the way it is. And now your culture's done. And these Muslims are now Dominican. That's it.
Right. I like an example that. Remember Carla?
That's a little true, but weird.
What? That's not true at all. The Muslim men, bro, every bride they meet, that bride converts.
No, but the idea
the most conversion rate on women as soon as a woman steps off that plane at the LaGuardia or the JFK, she takes the hijab off. And she don't want to even talk about cousins, brothers. None of y'all dead for more.
Hey, some of them are fake too, let's be honest.
Word.
These shit of them running down here in 95-degree weather, you can't see nothing but their eyeballs.
So the point is the subtle way of causing these men to assimilate into society because they start to grow comfortable by what the woman is bringing them. Everyone, that's the woman's superpower. She has the ability to make you at ease and at peace. So when you come here and you get she invites you to the little salsa clubs and shit like that. You ain't never done none of that shit before in your life. You used to sitting on the floor and swatting flies away over your little meals.
Yeah, you don't want to marry your cousin, bro. You want to marry some exotic.
I don't see Indian women. I don't see Pakistani
You don't want to marry your
women.
cousin, bro. You want to marry an exotic
No,
girl.
no, we're not talking about the Pakistani women. I told you they're maintaining their culture. I'm talking about the men. The men are the ones that are easily influenced. The women are going to continue to hold the status quo as much as possible, especially from stronger,
You don't get it, right?
older nations. They're much stronger, and they're older. Like Persians, the Persian culture is 7,000 years old. You're not going to break that one. You gotta let that one ride. But you can take this to the men.
Muslims are definitely not assimilated.
What do you mean that?
Obviously not, bro.
They got no choice.
You weirdo. They got massive pockets of the population all across the country, bro. They got mosques that they're bringing up, Minnesota, Michigan. They got big ass houses specifically there, bro.
You want to look at the statistics? You look at the women off the jump. You look at least 50% of the women when they come here, because they're not trying to do that shit,
bro.
Yo, you want to see the statistics?
The mosque, listen, the mosque being raised.
Yeah, put the statistics in the chat.
I look.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
You guys, listen, this has always been a military tactic for thousands of years. If you can't break a culture, you send in your women to slowly influence them. You don't send in military men, you send in women.
These people think American women are grotesque.
No, they're still gonna fuck them though.
No, but they think that they're grotesque. They can't bear children with them. It's
Check this out.
blasphemous.
No. So the whole plan is to destroy the countries of Edom. And the countries of Edom are Europe and America.
Correct.
It's the Kalergi plan. Kill the men, mix with the women. That's what's going on. And the Muslims are the broom of the Jews. So they're not assimilated. They're going to say Allahu Akbar and stab children.
All I'm saying is put it in reverse. You don't have to kill the men. Everybody's always tried the same original way. Just get rid of the men and then forcefully convert the women through rape in order to get your desired thing. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is send your women in. That's what Britain is doing right now. That's the reason why they allow all these people to come in. I know that plan. All of Europe is allowing all of the Arab and brown, all of Europe is allowing, their leaders are allowing all of the brown races to come in and have their way with your women. And the reason for that is because they're afraid that they're genetically being washed away. They need new blood. That's why they let this shit happen.
Thank you.
Wait, where is Britain sending their women?
Wait, how do you sum up that logic? Like,
Nobody needs new blood.
He's talking about the massive immigration in the western states as far as like Britain and Paris.
Well, yeah, so there's going to be Gog and Magog soon. Because that has to happen, so that's the war with Iran in the next 4 years before the Moshiach comes.
Gog and Magog are it's not what you think.
You're lying. If you look at that thing I just posted, they said after the second generation and they're far removed from their immigrant parents, they're considered white at 54%.
Correct.
You're talking about a designation.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, bro.
This is an idiot.
I don't care about you.
What a fucking weirdo.
So the shit that happened over there in Ukraine, what do you think is online they're advertising? Are they advertising men or are they advertising Ukraine? Come date a Ukrainian woman. Here in America, come date Ukrainian women. Come date. What they're trying to do is find their way in to the country to legitimize themselves.
No, they're clearly selling their women because they need opportunity.
I just said that, you fucking idiot.
But it's not to take over the U.S. It is
Yes, it is.
because
no, it isn't. They're in a war. No, they're not trying to take over the U.S.
Attack. So you do that. You send your women in because you can't take down a larger nation. You send women in to weaken the men, either through sex or through influence. So I'll put it like this. If there's a white guy that won't give me a job, see, let's just do it like that. White guy owns this ABC shop and it's the only business in town. He don't want nothing to do with none of the niggas in town. So what do? I send my sister in there to try to, let's say, convince him of otherwise.
Can you say with a hard R against it?
She goes on a couple of dates with him. She gets him, influences him to kind of soften up on us a little bit. Next thing you know, within 10, 20 years, we're the fucking supervisors and managers, and there's no more white guy running shit.
Alright, where did that happen?
As a matter of fact, that's actually happening in America right now.
I mean, that is a tactic. You are right.
That's the reason why black people are where they are today. We actually have to thank the black sellout women for, getting in a bed and just having to take one for the team.
So we need more of it. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, but that's a military tactic. That's why they're with you, dumbass. You think they really love you? You got a little bitty pencil dick and you're small. All you got is good fucking credit, dumbass.
That's not what she said.
Yeah, she'll tell you whatever you want to hear. But the truth of the matter is, hey man, I need you to go ahead and do that with pimps, nigga. Don't ever forget that.
It's not working as good as you're playing it out. I wish it worked better.
You think so? We got this black bitch about to be either president or vice president of the United States.
It only took 250 years.
Yeah, whatever it takes, little drop by drop, little by little. Ain't that what the Jews said?
Wait, I thought she was Indian.
I said, isn't that what the Jews said? No, she is actually black, but she...
Yeah, we're not stupid. The Indian people, listen, they're controlling the pharmaceuticals now. They have the most people in the world. We want to open that door. We want to open the door and allow all the intelligent doctors and engineers that come from India, and we're going to invite them in just like we did to the Germans after the Second World War.
Hey, this is chess, not checkers, cracker. What's the most powerful piece on the chessboard? She has the ability to influence anybody.
The Queen.
She can move anywhere. She can get in where the king or none of the other men could ever get.
You clearly don't play a lot of chess. The most powerful piece is the pawn on the first move.
Oh my god. Just be quiet. That's only if you control the center of the board. Yeah, listen, don't talk about chess.
And that's already after.
Yeah.
That's already after a few decisions have been already made. Point is simply this. That's what's happening. Everybody's doing it.
This guy said the most powerful piece was the pawn.
Yeah. That doesn't sound profound.
Oh, it is. It's the one that opens up the targets. It's the one that softens up your enemy. It's the one that controls the spaces that you go to. The pawn is the most powerful piece on the board. Every chess master agrees with that. All of you guys that play fucking Microsoft chess probably sit there and say the queen. The queen can move everywhere, but the queen is often baited and fucking killed. Right? She's the most targeted, but she's not the most powerful.
If people lose their pawns, they don't quit the game of fucking chess. If people lose their queen, they quit the game of chess.
No, they don't quit the game of chess. The queen's gambit alone is a move they choose.
Sometimes they do.
Jesus Christ.
Do you play chess?
Queen's gambit. I'll do this.
Play a chess game right now, both of you. Whoever wins is right. That's it.
Admit.
I've got like 15 minutes before I reach my destination, but you clearly don't. The queen is the easiest thing to make somebody into lose a game.
Let's stop talking shit. Let's have a game.
So I was using it as a metaphor because of the fact that she can get in and out and into any situation, and that's the woman's power. The same thing also goes with her ability to influence others. That's also the reason why the white man is using the black woman right now to try to influence black men for voting against their own.
You figured it out.
And Ryan, what happens when the pawn gets to the other side of the checkerboard? What piece do you think they pick? Ryan? When that pawn gets to the other side and they give it a piece, which one are they gonna pick?
They always pick the queen. Here's the point. All nations are playing that exact same old strategy that I'm telling you right here. That's the reason why, by the way, a lot of educated black men did not want other black men dating white women because of the influence that white people will gain.
Yep, you figured it out, Lion. The U.S. military has a secret horror brigade. They basically train women on how to go tits up and heels up, and they basically like, you know, like there is a special forces unit.
No,
just for
all the
good-looking
racist
women.
white girls are training these white girls to marry black men. I mean, they've been training them since they were younger. They knew it.
That's the Kanye West. That's all of your basketball players now. They've all fell victims of it. They said all of
Well, based on this logic, who's saying that the white people aren't just like, you know, saying, hey, you know what, we tried to kill off all the black people and all the brown people in the world. You know what, we're just going to send our white women over there to make them white.
You can't kill them all. You tried. You can't do it.
They tried so many.
We made. Guess what? Someone just quoted a stat saying 54% after the third generation are considered white. Guess what? I guess the white people are conquering.
No, they're not. The black, if they were conquering, they wouldn't have to open up their gates and allow brown people to reinfuse their DNA into their cultures.
That's because
Guys, we got 4 years before we go to war with the East. Trump is going to send us to war with Iran. That's it.
He's not gonna win, bro. He lost to another white lady. He's definitely gonna lose to the black one. I'm telling you straight up. Or Indian one, whatever you want to say. He lost the popular vote. He only won the electoral college. He lost by 2 million. And he's gonna lose. And listen, he's gonna lose
the black lady
again.
need 2 old white men?
He's gonna lose to a war. He's gonna lose again. Come on.
Look, and also look at the black lady and her affiliation.
Either way.
Listen,
Our next president is the Messiah.
Wait. This woman's affiliations are exactly the same affiliations that previous presidents and also KKK members.
Dude, Jews love Trump, bro. That's it. They don't love Kamala like that.
Bro, Kamala is perfect for presidency. She doesn't have any children.
It depends on the Jew you're talking
She doesn't have children. She already has a Jewish husband. She picked her vice president that's married to an Indian woman. I mean, it's perfect.
Put it this way, either way the Jews are gonna win. Okay? America's gonna be destroyed.
So when you hear white people say that we don't have the America that we grew up with, the America that we have is dead. I'm hearing white people all online saying things like that. That's what they're referring to. They don't have any actual leadership that represents them, personally them, anymore. And that's what's going to lead to an uprising.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to fight for survival. But we're definitely going to war with the East soon.
I don't know about that just yet. I think you're more likely to have a civil war first before any outside forces were to come into the country. And this would literally fall right into Putin's lap, literally.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Being white in America.
That's how they operate.
It's not cool anymore, bro. It's just you guys should just drop the whiteness. Just let it go, bro. It's dead.
It depends on what part of the country though you're talking about.
I kind of feel sorry for them because you know what? Hey, I don't know if any of you all ever moved from your black trashy ass neighborhood and then moved into a white one and you're like, yeah, it's so nice here, right? And then 10 years later, a whole bunch of other nigger moves just show up and the white people start like moving away.
Yo, Ryan, it's gonna happen again, and we're gonna tell Melissa right now. We're gonna tell Melissa her parents.
And then next thing you know, you're like in a Ferguson situation, and you're like, man, it's just so nice. What happened?
No. Who's really gonna feel it is once Melissa has kids, right? And she realizes she's so removed, right? And she's like, oh, I want my kids to be better and better. They're not gonna be better. They're not gonna be better. You're gonna hit that glass ceiling just like everybody else, Melissa. You're doing good right now because you have like because she has like that chubby Italian like looking type mom. That's the reason why she got the hair over. She want to look different. She got the fat fingers. You know what I'm saying? Like the real hardcore Greek women. That's what her mom looks like. So it's like she's branching out. You know what I mean? And then once she gets to that, she'll start to notice that her kids are not gonna really get that much higher. Or her friends' kids, or so on and so forth. And then they start to realize like, damn, I gave up everything to be white, And this is where it got me.
I think you've got my ancestry a little bit confused. My mom is from Scotland, and my dad's parents are from Sicily. So maybe you can make that argument about my dad. Some say I look like him, but I don't know. My mom's not that. She actually didn't quite fit her whole life, so I don't know what you're trying to get at.
My point is that once whites are no longer a I guess you could say influence on not just that, but an influence. Influence is bigger, is better than population.
Yeah.
So once they're no longer the influence in America, then why would anybody want to come here? It'll be just like standing in long lines at Aldi or Walmart.
No, that's not a lie, Judah. You're definitely telling the truth. Like when you see, yeah, you're right.
Just think about it. Like, do you? I'm talking specifically to the black people here. Your experience doing.
Oh, thank God, a white man. Thank you. Hi, Jason. I'm so glad you're here. Please save us from this genocidal rhetoric.
Your experience.
Jason looks like a Jew.
No, I'm white. I don't look like a Jew.
Dealing with black people, as far as business is concerned, do you ever get the sense like they don't really care about their job, but they're just there for the paycheck? They don't really go over and beyond.
I know what you're talking about, Lonnie.
All right. So imagine that with your healthcare, because everybody is like Middle Eastern, black, Cuban, some sort of Hispanic. Imagine that at let's see, your paramedics, even your pizza delivery guy. That shit is gonna be always late. It's probably got weed crumbs all over it.
What demographic of people are you slurring
Yeah,
at?
Ryan. Yeah,
And then it
I
might
know
be
what
a
you're
fight.
saying.
It might actually be a fucking fight. You go, hey man, listen, you wanted me to give you a tip and you're late, and then he might actually beat you up because black
This is
people
so
are
stupid. Oh my God.
Lion.
Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead, Sally.
I had started by saying that my black neighborhood was perfectly fine, but some people have this idea that being black is synonymous with struggle, poverty, illiteracy, and that's just not the story for all of us. And I would appreciate it if you spoke for yourself in your experience.
Okay, I'll speak for myself. So I'm from the hood. I'm from the hood, right? And my
Yes, you are. It's quite obvious.
We moved to the, we finally got a big piece of the pie, and my family moved us to a white neighborhood called Delwood. It's near Ferguson.
Did you seek help when you got there? Like, did you do therapy?
I thought you were
No.
Because I do think that there has to be a transition involved where you kind of erase that prejudice from your previous life. And I do think that, if you look at, what's his name, the boxer's daughter, like this girl, her father's been rich her whole life, right? So it's not that they were in a poor neighborhood. Welcome back, lady. I think we actually talked about this before, but they have money. They just don't have class. So she goes out and gets pregnant by a rapper who already has 10 children by probably 20 women.
Let me just finish my story. You can finish on that. Yeah, I greatly appreciate it. That shows a little bit of class. Anyway, so my point is,
except that your stories are so long.
Yeah. No, they have moral points, so I know you're not used to morals, but allow this to happen here.
No, I have them. I do.
So what happened was we moved from the ghetto because we felt that those people they don't really match our street laws, so to speak. We moved to Delwood. We were the first black family in that area. All of a sudden, just by us being there, the white people decided to take flight, and they disappeared out there.
That's a good thing.
Almost immediately. And we didn't do anything. We just moved in. We were there about 2 or 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden you start seeing signs pop up. Home for sale.
But see, that's the thing. If you fit in, I don't think that would have happened.
So what had happened was, after that, then black people started moving from all over Missouri somewhere into this same neighborhood. I don't even know these black niggas. There's no troublemakers over there. So all of a sudden, I had, at the time, I remember having two white friends. One was named Nick, the other was named Gino. Imagine, these are Italian kids. They're hanging out with us. This is the first time ever encountered. Yeah, the first time they've ever encountered black people in their physical lives, right? And we got along fine, except for the fact that Nick was a fucking thief. He used to steal all the time.
Yeah, I remember you saying that story.
Right, go figure. Well, I'm not gonna go into that story too much. But long story short, his family decides to also move. Just 10 short years, we got Michael Brown. And now this area is the ghetto. It's the hood. It's the very same hood that we moved from.
Wait, so why don't you go follow me?
Oh,
I feel like this
room.
I feel like
empty the room with cultural
I feel like it like trash tends to follow white people.
Just the part
Okay.
we keep the good.
So, okay, I don't think that
Go ahead.
the problem. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I do want to hear from you, Jason, but I don't think that the issue is necessarily racial. I think that maybe there's some cultural differences, like Cindy described, paying good, clean dollars to move to a white neighborhood, only to have another Hispanic family move next door. But this Hispanic family isn't like her Hispanic family. They had like the husband was like out in a wife beater, and there's like a car in the front yard, and they're like barbecuing in the driveway. So those are like cultural norms that are different across socioeconomic sort of borders that are reflected by the boundaries of neighborhoods. So it's not that Cindy was necessarily angry. Shut up, Frank.
Frank, control yourself.
So,
You're just
not necessarily that Cindy.
Shut up, Frank. Son of a bitch. Talk to us. Yeah.
Tell him, brother Frank.
So it's not that Cindy was upset that, another Hispanic family moved in. It was more so like that Hispanic family moved in. And it does make a difference, I think.
I just wanted to say, I think what Lion is describing is a real issue, and white communities probably should be like working to integrate the black people that we want in our community. So then we won't move away, right?
We want black
create
people?
that opportunity, right? And so like some people have different values than others, and we can't tell.
You're harder dating a black guy though.
And we can't. But if he's the right kind of black guy, it's fine, right? I mean, if my daughter's dating LeBron James, that's okay. If my daughter's dating Thomas Sowell, I'm fine with that. So we just need.
Complete his story, please?
Yeah, please. And so we just need to have like a more active engagement, and that will prevent white flight. So I think it's like we need to work with the white communities to settle on their black integration strategy. Not all of them are going to want to do it, but some of them are, and those communities are going to derive an advantage and be long-lived, They're not going to have to flee if they figure this out.
Yeah, white flight is justified, and it's justified sometimes, and then sometimes it's not. But a lot of the times it's justified, respectfully.
We should try and integrate like South Africa. Why not?
Explain that.
I mean, well, respectfully, a lot of us try to get it. A lot of even black people try to get away from a certain
That's what I'm trying
kind
to
of
say.
people.
Like we're just
Yeah.
we can try and posture and like act like it's not true, but in a lot of the cases it's justified. Now there are cases where it's not, where it's like, what the fuck is going on? You got black people who do the same thing in terms of making the same amount of money, growing up with raising their kids right, X, Y, and Z. That I can understand, but the other times, I'm sorry. Like anybody would do that. Anybody with resources and a way of doing things around their neighborhood would want that to be the structure. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
How do you make white people feel comfortable?
Here's what I say.
You be a person. Can I jump in with you, King?
I just say, can you be a person who cares about your own shit? Can you be a person that puts your best foot forward just like the next? I need you to work just as hard as I'm working to have something better and stop trying to come and steal my shit because you didn't work hard enough to get your own shit. Take the time to put in the work, get your credit up, right? Stop being an idiot and stop thinking that you know everything because clearly that you don't. Get with somebody who is successful and learn the steps. And then maybe somebody will want to live next door to your silly ass.
Agree. But what I'm talking about is, all right. So baby, you from the same area, right?
Right.
I think your family moved in a little bit after your family started moving in, and that's when the white people started flying, right? They left Delwood for the most part.
Maybe about 5 years after we were there. Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm talking about is, what is it that the black people could have done that, like specifically my family, we could have done that could have stopped the what we call the Great White Flight?
I don't think it was your family, Dad, because you can't use yours as an example, because y'all didn't let your family from the east side come visit y'all. I think people should stop letting their family that comes from the hood come and visit them and ransack the damn neighborhood. And I'm not even trying to be funny, but that is what happens. You throw a barbecue because you quote unquote made it out of the hood, and now your cousins and them see where you stay at, and they're scoping out your damn neighbors. So they done brought their asses over there and started some shit. And to not to mention, right? Here's what happens also too. Like, I'm gonna stop being like bashing our folks. But a lot of things that we see happen is
it's White Wednesday. It's okay.
Oh, well, a lot of things that you see what happen. Remember when you have older people who own homes and they pass on, a lot of times their children don't want to maintain the house. So for them, it's easier to either sell the house, and a lot of times they sell it to a property management company. That property management company does accept low subsidy housing, so they'll accept that Section 8 voucher, that home voucher, and then you will get those people that are permitted to move in, and they bring that low vibrational behavior with them.
So
everything she said was right. Everything she said was right.
We were talking about the benefits of it. Well, we weren't directly talking about the benefits of assimilation, but just come on. You can maintain a cultural identity. I have a very strong Black identity, but I don't need to wear it on my head or something. I'm Black at home. I'm always Black, but the projection outwardly of my cultural ties, I don't really for what? For who?
Right. I mean, you can look at me and you know that I like chicken. I don't need to sit up here and tell you that I'm gonna cook fried chicken 6 times this week. You know I like chicken. You know I like hot sauce. I like collard greens. I like jollof rice. I like all kind of stuff. But I don't have to act like it. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Ken. I'm sorry.
See, my thing is in the conversation line, I would say in the modern day and age, because I look at the situation you brought up, and I would think that these are one of the cases where it wasn't necessarily justified. But the interesting thing in today's time is that I think less white people are, because of how integrated things are, I think white people in general today are less likely to collectively do a white flight based off of skin color. I think that's highly unlikely. I think if there is a white flight, I think it's because of something else. White people are more integrated with. You said what?
I think they gave up. You know why I say that? All right. So how white flight even happens is this: in the past, these areas, especially like in St. Louis, these were designated areas to only be passed down to other whites. So if a white family moves out, they can only sell to other white people. And what happens is this: if those white people decide to hold on to that land for too long, I guess you could say the authority uses black people, black impoverished people, and they put them into a white neighborhood, which causes a big real estate, well, they're using us as a, hey, how you doing?
As a bioweapon, like they say.
Yeah, and they use us as a tool to scare, to scare white people into selling, and then after that, moving to another place. It's kind of like I sold you a car, right? But I would never sell a person a car that will never break down. I need the car to break down. I need things to happen in order to stay employed. So every 10, 15 years or so, they turn around and move black people into a predominantly white area, one by one, and allow black people to do their shit, and then it scares the shit out of the white people, specifically white men, and the white man goes, there goes the neighborhood, and one by 5, by 10, by 20, they start fleeing, creating a new market in the area.
So I want to know, what exactly can white
It's
people
changes.
do? What can white people do right? I was speaking as a black, even on White Wednesday. Okay, so what exactly can white people do right? If they leave, they abandon you and now the neighborhood's poor. If they come back, oh, gentrification, everything's expensive. So what, is it just an imposition that we have to live in the same, vicinity of each other? Because them coming or going seems to be an issue here.
I don't have a problem with them coming or going. I'm giving an observation. Preferably, I'm a person that doesn't want to live among whites just as much as they don't want to live around us. I don't see a benefit personally by living around them. I would rather be around educated blacks, all educated blacks and educated Hispanics, and then the rest of you all can just go die. I don't give a fuck. You and your kids, you can go die, and your old folks. The people that made you the piece of shit that you all could die, and the whole lot of you. That's how I see it. But unfortunately,
I respect that.
Even I.
Why do you respect it? Why do you respect it? Why do you just tolerate it?
Hold on. Even I.
No, I respect it. That's the healthy way to feel.
You're stupid.
No, you should feel that way.
Even I, as a black homeowner myself, I feel the ills of whites. I don't want to live next to Pookie. I don't want the police.
No one cares if you want to live there.
I don't want to live next to American. I don't want nothing to do
Then
with
don't,
my
bitch. Then don't. Come on, Nancy.
You cared enough to speak.
I
don't want to live next to a bullet bag either.
I don't want to see weave off the street.
I don't wear weave. I don't wear that.
I don't want to because I miss you, baby.
Why are you yelling? Why are you yelling?
You're not helping. You'll have a
Tally, stop coming for me.
I'm not coming for you. I'm just asking that you.
This is the second day.
Whoa. Hey, yo, that's hard.
You are being disruptive.
I don't want to live next to professional breeders like American and people of her line. I don't want anything to do with that.
Stop mentioning me by name.
Lion, okay, we get it. We understand.
I don't know who moved in the
understand.
audience, but stop
You
that
don't want to
bullshit.
live. You don't want to live next to white people. Okay, Lion, we get it.
Bro needs the bat, for real.
I did this.
You want
I wish black men would be killed.
You want to live with educated black people and Hispanics.
Massacre blacks, please.
Come on, you should boot her threats of violence, okay? Unacceptable.
Yeah, that's pretty base.
They said that American woman.
American, yeah.
Okay, so
She's gotta go.
No, Jason, you're lost. First of
It's
all,
violence.
Jason, you don't
She's
moderate
saying
from
violent
the
stuff. She's
stage.
saying
No,
violent
you don't
stuff.
get to.
Okay.
American
And I really
woman is a professional troll, and she's
Okay.
gonna say stupid ass stuff to be provocative.
Okay, well, sometimes though.
The thing is,
too
most
much.
black women believe like American.
I mean, it's
women.
one thing to
Most people
tell
just don't
the
say
other. Okay, but.
Did you try that?
Yeah,
that's the crazy part.
Okay, so we'll hear from you, Jason, and then I just want to sort of give some or get some insight from American about how she came to her conclusions. Did you want to land?
Yeah, sure. So I'll just say, sure, Lion doesn't want to live with some people, he wants to live with other people. Lots of other people are like that. I get that. But we're really talking about this problem. The way Tali put it, I thought was really interesting. She's like, look, the black people move away, or the white people move away rather, it's white flight. If they move in, it's gentrification. And it's like, well, what does normal look like then? Like, where is something not a problem? And I think that's a pretty fair question.
All right, so I answered that. I thought I did, but I was cut off because I guess you didn't like the answer. So I do want to be segregated, as you can tell. I strongly believe that my group should have our own little table where we sit, and the rest of you all can have your tables elsewhere, in other places. I don't want your group trying to mix in with my group because you see us being successful, or you see we got clean bathrooms, or a nice place for kids to play and stuff like that, and we seem to care about families. No, you didn't care about families. You wanted to be where you are, so stay where you are. Stop trying to, live off of the benefits of my hard labor and men like me. I'm a blue collar guy. I work hard. I come from a strong family, a religious family, and we have very strong values. And all of our people are married. We strongly care about marriage. We don't go to prison, but we will beat your ass for disrespect. That's all.
Okay, Jason, to answer your question, I think what
Lady, I'd like to hear the ISO between Tally and American after Lady, please.
Sure. Okay. Jason, I think when you asked the comment that if white people move in, it's gentrification. Wouldn't you agree that it's only gentrification when they take the properties and they start raising the value of them so that way it's not livable for other people. So I guess what would make it more quote unquote normal would be just that equal opportunity housing for everybody. And I don't mean equal opportunity as in you're getting housing vouchers. I mean that everybody is entitled, okay, if we're going to base everything off credit, if somebody has a great credit score, they should be entitled to the same loan rates as anyone else, right? Because we're just looking at credit score. If we're only looking at credit score, then we should be judged upon that and only that, and not, the skin color. But I'm gonna let.
Okay, thank you. We'll pick this back up.
Sure. American, are you available?
I think we have a problem with one thing we have a problem with as far as the gentrification and the price flight.
American, your voice sounds so different.
Is that
Son, Tally and American are waiting for.
She's not here anymore. Yeah, so thank you, but no thank you. And so what we have a problem with is that the gentrification comes in, and I see it on a different scale. And I see it from a different scale is when they move into historical black communities and raise up the market value and then try to come in and change or deface the value of historic black ornaments, centers, statues, stores, stuff like that. And they put up what they think should go in our communities to fit their agenda or their comfortability. That's what I don't like when it comes to moving into our, if you're going to move into our communities, respect the community. Keep the community as it is. Don't come in and try to change what's already established.
Right. Well, I think Jason was just asking, like, what would it look like so that it wouldn't be classified as such. And that's why I was saying that things should be, if we're going to build up the community, let's build up the community, but let's build it up fairly. Let's not elevate prices if we already have people that have, they're maintaining or they're thriving at a certain income level. But the problem is, right, and I'm sure you all know this, let's say, for example, a subdivision starts being built down the street. Well, 2 blocks over, they build a nice strip mall with all these convenient shops and stores. Well, the problem is because that shoots up the property value because now you have to pay specific taxes to help sustain that shopping center. But so instead of allowing it to be mom and pop places, it ends up being high-end corporations, like chain places. So there's nothing really pouring back into the community. It's pouring back into corporate America.
Here in Colorado, there's where I live at. I live in Denver, and there's a historical black community called Park Hill, and with the construction companies like Westside Development, they wanted to come in and take a historical golf course and turn it into nothing but stone and raise up not only the property value, but bring in more traffic. And they wanted to build like a strip mall, like you said, and build nothing but apartments. And so it takes away from the greenery within the community, and we fought against it, and we won. Why? Because we did not want that development, that plot of land to be developed. Now they're playing a dirty game and just making it an eyesore. And so we're still fighting for a park to be put in there because we need more green space. So that's another form of gentrification. When you come into black communities and you want to build up nothing but brick houses or brick apartments and change the property value and not obey by the property easements that are placed on some of these lands. So yeah, it's a problem, and it's a big problem within our community.
So is there any benefit at all to gentrification? Is there any value to it?
No, there's no value. There's no value to gentrification because, like I said a while ago, when you look at black communities, we're very comfortable with our black community. We don't need strip malls. If we have a mall or store, then let us have what we've already built. Don't come in and deface and destroy what's already established. So no, there's no value to gentrification when it comes from other folks.
But there is value.
We've heard your opinion.
Well, there is value to gentrification. Part of what value to gentrification.
Yeah, it's just a big competition. You gotta remember, like,
Yeah, I need one mic. So guys,
gentrification in the sense that Lonnie brought up earlier. You said what?
Solomon first, and then you guys fall in after him.
Appreciate it. There's value, unfortunately, Seven. I'm just speaking the truth. You know, I don't care about sides, blah blah blah. Let's just have an honest conversation.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there are certain groups, black people are included in this group, that are really good at being used as what people term economic bioweapons, meaning you use them to clear out and lower the value of an area, have certain people come in, buy up all that shit, and move them out. Unfortunately, black people have been turned into this type of economic bioweapon. And so a lot of people see value in using them in that way. It's happened here in so many areas in Chicago. Literally, my area in the Gold Coast, which now is like, such an expensive area. Cabrini Green is right down the fucking street from the Gold Coast, or the buildings used to be. Right? They moved all of them out and replaced all the motherfuckers with huge ass condos. But first they lowered all of that value property over the decades, right? And then they did that shit. And Lion brought up another situation where the same type of shit happened. So to say that gentrification doesn't have value, I think you're being naive in an emotional sense, because clearly, like I said, some groups are just better being used as bioweapons. So it is what it is, bro.
So the game's gotta be played. That's it.
So
I'll tell you where I am. So Lion, the game's gotta be played, Guy, and Seventh, and then I'd like to opine.
Alright. I'll tell you where I am right now. This is in response to Seventh's statement. I'm literally in the 6th Ward, Atlanta, 285 petrol, just getting fuel. This place looks like a shithole. There's crackheads and prostitutes right out there on the streets. They're all black. They're all druggies. They're all addicts. The little fish market that's at the corner is ran down and raggedy, spray painted up. People have busted out the windows and done all sorts of vile things to their own society. Now, is this the society that you claim that you want to maintain and keep? or just pretty much worthless until somebody decides to step up and clean all this shit up and get these people either off the road.
Keep talking.
Or, I just started talking.
American is back, Monica.
American, there's a queue. I'm sad you left.
I don't want to be in the queue. I just want to interrupt.
Well, that's not Give me the 30 seconds, Lion, and then
I was trying to, but
I
I want y'all to pay attention to every time I speak, this shit happens. Every time. It doesn't matter any time we're talking about anything.
Because, well, you talk more than other people. So, and you talk over everyone. And that's why that.
Alright, Jason's in the group. He has a difficult, like I do it too. I moderate when I don't have the moderator badge, but he was warned earlier. He can come up in a minute. Lion, 30 more seconds about the topic, not about how you're not going to get time to talk.
Yeah, alright.
Thank
you. So the point is, Seven, that the problem isn't that you want to maintain a society, in my opinion. The problem is you've gotten grown accustomed to being indoctrinated and believing that this is the culture that you're supposed to accept. Ran down, raggedy ass shit that nobody gives a fuck about. You start crying when some foreigner, some Arab or Jewish guy comes in here, some innovator that comes in and decides to set up a Starbucks in the neighborhood. You start crying then, but you weren't saying shit for the last 15 years when this place is getting ran down and drugged out by all the gang members and prostitutes. The problem is not them. The problem is you. They are, of course, the serpent, but you keep letting them in because you won't you won't stand the line and keep and respect your own areas. You won't take care of your homes.
Okay, thank you, Lion. Who's next? Whose voice did I not recognize?
Did you put me behind Lion?
No, I put you behind someone else, but if they're not gonna speak up, you can go.
All right, Lion, to answer your question, and I'm going to respond to King as well. It can be beneficial if it doesn't cause displacement, and if it's done with a properly executed community benefits agreement. If the community has an input and an honest chance to state what the community really wants and needs, as opposed to what the money machine wants for their bottom line. And that's when gentrification can be somewhat beneficial. It deals with the community. And to speak to you, Lion, then what I would like to say is, let's look at how those communities became in that condition. And we're going to talk about that community, or say a community that exists in different parts of America, where they're run down, where they're decrepit, where the property value is low as hell because nobody wants to live in that said community. I like to get to the root of how did that community get like that? What caused that? And was it just so much about people didn't give a damn about their community, or where there's a flux of reactions that caused that community to be like that? So you said crackheads. What made crackheads? All right. What created a crackhead? And yes, some of that was a choice, but then again, some of that was imposed. What created gang violence? Where did they get the guns from? Right? Because we don't manufacture two things in our communities. We don't create cocaine plants. We don't bring it to our communities. We don't have a gun manufacturing state or distribution in our communities. So we can see how those communities got like that. And those communities got like that for a reason, because they want them to wipe each other out so they can come and take over those properties, right? We see that all over the place in different areas. They'll let them be decrepit. I mean, the government, the local government, the mayor, will see these communities and do nothing to change these communities for those communities. Affordable housing for those that live in those communities. Change those communities. Yes, ma'am. All right. No problem. So if we're going to speak on those communities, let's speak on how they got there and how they can change. You're in Atlanta. I'm originally from up the street from you in Greenville, South Carolina, straight up 85. So we can see all of that exists within certain said communities. But I do see in Greenville how they're changing those communities and allowing people of those communities to still exist in those communities. They're not gentrifying, they're changing them. They're changing, they're knocking down the decrepit houses and putting up better houses. And then they're putting those same people back into those houses instead of allowing foreigners to come in and move in. So I can agree, but I do believe there's a better system to place into those areas.
Hi.
If people own mortgages, their values go up.
Oh, DNT, were you the one who was supposed to go after Lion?
Yeah, I spoke my piece before though. I said the game's gotta be played.
Anything else you want to add before I go?
Yeah, if people owned mortgages, setting up new businesses and stuff like that would increase their value. It'd be a good thing. But I can see how it would be a problem in renting, yeah.
That's it?
But again, it's like nobody's entitled to anything. We're in a competition. It's a permanent struggle. So everyone should always be prepared for the worst.
So, in my mind, gentrification is going into a neighborhood, making renovations and repairs, and improving the neighborhood so that the property value for all is increased. Now, you can say you're pricing out some people out of the neighborhood. I guess that happens. And also, the neighborhood is safer for the people moving in. And it's always curious to me. My last point, and then I'll yield the mic. I don't know if American Woman wants a conversation with Tally or not. Oh, she's gone again. Okay, so, what do you want people to do? Because it's white flight or it's gentrification, and it seems like nobody's happy with either of them, and yet they happen. So,
are you saying that black communities aren't safe?
no, I don't believe I did.
Because you said it makes them safer. So you said it makes them safer.
No, I said upgrading and replacing blighted housing with safe housing, with nicer housing, renovations and repairs on a blighted home that does drag down property value for the whole neighborhood, and then you make it better, and then suddenly everybody's property value goes up because the blighted house is no longer there.
No, ma'am, you said it makes them safer. You said something about something makes something safer.
Right. When you have wealthy people come into a neighborhood, they usually care about their property. So they're probably going to put like security cameras and other home defense things in place so that if there are break-ins, then they can turn over the footage to the police and the perpetrators might get caught, so there'll be less break-ins in the neighborhood.
So we're talking about break-ins in the neighborhood. So we were talking about black communities and gentrification on flight. Now you're saying something about putting up cameras.
The only race I mentioned was white flight. And that means people leaving the neighborhood who are white. So if people are leaving the neighborhood who are white, are those black neighborhoods or those are just neighborhoods?
Poor communities are more dangerous than wealthy.
Exactly.
Excuse me,
you want to change your narrative from black communities to poor communities are more dangerous than middle class and wealthy neighborhoods. Do you agree? Regardless of race.
No, I don't agree with that because.
So you have data to show me that lower income, lower resourced, poverty-stricken neighborhoods are safer than middle class and upper middle class neighborhoods.
I will show you this right here. White boys commit more break-ins and what they call them, burglary, midnight burglary.
Again, you're talking race. I'm talking class. We're not having the same conversation.
Yeah, now you're just getting
We're not having the same conversation.
We are because wait a minute.
Your white hate is showing.
Well, no. I'm gonna tell you why we are. We are because having the same conversation, because we were talking originally about black neighborhoods and gentrification.
That are poor. Black neighborhoods that are poor. You're forgetting that part.
So
That's what we're talking about.
Well, I come from poor black neighborhoods, and we were safe. We were safe in our neighborhood. We could leave our doors open, and with nobody coming out. I lived in the projects, and we could leave our doors open,
That was
and
in
with
the
nobody.
1960s.
No, I don't care when it was. I'm
It
speaking
matters.
on.
It matters when it was.
Wait a minute. Do you live in a black neighborhood?
I didn't make a racial argument, Seven.
No, I asked you a question.
That
When
it's
you live,
racial,
have you
not
ever?
classes
Do
and
you live? No.
Per person, blacks commit more crime than whites.
That's
for real?
No, that's a fact. I'm serious. That's a fact. You can deny the truth, but that's a fact.
Now, being that you said that, let me
Hold on, y'all. We don't have to make this contentious. It really doesn't have to be. Crystal, hold on. Please don't. Please don't make it extra. We're just having a conversation. And if the statistics don't bear out what I thought was common knowledge, that people with lower income and less resources sometimes resort to crime, then I'm incorrect. It's not race.
Miss Monica.
It's not race.
Miss Monica, let me say this to you real quick, and I'm a hush.
Looking for the data. Please share it in the chat.
They don't need no data. Okay. I'm gonna say
You don't need no stinking data. Yes, we need data. Data that gets measured gets improved. What gets measured gets improved.
And let me do this real quick. Miss Monica, let me say this to you. One thing about crime in poor communities, we sell more drugs, right? We will sell drugs. And let me speak to this. We will.
Very small substrate.
Can I do this real quick?
In the hood.
Can I speak with Miss Monica real quick? Miss Monica, please, let me. Okay, well, let me speak to Miss Monica real quick. Well, let me speak to Miss Monica real quick. Miss Monica, and coming up from the 80s until the 2000s and 2024, drugs are a part of our communities that we're trying to get rid of. We do have violence, just like any other community has violence, and drugs, because in my community, drugs are just as a fluid. It's just not as attacked or instructed to be attacked by the authorities. It's more undercover, right? We do ours out blatant. And so then you get break-ins. Then you get break-ins. White people, young white men have more burglaries than black people. We call them midnight burglars, which is a high charge. You get 20 years for that. Why do I know that? Because in prison, which I was a part of, you get more white guys coming in for car thefts and for break-ins and stuff like that. We don't do that. We have violence, we shoot, but just like you have murders in white communities, you have murders in black communities. And the guy said that black people commit more crime. That is totally inaccurate. And if you go look at statistics from Google or anything, you'll see a difference between violent crimes, blue-collar crimes, and so forth and so on. Domestic violence is on the rise within both communities. And so I'm not going to do a black and white back and forth battle with people, but I will not allow people to say that poor communities are more dangerous than middle class, because that's not true. That's not true at all. And so I will not allow people to say that. Why? Because I'll ask somebody that says that, you can look at statistics, but do you live in a black community? Can you do the police reports and see the difference? And so it's fair, but it's not fair to say that only black people in poor communities are more dangerous when you need more cameras up. That's not true. And so middle class is just as dangerous. They have more violence. I I live out here in Denver. There's no such thing as a black hood. Period. You can't find a black hood in Denver, Colorado. So most of Denver, Colorado is middle class. Way more violence than Atlanta. Way more violence than Chicago. Due to statistics. Why? Because it spreads out. You know, you got the mountains area, you got down into the rural area, then you have the more city area. There's a lot of violence going on in Denver. So, you know, let's be careful when we say poor people have more dangerous communities. Do your statistics.
Yeah, y'all need to stay off the first floor.
Yeah, can I say something real quick? A couple things. I just hopped in the conversation and of course we're talking about this.
Crystal, it's a little hard to hear you, Mama. Just a little bit.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
That's much better. Much.
Okay. All right. So a couple things that I've heard so far as I'm back into the room. So, Monica, you all were talking about gentrification, and I heard the entail of Monica saying that, well, you know, in black communities it's not as secure, and that if the gentrification allows wealthy people to come in and put in more security cameras to make the communities more safe, which is, I don't know if she's trolling or if she actually believes that. So, yeah, a couple things I wanted to bring up because she wanted data, right? Number one, poverty, wherever, it doesn't matter the race. Poverty, we all know that the likeliness of crime is going to happen in poverty-stricken environments, whether it be white, black, Hispanic communities. If there is poverty or a disproportionate amounts of distribution of wealth, you're going to see crime more higher. So this whole, you know, I live here and I see it. We live in America. Denver is not going to look the same as Philly. Philly's not going to look the same as Columbus. Like, so that argument is stupid, no shade. But I wanted to bring up some data as we're talking about crime rates by race. First of all, before I say the data, we all know that crimes happen by per capita. So if you are in a specific area, you're going to see most likely the people who are within your community environment and also financial status, you're going to see more crimes happening per capita versus just putting it all in one big bucket. But the data says, according to the United States Department of Justice, and I'll link it below, it says in March of 2024, the United States Department of Justice reported that 51% of known offenders for hate crimes were white, 21% were black or African American, and 17.4% were unknown race. That's for hate crimes. For arrests, in 2019, the FBI reported that 69.4% of all individuals were arrested were white, 26.6% were black or African American, and 4% were of other races. For juveniles, 62.5% of those arrested were white, 33.9% were black or African American, and 3.6% were of other races. And then it also talks about carjackings. It says black people are 93% more likely to be victims of carjacking than the national average, while Hispanic people are 64% more likely and white people are 48% likely. So again, we all know that crime, it goes by per capita, right? So when we sit here and make blanket statements about, oh, well, the black community, you know, has the most crime, X, Y, and Z, it's per capita. It's not just a blanket, oh, well, we all have the same sort of community. Some people might be in the suburbs, urban settings, population matters. There's different median outcomes as pertains to wealth and income. So we can't sit here and make it a black and white thing. And I know, Monica, you like to troll to get a reaction out of people, but you want data, just Google it. Just Google the data, you'll see. But to say, oh, well, you know, gentrification is okay because the wealthy whites are going to come inside and, you know, provide security cameras because black people don't have security cameras. That's silly. But I'll post it in the chat. I'll yield.
Thank you for that valid doubt, because that kills DNT's argument that he tried this one ago.
DNT, do you have a rebuttal? Or Shad, go ahead.
I don't really have anything to say. I can say that what I said in the chat, I said the majority of crimes are committed by poor people is not the same as the majority of poor people commit crime. So I don't know if I had to make that distinction, but
Very important.
So yeah, my data comes from the Department of Justice. So that's not just no blog coming straight from the government.
Crystal, do you want to take a closer look at the data with me?
What I just read?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I have a couple minutes.
Thanks. So white people, whatever that is, in our society comprise of about 50 to 60% of the population.
I would agree, which means, and that goes back to my point about per capita.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And
You all are the majority.
Right. And they're responsible of, what did you say that percentage was? 60%?
Yes, because you are the majority. That's why I said you go by per capita. We're on the same page with that.
Right. So Black Americans are comprised of how many? What percentage of the population?
Monica, we are on the same page. You don't have to walk with me. This is white America. You guys are the majority. That means that what I just said, that it will be more of a honest conversation to talk about per capita, because you all are the majority, which means you will have more of the crime. Just like how you are more of the welfare recipients.
Right, by number, not percentage.
Hey,
right?
Hispanics are included in whites too, so it's not even accurate.
No.
And it's still low.
Did you guys, okay, I'm gonna yield, Crystal, because I know you only have a few minutes and it looks like some other people.
Yes, absolutely. I just want you to say one last thing though.
No, you have time, honey. I wanna give you
my
time.
Yeah. To say that the data is inaccurate when I literally posted from the Department of Justice, .gov.
What statistics are we looking at specifically?
So if you click on the link that I just posted, let me go back to it.
I see it. It's talking about hate crimes. That's what the conversation was about?
No. It's not just hate crimes. There's other crimes on there as well. That's why I said, what are y'all looking at? I gave 3 specific examples from the website.
Isn't the FBI stats like?
No, I thought we only care about the violent crimes.
So listen, y'all. It says 3 different categories. One was for carjacking. I gave 1 for arrest, and I gave 1 for hate crimes. But there's more on. If y'all just click on that link, they're talking about more than just hate crimes on this website. Just click on the link.
I clicked on it. From what I'm seeing, it's a release of the 2022 hate crime stats. So that's all I see. I don't know if I'm tripping. Maybe like we sent the wrong link.
Hold on 1 second.
But it's specifically talking about hate crime.
So on here, if you go down where it says offenses by crime and category,
these are talking about hate crimes.
No, hold on.
Among 13,377 hate crime offenses reported, and then it describes the differences, I guess, between persons, property, and society. So this is specifically talking about hate crimes.
Right, but there's a section in this art link because it gives an overview about in March 2024, and then it goes into arrest, not for hate crimes, and then it goes into carjackings as well. I can PTR it.
Please just maybe send the link again, because the most recent. Are you talking about the most recent one you put in, or?
Hold on. Hold on 1 second.
Because the most recent one you put in is simply about hate crimes, babe.
Alright,
That's
so the one that Safari
confused.
just posted, I'm about to post that one as well.
Okay, okay.
I was just looking at this.
Yeah, I was gonna say the FBI crime stats are a little bit more,
Right, this is a crime, what is this as of 2019? But this is crime in the United States and it goes by which offense, the percentage of different races. So if you look on there, it tells you how many white people committed that crime.
yeah, I've went to this link plenty of times. I kind of
Okay, yeah.
know it.
Okay.
And what specifically are we focusing on?
So I'll go back to my point. So Monica got off mic and said, because again, I've been in the room, but I'm not really listening. The only thing that I heard Monica say was that you all were talking about gentrification, and I heard Monica go off mic and say that Black people, it's okay, like gentrification is okay because wealthy people bring more safety inside Black communities, and she used security systems as an example. And I put in the chat, wait a minute, Black people, and we don't have like security in the Black community. But my 2 points that I'm saying is that it's not about Black or white, it's about poverty. Where when you see poverty in any sort of community, you will see higher crime.
That's
so that was my first point. And then my second point was you're going to see the numbers and also percentages per capita as to who commits the most crimes. Well, obviously, it's going to be white people overall because this is a white country. They are the majority. So you're going to see more of that. And so I provided data for that specifically. But I am saying that we shouldn't focus on race because I feel like that's being dishonest in the conversation. Now, obviously, Black people commit crimes. That's obvious, right? But if we're talking about who creates the most, I mean, the statistics show it's white people because it's a white country. But I don't think that race should even be a part of the conversation.
And
I heard race being brought up by Monica though.
And now it's
Can we talk about violent crimes? Because the stats say that 13% of the population is responsible for more than 50% of violent crimes.
Yeah, but that's not true. You know why? Because white people commit. Well, if we look back at the statistics, Nathan, it said that white people commit more hate crimes. So is hate crimes violent?
Hate crimes can be violent. They can
Okay, so
but that's not necessarily.
So if a hate crime is violent and white people commit more hate crimes, then what does that say?
I said that a lot of white people commit hate. I was talking about violent crimes.
Okay, that's a violent crime.
As in like
No,
murder,
not
rape,
necessarily violent.
Yeah, hate crimes are not necessarily violent.
Wasn't there a Jewish guy? Wasn't there a Jewish guy who was arrested because he
hate speech is not a crime.
named his property with anti-Semitic slurs, and then you found out that he actually did it recently?
Is hate speech considered a crime?
Well, yes,
Monica, I'm glad you brought that up.
It can be.
They do that to themselves a lot to try to gain some sort of sympathy.
Well, Jesse Smollett did it best. You gotta give it to him.
Well, that was some bullshit.
Handing a job traditionally done by white males to Nigerians was brilliant.
I don't know about that, but I know that Jesse Smollett blamed what kind of people to the crime. That didn't even happen.
Hate speech is not a crime.
Yeah, hate because you got freedom of speech. So again, Nathan, if the statistics say that white people commit more hate crimes, then that speaks some volume. Now,
tell me what it is.
I just looked it up. So the FBI,
hate crime would be a violent crime against another race of people.
So the FBI says the violent crime is composed of 4 offenses: murder, non-negligent murder, forcible rape, robbery, aggravated assault. These are the categories in which violent crimes are defined in the FBI.
Okay, so now, when we deal with rape, we see that in both communities. When we deal with murder, we see that in both communities, especially mass murder. We know where mass murder comes from. where people will come in, like the guy in the church came in and shot up a church or came in and shot up movies. Those were white young men committing mass murder. You feel me? And so we see that, but we also see in Chicago. Wait a minute. Let me finish. We also see in Chicago and in Atlanta and some of the major cities, California, where gang violence does exist. So one thing about it is this right here, and I'm laying. Black on black crime is more interesting for the newscasts and stuff like that than white on white crime, because white on white crime does exist, but it's not as popular as black on black crime to be mentioned in the news. You feel me?
Why do you have to take so long to say something that you don't know? Come on, man. You got to be concise.
I'm done. I said my piece.
You know what you're right. Go ahead.
The attack is always going to be on me anyway in this group, so I'm good with it. But I do understand the difference between the two and how they exist. White on white crime exists. It's not as popular to be spoken about. Black on black crime exists, and it's very broad throughout the news. We see it every day.
It's not even that time for you to start complaining about the room yet. Hold on.
I just got the crime stats in there in the chat.
Don't do that, bro. I just spoke on what I spoke on. That's all.
That's the same thing you meant to post, right?
Yeah.
You so just get to start hating on the room in an hour and 30
Yeah, it did the same thing.
Come on, man. I thank you, brother. Hey, don't do that with me. Do that with somebody else, all right? I'm cool with it.
The article that we keep posting, Miss Andrews, there's an article within that site. You just have to scroll down because it did the same thing for me. Yeah.
Could one of you guys put that in the usual complaints chat in Discord?
I'm not on y'all Discord.
Oh no, on purpose.
I'm still trying to figure y'all out first before I decide to.
These the kind of motherfucker that like.
I guess you're joining the Discord to figure us out.
I don't feel like a lot of y'all are Team Crystal, so I don't know. I gotta.
What did you try to figure out exactly?
No. What it is she's the kind of person that she loves to show up to events late on purpose.
It's called
late on purpose. That's right, yeah.
It's called self-centering.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to make this about me though, y'all, because we moving from the conversation.
We moved away from the person.
Why are we focused on hate crime?
Yeah, if this happened to you, Shasha, when you posted that, when you did your Googles, and it talked about the specific type of crimes, and then when you drop the link, it goes straight to hate crime, right? Did that happen for you?
No, I clicked it specifically since we were on that topic.
Oh, okay.
I just figured go to the FBI stats instead. But they have an analysis of basically everything, of like all crime as well. It's interesting.
Shy, does it have the percentage of Black Americans? Does it have the demographics?
Yeah, it gets into everything really.
Are Black Americans still 13% or 14% of the population?
What do you mean about black people? I thought it was White Wednesday.
Well, the argument on the table was, and I actually didn't agree with anything that Crystal said except that she misheard me. I repeatedly said in my question about white flight versus gentrification, I really was aiming more at class struggle than a race struggle, but Seventh kept introducing race over and over and over again.
No, I did not.
I don't know
Okay.
if Crystal heard that part.
No, I thought I heard you. Yeah, I had
Miss
thought I
Crystal.
heard. Hold on a second. I
What
thought I
was
heard
one of that question?
Well, what she said was that when gentrification is all right, because when the rich people move in, they make it safer. And so, because we were talking about the black community and gentrification and white flight and stuff like that. So when she said that, it caught my attention, and I asked the question. I said, "So are you saying that when white people move in, they make the black community safer?" She did not want to say yes because she knows she had misquoted herself and shouldn't have said that when rich people move in, black.
Not necessarily black, not necessarily
but you
white
said
people, when rich people move in.
Okay, but now let's go back to.
Say that they might not say the same something because when they violent crime
because black communities are safe without gentrification. That's
like places like what, East New York and things?
Well, hold on. They
Like
are
that, like I said.
Let me
show you something.
Hold on.
Let me answer this, dude.
I will say that it's safe when they
Okay, so not all black communities are riddled with crime, first of all. And so because
why are you equating poor communities?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why Rachel even brought up. DNT said black people commit crime. No, I'm not. Okay,
tolerating this pig-ticket motherfucker on white women.
Okay, because we were talking about white people, white flight, or gentrification. Now, what does that happen most at? Does that happen in poor white communities? Not likely, not very likely. But does it happen more in black communities?
What is gentrification? So that we get. What is gentrification?
Nobody's moving to fucking rural areas.
Okay.
What is gentrification?
So seven things that justification is when you go to black areas and make them white. That's what you.
No. Let me speak. If you want to ask me the question, I'll answer the question if I can. Gentrification is when you have the developers or developing companies or construction companies and other property or what they call them, property people that buy properties and so forth. When they come into the black community, say that again?
Developers?
Yeah, developers, thank you. So when you have developers...
Not black, it's poor.
Wait a minute, excuse me. Wait a minute, can I answer the question, please? When you have developers, developing companies or developers coming to poor communities, which are most likely... which are more to be black communities.
So you that's so bad.
Are you mad about what I'm trying to explain, or you want to explain?
We're mad about how ineffective you are in explaining it. That's the problem.
Okay, correct me when I'm done. So when we deal with developer companies, which I've seen from South Carolina across the map to Denver, Colorado, where we have developer companies coming to poor communities, which are most likely black communities, and they deface and they come in without the community's input, and they place things in the community that runs up the property value, and they move people out in those communities. Why? Because the property value goes up. And then when they do take a house and they transform it or knock it down and rebuild it, they don't, the price is so high that the people of that community can't move back in those communities. And so now that is a part of gentrification, right? So when we spoke on that earlier,
before you go there, doesn't the value go up on the homes? And they don't just start buying houses, right? They start with the building.
Okay,
once they say this, right? You open all with this thing that's broken and it doesn't open up. You see like this community come in, they develop it into Starbucks. The property taxes, the property goes up in that area. These people now have a good amount of what you call the money they can make off their home, right? As an investment. That's why they sell. Gentrification.
Black people we don't want a Starbucks in the middle of our community. We don't need it. No.
I'm telling you, it brings up the property value, bro. You talking crazy. Go ahead.
Okay, wait a minute, Nathan. So again, Starbucks, shopping mall, all this and that. Regardless, Some communities need those things. But I'm gonna tell you what the real problem is. If you take a Starbucks and you drop it in the middle of the black community, right? Does that Starbucks does it take away a financial from the community, or does it add to the community? And see, that's one of the problems.
It adds to the community. It adds to the community. But it adds to jobs.
Let me say this and I'm gonna let you all speak. It doesn't add to the community. Why? Because the black dollar doesn't circulate more. But if you go to Jewish communities, if you go to regular white middle class community, their dollars circulate 10 times within their communities before it leaves. When you bring a Starbucks in the middle of a black community, that black dollar doesn't circulate as much as it does in other communities. Now we can see that. And so it devalues the community. And so we need things within our community that assist our communities, right? Instead of devalue. And that's just the way we feel. That's the way we feel.
The Starbucks dollar doesn't circulate in the white community either.
Why if a black person, Starbucks is a franchise, why if a black person own the Starbucks?
Starbucks not.
We don't own Starbucks.
Johnson owns Starbucks, honey.
Yeah, but look at who you talking about. He's the 1%.
You know what's worse than having your neighborhood gentrified is not having your neighborhood gentrified. You know what's worse than a real estate developer coming in and fixing up houses is leaving crack houses in your.
Okay, so now listen what I said earlier. Whoever said something about crack houses. If you're gonna knock down the crack houses, which is an insult to the black community, because not all black communities have crack houses, but the ones that do, then okay.
Just most.
No, we're not gonna say most either, because my thing is this right here. Have you been in every city in most black communities? No, you have not. And so then you said that that's an opinion, but I'll speak on it from a
I traveled to 32 states and 3 different continents, sir.
I'll speak on
Every neighborhood has a crack house.
Let's say this again. Being that y'all throwing a crack house, what about meth labs that exist in the white community? Let's talk about those.
The racial makeup of a community has nothing to do with investors' willingness to invest. Investors in property investment specifically look for dilapidated properties in which they can get a return on their investment via sweat.
Okay, but then I'm gonna let y'all. It's like a poor community, straight from the fact that they need a grocery store and they need development. Hold on, wait a minute. It's like a poor community, straight from the fact that they need grocery store, and the developer comes in, installs a whole Foods. How did that help the community when half of the residents can't afford to shop there? See what I'm saying? Now, y'all can have it. Now we're speaking about from opinion and statistics, and people are throwing stuff at me from opinion. But you know what? I'm gonna let you guys have it, and y'all can continue on this conversation. Thank you all for letting me speak. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate
This is ridiculous. Like, what do you guys really want? Like, I've never been to Brooklyn.
Wait a minute. Now, just a while ago, you said you were black. Now you're saying, what do you guys really want? No, you're not. No, because now you're saying, what do you guys really want? See the difference?
You guys, he means unreasonable people.
Some people are too racist, like come on here.
You want it black owned, you don't want it black owned. People cannot buy. The reality is...
No, we want black owned. We want it to be black owned.
Let me say this real quick. So obviously gentrification has its benefits, it obviously has its negatives, and the workaround that is what they called mixed income housing, which is to say they would develop a complex or community that both supports people on fixed incomes or low incomes and market rate incomes. So to say that gentrification is not an issue, it obviously is. There's people, communities being displaced if they don't take provisions. People in communities would be displaced if they didn't take steps to like help the existing community be able to remain in that area. So why are y'all trolling this man Wait, one second. Why are y'all trolling this man? 1 second. Why are y'all trolling? Why are y'all trolling this man as if you don't understand the negative aspects of gentrification as it's regularly practiced without taking into account the existing community?
Are we taking? Go ahead.
In New York, right? They already do that. So, for instance, for every single apartment building that goes up in New York, 20% is reserved for low-income housing and the people that already lives in that community. Secondly, I don't see the downside to gentrification when it does actually bring up property value, right? It replaces the aging population that are already moving out. One thing about gentrification is it is the children of those older people that move out that actually sell those property. That's what they found out in Brooklyn. Most of the brownstones were not being sold by the old people. No, those old people either died, the kids moved out the neighborhood and they sold the property. The people with the money comes in, buy it, and they want to make a profit out of it. Those of us who are clairvoyant, we stayed and we enjoy the property value. As far as like bringing in Starbucks and all the other stuff, that's a fact of life. Nothing is going to remain constant. Things have to change and we have to be able to change with it. Like anyone that's ever been to New York, compare New York 20 years ago to now, we have a much better city. Because Michael Bloomberg brought gentrification, we were able to invest in infrastructure in the city. We brought in, like downtown Brooklyn is fucking amazing. Like Dumbo used to be a place where the mob used to dump bodies. Now you can barely afford an apartment there. It is a very beautiful waterfront where you can go and enjoy a beautiful Saturday with your family. So I don't understand the beef with gentrification.
Does anybody else want to answer my question?
I'll answer your question. I can answer your question.
I sidestepped it.
Okay, make that still guard answer it. Then after still guard, I want to take a shot at it.
What's the question? What's the actual question? Sorry.
We all, as normal.
Why are we trolling Seven's son about the?
I swiped out your.
Okay, no, reset it.
What happened, Monica? I think I swiped out. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I'm listening too closely and I'm not watching my phone. So just to reiterate, just to reset the room, I said, is there any benefits to gentrification? And Seventh said no.
Okay, yeah. So since it's the case, we all know there's benefits and negatives. Why are we
Wait, did Seventh Son acknowledge them though? Do you think that there are any benefits at all?
If you're asking me my question, then I've seen. If you're asking me that question, I've seen it where the gentrification has been more negative than positive in black communities.
All right, more negative than positive. So there are some positive benefits to gentrification.
Like Matt just said.
Yes or no will suffice.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, please.
Oh my God! Come on, Seventh Son. You gotta allow people to make the points.
Oh my God!
Y'all don't ask Seventh Son questions if you don't want him to answer. So
no, but he already did answer the long form. So now we just need a simple yes or no to confirm if he
no, I don't want the long form. All I was going to say was, like Matt said in New York, it has been beneficial. I haven't seen that. So again, if he said it's beneficial,
based on your experience.
I don't think it's based on the areas that I've seen. Yes, right, true.
All right, fair enough. He has not seen any benefits to gentrification based on his experience. Go.
Yeah, you eliminated the key ingredient, which is for black people.
Okay, I can break it down. I can break it down. I say a lot of gentrification, right?
So if you calm down, bro, because you get excited for no reason, man.
Oh, I'm going to answer the question, bitch ass nigga.
Okay, you gonna calm down or no?
No. Right. Anyways, like I was trying to say, before I was interrupted by Concrete. So here's the case, right? This is why gentrification is good, right? For black people. First of all, not all black people are poor, right? Not all black people are the dang bottom tier black people that makes up seven cents community. Those individuals, they get it the worst, right? Because they get moved out of their area, because they're probably like in gangs or something like that. They move in another project, that's good. And they move into other neighborhoods to another project that's likely in their their enemy's neighborhood or something like that. Yeah, those are part. But for black people, right, the benefits are this. Well, if there's a Starbucks in the community, the property value, the houses, they go up. That means that if your house was say if your house was $25,000, right? That whole property, they have a very Starbucks that come up and bumps up 50,000. Boom, 75,000. Now you got a 50%. You got a $50,000 profit on your home when you sell it. That's a good thing. That's upward mobility. That's what you want as black people. But the seventh son, they don't have that, right? Because they don't own a house. What they own is apartments. But what it does help on those individuals is it helps them get jobs. If they know how to clean up their dang drunk ass, if they know how to stop smoking, they can go grab and then get a job at Starbucks. That way, they can date a white girl, and then, come on, man, now you're running yourself muscles.
No, do you hear that, though? Don't do you listen?
Like you hate black people, man. We know you hate black people. We know you hate.
No. I'm trying to get some benefits.
No, you generalize.
I'm not trolling them. I'm not trolling them.
You just generalize.
I still got the answer.
I gave the negative, right? I gave the negative, and now I gave positives. And I know you don't like to listen. You like to harp on the negativity, but I need you to listen to the positivity. And I want to finish. Thank you. Nothing will bullshit. This is all true. So anyway, Sam, like I was trying to say, right? So
I don't like it.
So Sam, okay. There's some people. And then let me show you another positive, right, 7-7? Okay, man. Okay. Let me finish. And 7-7, another positive is this, right?
Do you like that?
All right.
Hey, Nick.
Can I land? My last part is this.
Yeah, I want to.
Another positive is this. Your type of black, right? Y'all like to hit licks. Y'all good in the B&E, right? The breaking and entering. So if white people start to move into these areas, right? You know what that means? You got a new lick. You got a new house to rub. You don't have to rub your neighbors. You can start rubbing the people you dislike, white people. That's another benefit of helping black people. And I'm joking.
Are you landing with that?
After 7 replies, please say
that's all the benefits for black people.
All right. Nathan, I will say this. Being that you added a lot of opinionated inanity, then what I will say is this right here. If you want to make it personal about my kind of black people, me and my wife own 2 houses in Park Hill, Denver, Colorado. Look it up. No, because
you don't gotta impress this dude. That's what he's trying to do is get your
right.
Hey, let it happen, bro. Let it happen, concrete.
He spoke on my kind of black people, so I'm going to speak for my kind of black people. We live in home. We live in a black neighborhood, a historical one at that, here in Denver, Colorado. And the gentrification that has happened here has damaged the community more than assisted it. With our community centers being gentrified, the old black people that were here that enjoyed those centers, that walked amongst those centers, they were told they couldn't attend and walk in the community no more in those centers. So that was bullshit. We had a historical golf course over here. They wanted to turn, West Side developers wanted to turn it into nothing but apartment buildings. We beat that because we are a black community that's unified. We have our own black stores that the whole mart up there is owned by black people. A black woman owns that whole property. They wanted to come and knock her property down and gentrify that with, like you say, a Starbucks and bullshit that we didn't need in here because we have what we want. And so the community defeated that. So my kind of black people are united. We own homes and we are progressive in that manner without gentrification. You see, we've always defeated it here. So now I've seen it where it's been, look up Denver, Colorado.
You good.
No, because you say a lot of bullshit, and so I got to respond.
You didn't rebuttal anything.
So now, wait a minute, Miss Foster. Wait a minute,
Can you talk about
Yeah, still
Brewery or
gonna say
the?
that.
Now, wait a minute. Now,
This is
now, with the
now
governor.
we go to downtown Denver, Colorado.
Seven, you want to preach. You want to preach. We got the point, Seven. We got the point. We get the point. 7 points. 7, we get the point. You tell me the point now.
You get the point.
Thanks,
Stop trolling with the bullshit that's not necessary.
Thanks, Seven.
That's what you say,
Yeah,
Florida?
yeah, don't do it, don't do it, don't do
Yes,
it.
it was a beautiful night golf course before they came and defaced it to try to make it what they wanted it to be. And now that, and let me show you how developers work.
What was it called?
It's called Parkhill Golf Course. And so,
Which one?
Parkhill Golf Course. And what they did was,
No, Put it in the chat. Go ahead, still go.
Sorry, I was just curious about the golf course.
no, he asked me a question, so I answered it, but I wanted to tell
you're
you what
done.
happened.
You're done for now, Seven. Please. Still guard. The mic's yours.
The reason I suspect he was being trolled is because there's a lack of acknowledgement of the externalities that cause the negative sides of gentrification. I look at it the same way I look at it as catcalling. The only thing worse than women getting catcalled is being a woman who never gets catcalled. The only thing worse than having a neighborhood that's gentrified is having a neighborhood that never receives gentrification or isn't worthy of gentrification. The entire concept behind the system and the reason why gentrification happens from the perspective of real estate developers is because they come into an area with dilapidated, rundown properties that have a high upside potential for return on investment by putting sweat equity into those properties and receiving that return on investment. The very nature of how gentrification happens requires it to be done in low economic areas. You then find yourself in a situation where these real estate developers are money motivated, that's the nature of business, and they are not going to find themselves in a situation where they're doing anything other than doing the utmost within reason to maximize their profit. Oftentimes they have cash money investors that are required, that they have an obligation to maximize these investments, right?
We understand the mechanics.
But the problem is, Concrete, is some people don't understand. The problem and the reason why this gentleman got trolled is because he's complaining that water is wet. He's complaining that puppies grow into dogs. He's complaining that we don't live on the Big Rock Candy Mountain. Because the fact of the matter is you have two options. No grocery stores in your neighborhood or gentrification that brings in Whole Foods. You don't get a middle option where you say, hey, real estate developer who's looking to maximize their investment and their return on investment. What we'd like you to do instead is develop commercial property, find a leasee with a major grocery chain that provides discount groceries. No. What those property developers are going to do is they're going to do a study of the area. They're going to determine how to absolutely maximize their profit. And Whole Foods is going to. Not everybody does, Concrete. It's abundantly clear here that he doesn't understand.
Here's the issue.
No. You gotta let Seven say. You gotta let him cut still. You gotta let him cut Concrete. That's still my point. So you can educate Seven stuff.
No.
The fact here remains is your options are crack houses or freshly remodeled single-family homes. Your options are no grocery store or Whole Foods. It's not just white communities, sir. Number one, it's not just.
No, Concrete, just wait.
Look,
Still
bro,
guard.
you're
Take
beating the
another
dead horse.
2 minutes. Take another 2 minutes.
You asked them.
Look, bro, you're the winner.
Take
You got your
another 2
homeboys, all
minutes,
y'all on
and
the
then
same
Concrete,
side.
the mic is
Y'all
yours,
win.
but you gotta shut up
I'm
first.
trying
You
to
gotta shut
Add
up.
another 60 seconds to his time.
I'm trying to talk to Stilgar.
Go ahead, Stilgar.
Let me land my plane, Concrete.
Still talking to the room. He isn't just talking to you, bro. He's talking to the room too.
I'm talking to Stilgar.
The fact of the matter is the majority of the problems, the majority of the negative problems, which I would argue that gentrification is more upside than it is downside, but the majority of the negative aspects of gentrification is, the local lunch stand is no longer there, and family businesses are negatively impacted, and people who are looking for inexpensive housing are potentially priced out of neighborhoods that they were foundational to. Those are all negative externalities, but the fact of the matter is that's largely having to do with the fact that property prices are up, wages are down, poor economic conditions. Again, these are things external to the matter of gentrification. And as I said previous, this is a water is wet problem. You don't have a middle option where you get to presuppose, I'd like my neighborhood to be economically developed, but not so much so that it's outside of my price point. The problem is not the economic development being out of your price point. The problem is your price point can't keep up. You can't blame economic development for your failure to participate in the marketplace for whatever reason, legitimate or otherwise, that way.
Yeah, so all of that doesn't address the issue that Sevens put forward, which was specifically for black people. So if you ask a question about the benefits of gentrification in general, and somebody says, I don't see the benefits for this particular group, your response isn't to give us the mechanics on how gentrification works, right? Your response is to either acknowledge that he's correct or acknowledge that or make an argument for why he's wrong, right? Specifically black people, that's number one. Number two, you don't have to just gentrify like dilapidated environments. Just imagine an environment where there's nice sized lots and there's some feature, maybe water, proximity to some other location, i.e. downtowns, where somebody is going to say, this neighborhood originally was only $350,000, $500,000. I could tear it down and I could build a $2 million McMansion, right? That's also going to be a neighborhood that eventually gets gentrified. And it has nothing to do with black people. It has nothing to do with poor people. It's just an ability to take a lower valued neighborhood and make it a higher valued neighborhood, one property at a time. Doesn't mean you don't have Starbucks. Doesn't mean you don't have grocery stores. It just means there's an opportunity there. You can see it, you've seen it before, where an older house, not a cheap house, just an older house, maybe a different design where it was a one-story and a nice sized lot and on the water, turned into a 2-story brand new home for $3 million. You've seen it if you've paid attention. So that deals with that. Huh? Go ahead.
Hey, that's
Mayfield in the background.
Can I ask one question? Are y'all familiar with Black Wall Street?
Bro.
Except that had nothing to do with the current discussion, but go ahead.
Go ahead, Lion. Then after Lion, then I like to go. Go ahead, Lion.
Really simple. God damn it. Concrete. Why is it that they never seem to do this in places like West Virginia, where all of the land, the homes, and all of that stuff that was once owned by white meth heads, crackheads, bill poppers? Why is it that they don't seem to do that there, but they only seem to do that around black areas, black historic?
No, it's not only black areas. It's also, like Stilgar said, upside potential. Now, upside potential comes from a myriad of reasons, right? Upside potential could be because it's cheaper than the replacement cost, which is to say you're selling it for $50,000 and you can't even build it for $50,000, which is to say that you're automatically going to be able to like put $20,000, $30,000 in and have an upside, right?
No, what I'm saying is like there's some places in West Virginia where literally the land is
there's no upside. There's no upside. That's it. There's no upside.
Yeah, there's no upside. You have to develop it way too much.
So
there's no desire for people to live there even when developed. There's no
amount of investment that would be required to make it desirable is not cost.
The same reason why you don't sell cell phones in Sierra Leone.
Areas that are gentrified, it's like if they're not inside of a big city district, they're just outside of the big city district, and there's already a lot of development around that they can just kind of add on to a little bit. It takes minimal investment.
Think about it like this.
That's what.
Think about it like this. Like all our major cities, if you think about it, they are built around something valuable for the community, which is going to be like ports, right? Which is going to be something like, ports is like a
entertainment venues, education opportunities.
It's going to be somewhere where the jobs are going to be, and then everything grows from that, right? And the jobs and the infrastructure.
Well,
the only time you get those artificial cities is when
there's a lot of dead towns all across America that almost literally nobody owns. There are actual towns that if you had $400,000, you could buy the entire town. Right now, across the
but the thing is, after you bought it, what are you gonna do with it? Who wants to be there?
That's the thing. The infrastructure is there. The infrastructure is there already. These were already towns. I'm talking about.
Yeah, but this is a side issue.
Now you have to get businesses in to create jobs. So you said you buy
Look, if you can get creative enough, you can squeeze money out of West Virginia.
Bring all the businesses.
It's possible.
I get the best argument for how it's beneficial for black people, and no one agrees.
Still thinking that you're doing the same thing now with the Starbucks in the black community. Why is it that you're not doing the same thing in these communities? That's the point what I'm trying to say. You already have the.
Look, you're not listening to the answer, bro.
Listen, every part of the infrastructure that you're talking
You're
about.
not listening to the answer.
I am listening. I can still make your argument right now, you dumb motherfucker.
So why? So look, if we're right, then we're right. If we're wrong, how are we wrong? Okay, tell us how we're wrong.
Alright, thank you. So shut up, so I can show you where you're
Man, we gotta get off the crack, bro. You gotta get off the crack. You gotta get off the crack.
That's the reason why you can't do this.
How do you have a meeting? How do you have a meeting? This is how you respond every time somebody disagrees with you. How do you have a meeting every time you disagree with me?
I don't know. He just said, listen, let him talk.
I got it.
No, you good. I'm here tomorrow, bro. You good. You don't have to bring the big money out, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, good. So listen to me clearly, you fucking tip. What I'm saying to you is this. The very same white areas, white cities, white towns that already have the very same infrastructure and also resources and also things that used to bring people to those towns, you can do the very same thing. They don't. Why do these people specifically only choose where the black people and the Hispanic people used to live?
Can I say something? Can I answer it? It's because of location, Lion. Like a lot of these places are these condensed areas within cities where they gentrified. That's why they don't go to the bumfucks of nowhere and then say, hey, we can start from scratch. No, they already have like the infrastructure like kind of set up. All they have to do is just rebuild it, and they gain double on profit afterwards. That's not.
I'll tell you one better. It's happening in West Virginia. It's happening in West Virginia.
Well, this is what
The
I was.
question to the room is, was the Harlem Renaissance regentrification of Harlem?
I just was about to say that too. And what usually happens is this too. There are like white communities, once a black person move in, they move out. Right? And these black people move in and they gentrify the area. And then when that gets run down, listen, maybe you don't believe this, 7 cents, but it happens. And you know what it happened to? It happened in Florida, bro. Yes. Anyway, let's be quiet. Anyway, let me just finish what I'm talking about. But what happens is after the white people move out, black people come in and they gentrify the area. Right? Then after that place gets run down and all the good black people move out of the area, because what happens is every year your property goes up, the wealth goes up, you end up leaving after you get a good enough profit, other people move in, then that place, they recycle it. Your white people come right back. Right? And they take.
That's all it is. 75.
I'm going to say this.
75 times somebody's repeated the process of gentrification.
Hey, Concrete and Nathan, how many of y'all know about Black Wall Street?
Please, no, we're not doing this. No, we don't need to get educated on Black Wall Street, please.
No, I just asked the question. I said, how many people know about?
Everybody.
All right, so then,
Everybody.
now, Black Wall Street is a good example of where we're at. But I do want to go back to and reverse this conversation back to the
good example.
Okay.
Exactly.
Actually, seven. There's a bunch of people in the room. There are many people on the stage who haven't got to say it all. Seven. No. Wait just a second. Wait just a second.
Yeah, but why are you getting to interrupt me?
Because I'm
So she's a mod. She's a mod. You see it with the mod badge? She's a mod. She's trying to moderate the room. That's why she's interrupting you.
All I want to do is offer to pass the mic around, and if there's people who have an opinion, like
where everybody else just talked that
That's seven. She's a fucking mod. She's a mod. Let her mod. Because she's fucking moderating.
And you know what? I'm not saying you can't. All I'm wanting to do is check for a few minutes with anybody else. If anybody else wants to contribute to this conversation, let me know right now before Seventh continues his comments.
But why, Monica? Why are you going to start me some topic, Monica? Like I haven't been talking the whole time. Why are you start me from talking, Monica? I just want to talk.
Oh, gracious white moderator, may I step forth and approach this conversation with tact and nobility?
My God.
Hey, shut up. You don't even talk anyway. Shut up like you usually do.
Tell us
But
about
anyway,
the burial grounds, Kondo.
what was that voice? Like, you weird. Anyway, Seven, the reason why that would be a bad comparison and shit like that, just because of the way and make, right, of how Black Wall Street came to be from beginning to end. So you could look at the black part and the successful, all that kind of shit and shit like that. But because of how that city came to be in the first place, right? It doesn't go along the traditional track of where everywhere else could kind of implement the same thing. You get what I'm saying, right?
No, I don't, and I'll tell you why. Because Black Wall Street was all.
No.
Yeah, Kevin, you on my list too, bro.
Whatever list I have to be on, that's cool. Y'all can.
Go ahead, Seven. Let's go in 2 minutes. Go ahead, bro.
Well, Kendo, the reason why I disagree with that is because when you look at when we came out of chattel slavery, and those properties were owned by the black community, the black people that lived in that area in Greenwood, and so what they did was they developed it by themselves. And being that they developed it by themselves, they controlled it and ran it by themselves. And the economy in that area was growing. If you go back and look at the whole structure, and the racist system during that time said, we will not have that. And what they did, they came and burned it down, killed many people in that area, and then they built over that in that area and gentrified that area. So when we look at that, we can see the systematic racism and gentrification running hand in hand. Tear down black communities, build up white communities, and we move on. And so then a lot of what's being said wouldn't have been said if Monica wouldn't have stated that when white people move in poor areas, which we know we were talking about black poor communities.
Gentrification.
We would not be here in this conversation. And that would have been said when we were talking about. We were originally talking about. We were originally talking about safer communities, what Monica was speaking on, and moving into poor communities. And we know that we were talking about white flight, gentrification in black communities. So when she said that, I spoke and said, so are you saying that when white people move in those communities, they make them safer? And she didn't want to say yes, and we got into all this discussion where we at now.
This is why.
She's going to keep running on the track. She want to keep running on the fact that she said.
Listen,
I get you because I know I'm right.
I get it the room. Not because you're right, because you're being rude. There's a moderator trying to clear up the air, but you still want to push the narratives. Listen, no one's saying that you off your feelings. No one's trying to devalue your feelings, bro. We're trying to say maybe you need to point your anger in the right direction.
I'm not angry.
Clarify that.
But I'm not angry.
Obviously, it sounds
I'm not hate. I'm speaking on what we're saying, Nathan.
Okay, but you misheard it. She's saying that she did not say that.
But that's
You're
a
saying
lie.
that she did say it.
No.
That's a lie.
Let her clarify. Okay, cool. Let her clarify.
But let me finish what I said. This is
But if you're wrong, Seventh, then you should be stopped before you keep.
No, that's not.
You haven't
Nate's
embedded in
policy
your
is to let people finish no matter what.
then I
Okay,
do.
hold on, you know what,
Nate's policy is to let people finish
yeah,
no matter
Monica,
what.
let them get us an extra 60
There's
seconds.
So, all right, so I'm gonna end it like this. When that was said, and I'm gonna build up this, we were talking about gentrification and white flight, and we were talking about that in poor areas, which we were speaking on black communities. And when she said, when white people move in, when richer people move in, they put up cameras and it makes it safer. And I asked, so you're saying that when white people move in, where are they moving into? They're not moving into their own neighborhoods. They're moving into poor urban society, mostly black communities. That's what we're talking about. And she was trying to say, when white people move in, they put up cameras and it make it safer. And all I said was, wait a minute. Our community was safe before gentrification. And so now we're here. And she can go ahead and rebuke that, but I know exactly what she was trying to say without lying. I don't have to lie on her. I don't get no benefits from that.
That seems like a lie right there. But let Monica rebut.
And like
That's
I'm
what
ready to move on. This conversation is like a lot. So I said, what do people want to do? Because when people move, and I might have said white people move out of a neighborhood, it's called white flight. And then there's gentrification, where not white people, but people of wealth move in. And when people of wealth move into a neighborhood, I don't know why you're fighting so hard on this. People are safer because people with means tend to have the ability to protect themselves and their property. And so they will have defenses for their home, including video cameras, so that if break-ins happen, the perpetrators are more likely caught, which increases the safety of the neighborhood.
What makes you think
But
this neighborhood was safe
Seven had
before?
continuously and repeatedly trying to make this a race issue when I said repeatedly 5 times at least that it's a class issue.
But
It
what makes you
keeps
think that
misframing me, and I will keep insulting you. I will keep insulting you because you keep misrepresenting me. Stop it.
Okay.
Stop it. And one more thing. One last thing. For anyone to think that a community who has a historic golf course in their neighborhood is poverty-stricken blows my mind.
Well, okay.
Go ahead, Florida. Go ahead, Florida.
Thank you.
Can I ask you one question? Can I ask you one question, please?
No.
You know what? It's fine, but it's going to be a rhetorical question.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Ask her a question.
Okay, Miss Monica, what makes you think that when rich people move in the communities, all right, and you said it makes it safer because they can put up cameras to catch perpetrators, what makes you think that the community didn't have cameras and was safer before?
She said that it'll make it safer.
Nathan, I said it was a rhetorical question.
Go ahead, for I'm asking, what makes her think that the community wasn't safe before rich people moved in?
All right, thank you for asking her that question, Seven Son. It's a phenomenal rhetorical question. Now, listen,
all right, regardless of the answer.
It's okay, Seven Son. You'll get an answer later. I gave you the permission to ask the question. No way you weren't going to get an answer.
All right, hey, it's cool.
Run away.
Yeah, I'm going. I gotta go.
Run away.
Bro, hang out, wait. I'm no expert on this matter whatsoever, but I do know of a few instances in my hometown of Tampa where gentrification has happened over the last 20 years, and largely for the benefit of everybody in the greater area, including the black folk. Right? Now, the process of gentrification is not one that is inherently linked to race, right? It is, in fact, linked to class. It's the development of a poor area, of a poor neighborhood in an urban area, right? That's what it is. Now, we can look at... Yes, it is. It is the development of a poor neighborhood in an urban area. That's what gentrification is.
Where did you get that definition?
You go look up a definition later, and I'll
All
be
right.
happy
So
to
do you
to
like Florida? Did you hear what I said that you could take before you go on? Did you before you?
No. I'm giving you my definition.
Go ahead, bro. Okay, great. Your definition. Good job. Good job. Good job, bro. Go ahead. Stay ignorant. Go ahead.
I've given you my definition. Now I'm going to give you where I've seen it happen. Seminole Heights,
What the
Florida, is a neighborhood right off of I-275, just north of the downtown Tampa area, about 5 miles. Anyways, in Seminole Heights, this was at one point a very, very poor neighborhood, largely black. Yes, it's true. And then there was an investment spree, which was enabled by the city primarily, which allowed for the zoning of, I believe it's Florida Avenue, if I'm not mistaken, to be rezoned for business use. So now you drive up Florida Avenue, and all of these historic homes are now bars, coffee shops, hair salons, law firms. There's a mixed community of business up and down this road, which at one point was residential and is now commercial.
Why do we need another gentrification story?
Yeah, because it's just an example of how everybody benefits. So again, it's not a matter of how it inherently harms the black people in the neighborhood just because of the fact that it's gentrification and these people are black. As a result of the input of money into the neighborhood, the people that stuck around saw property values rise. White people moved in to the neighborhood where people wanted to move out for one reason or another, maybe because they already got enough return on their home, maybe because they weren't interested in the new neighborhood with all of this extra business activity, because now Florida Avenue was a main road with a lot more traffic than it once was. Maybe for one reason or another, like I know one of the reasons why people move out is because, again, it's people who are the children of the original homeowner who can just take quick
Yeah, we already heard all of
get
this.
out. Anyways, the benefit is that the black people in that neighborhood, regardless of whether they sell their home or stay in their home, are going to see property values rise and also get the inextricable benefit of being closer to a more popping hub, right? Now they get closer hairstylists. Now they get a closer Aldi's or a closer Whole Foods. Maybe now they don't live in a food desert anymore.
So this is basically like a very like basic understanding of what's going on, and you're using this basic understanding. Yeah, I know. It sucks to be proven wrong. I know. It sucks, bro. It sucks. Anyway, so
Go ahead, Concrete. Go ahead.
yeah, thank you. Be quiet. So the way it works is
Go ahead, Concrete.
the reason why you're trying to claim the blacks are benefiting
Go ahead,
is
Concrete.
again not to the degree, not to the degree of like the average black. You're talking about the outliers. Now, if your argument is there's going to be some outliers in the community who benefit, nobody's going to argue about that. Obviously, Seven is talking about the majority, or you got to stop crying, bro. You got to stop
The purpose of my
crying.
story was to say how the
I
people
know
that are going
it's White Wednesday. I know you're weak. I know
my story.
I know you like sweet white girl out of the
The
Florida.
majority of people are benefiting, not how the majority of people are negatively impacted, and it's only a small outlier which benefits.
Yeah, I get
So now
it.
you're literally twisting the entire purpose of my submission.
Yep.
But I'm going to continue.
So, Paul, you gotta understand this. What's this game? 7-7 was appealing to a certain situation that Congress trying to explain to you. Of course, I was just trying to help you, bro. Go ahead.
You just tell your mods to stop over talking, bro. Like you hate when people over talk, but your mod is doing it. Fucking.
I thought he was giving
You got your mod.
Concrete, you can't perpetuate over talking and then complain.
Mods are having the higher standards, field guard. Mods are having a higher standard.
So having an interjection.
He was complaining about over talking. This is it. Y'all still in the conversation, bro. Y'all just don't know the fucking conversation.
Yeah, you're talking to your mom. I hope you're talking to your mom.
I'm talking to y'all.
You're crying right now. You got your mom crying right now.
Yeah, look at him. Little fat talk concrete.
You got your mom crying right now.
Look at him crash.
So anyway, you're crying right now.
Why don't you address Oklahoma? Why don't you address Black Wall Street? Let's second plot it up.
You can't give children toys anywhere. So the whole point is, thank you. So the whole point is, the argument's obviously going to be the average black in those situations. You are appealing to the outliers or not the average black. And even if your home goes up in value, you're just talking about your neighborhood's value going up. Your home could still be undervalued. Why? Because after you own a home for a while, it starts to deteriorate, right? So the roof is going to go out, the windows are going to be outdated, the kitchen is going to be outdated, the bathrooms are going to be outdated. Do you know how long it takes for a kitchen? Do you know how long it takes for a kitchen or a bath to deteriorate, to be outdated? Roughly 5 to 10 years.
That's it.
So if you've been there for 30 years, you're ridiculously outdated. So what ends up happening in most cases, because people don't put away money for reserve for replacements, they have to fucking live and survive, and they're just doing the best that they can. What's going to end up happening is somebody's going to offer you money on your house, and it's not going to be the value of the house.
It's going to be enough to make you.
It's going to be separate. It's going to be the difference of the market value and the repair costs and a profit for the renovator.
And it's going to
and then the number 40. And so what's going to happen? Excuse me, sir. Calm down, sir. Calm down, sir.
Concrete's talking bars right now, bro.
So the whole point is, while it might be enough to leave, it's still. It's so childish, bro. Y'all are stupid, bro. It's really sad how stupid y'all are.
The suck his dick.
This shit is crazy. Anyway, so no matter how you might think they're benefiting in the moment, long term, no, we're not going to count that as a benefit. Why? Because you got displaced. And anyone who understands the real estate market, wherever you're going to go, it's going to be very expensive unless they're retiring to West Virginia, and who wants to be around those crackers?
Yeah, they didn't get forced out of their house.
Concrete just said, right?
Got cut off by concrete. So
No, you didn't, you fucking weirdo.
Yeah, you exactly,
and I let you
Wow, you are a crybaby bitch, bro. You are Monica 2.0.
You don't want to hear what I'm going to say. It's going to destroy.
I don't care. Just don't lie, crybaby.
And then we got the Florida, bro.
Forced out of those homes.
I got you,
they
bro.
were offered an amount of money for their home, which then they had to consider the pros and cons of taking the money and going somewhere else, or staying in the home and having no money. And they decided to take the money and go somewhere else because the net positive was worth the move. And so they do. And that person that's buying the home is going to go and fix up the fucking bathroom. And these people are probably going to go buy something with a nicer and newer bathroom than what they already had in their previous home. But nobody's forcing these people out of their fucking previous house.
Nobody said anything about forcing, so I don't know why you keep talking about forcing.
It's not about what you said, it's about what you imply.
Wow.
It's because they're being offered money below market value, therefore it's bad. But it's still enough money for them to be happy to take an offer and go somewhere the fuck else. Go ahead, sir.
Do you know?
Yeah, so I think that if you look at it right now, the value goes up, and I think this is a good point that Concrete was making. So in order for you to be able to get market value, you would have to invest more money to renovate the property for it to appreciate in value. So when you say they're not forced, what are the choices they got? It's either take a 30% cut, or fall more in debt to get it above bar, and then still get lowballed because of who you are and what you are. So if you're in that situation, you kind of feel as if your back's against the wall and you have no other place to go because now the culture is changing everywhere around you. You're saying for a person to adopt that position of being there for 30 years and you'll be better off going somewhere else down the road, when they're saying we're trying to hold on to what we have. And Seventh specifically brought up Greenwood District, as far as Black Wall Street, where they destroyed everything, value went down, people came in to reinvest, built everything back up, and they were forced out because of the fact of the cultural shift and the traumatic experience that they all experienced at that point in time. Could you say that these people weren't forced, or would you say Black Wall Street would be?
Yeah.
One second. Samoa, did you see the documentary? No, Florida. I never got to answer the rhetorical. Wait a second. Samoa, did you ever see? Did you ever see the documentary Uncle Tom?
Yeah, shut up, faggot. Yeah, shut up, faggot.
Samoa, did you ever see the documentary Uncle Tom Part 2? Where it talks about Greenwood and how it was rebuilt just a few years after the riot, it was rebuilt and indistinguishable from right before.
So then what do you attribute everybody selling everything and moving away to?
You should watch the documentary and then get back to me if you haven't seen it.
Because people want to go to greener pasture. You know what's funny though? All the New Yorkers that sold the brownstone.
How many people died in Greenwood? How many black people were murdered? How many black people were murdered in Greenwood?
Keep having a retarded ass conversation.
Monica, Florida got pushed like Monica. How many black people died in Greenwood, Monica, being you watched the documentary?
Yo, that's not the conversation. Why you guys always do this?
Shut up, Matt. Yeah, because she spoke on it. So
To what Samoa presented is that instead of looking at it as if these people are getting a 30% cut off of the rate of their home, maybe they're looking at it as if they're getting a 20% raise on the price of their home that it was valued at previous to this gentrification. And that 20% raise is now such a net benefit to that family economically that they're choosing to take the 20% extra margin on their home and running somewhere else.
I'll say this. I do watch this happen.
Go suck concrete's fucking Jewish.
Why? See how disrespectful that is? And I don't disrespect you like that.
Man, you're a thug, bro. You don't know, bro.
God damn, man. That's the most racist, dumb shit.
So the trick, let's add what Simone had said, and let's add on to that. All right. So the trinkets that are going to these black people, they're not going to be able to go and find another place somewhere else. It's just, it's literally, you get a little bit of change and you live high on a horse for a few minutes, and now you've lost the only asset that literally ties you to the land. The entire point, this is a real reason why I kept trying to get concrete to get to the point of why exactly do they seem to only want to do this sort of thing in the black and brown communities, historically black and brown communities, and not the historically white ones. They don't do that in the white communities. So I mentioned what
they do.
Oh, they do, Lion. They do.
Oh my God.
They do it in the communities where people can't afford their property.
Lion, I'm gonna tell you
They do it in places where people can't
just think about this, Lion. It was a nice white community. One black person moved into one white community. All the white people leave. Now all the black people move in. It's a black community. The black community can't get gentrified again. Yeah, I just get you.
Let me finish my point.
Lion, let me go after you.
Okay, no problem. All of you chicks can go after me if you just hold on for a moment. Man. So, they don't do this. They don't bomb white communities. They don't.
Moving the goalpost.
They don't purposely go out. So here's another point. When someone said that the white communities are safer, yes, that's a fact. The white communities are safer. Why? Because the white police officers are there to serve and protect white people. The black communities are not as safe because there's nobody to protect them. There's the point. So the society starts to
fall within itself because of the leadership that's been put in place. They're doing
So are
it
these
on
communities
purpose.
over-policed or
Oh my
under-policed?
God. No, Don't interrupt them. Don't interrupt them. He's trying to preach. He's not making an argument. He's just preaching. Go ahead. Take it like that, still God.
Wait. Let me say something. Listen, I had to listen to your monkey ass. I had to listen to Florida. I had to hear Seven go on for 3 years. I had to hear Concrete Spaghetti, the over emotional ass, keep going on and on. I'm sitting here quietly listening to you chimps. I come off the mic patiently, waiting to respond to you fucking retards, and this is how I'm treated. How about you, if you do what...
To be fair, Lion was the only one that waited his turn, and that's the only reason why I'm not fucking interrupting him.
Shut up, Florida. Monica Biscuit.
It's the nonsense.
Monica Biscuit.
That's the problem.
No, Lion just wants to talk. Let him talk. Let him talk, man. He's been talking to us. He's just talking.
Don't worry about it. You guys continue walloping in this little circle of retardism and just fall into your own shithole. Bye.
This is why we can't have nice things, because we let people like fucking Coon on the stage. Sorry,
Monica bitched your ass. You're never gonna forget it.
Can I say something real quick? I know you guys want to argue and shit, but I don't really care. So here's my thing. Concrete is right, Lion is wrong, Florida is wrong. And it's not because I like concrete. So here's the reason. Let me break it down real quick. And Nathan is right. First, I thought we were talking about gentrification. I don't know about the bombing of the white neighborhoods. I feel like Congress said, that's moving the goalposts. We could talk about that if you guys want to talk about that, but let's just stick with gentrification. Gentrification happens. I'm very pro gentrification, right? Because like me, I don't really care about 30% of ghetto-ass Black Americans who ruin neighborhoods, and I think gentrification fixes that. That's the first thing. The second thing, most Black people don't benefit from gentrification, Florida. The reason why they don't benefit from gentrification is, what happens is, if a neighborhood has been, let's say, quote unquote, selected to be gentrified, right? They go in and then they offer cash to the people who live there who still own their homes. The reason why they're offering cash is because they understand that a lot of these people are poor. And paying them now for their home, which is at a very cheap value, they would think that's a lot of money. When in reality, they're going to turn it off.
It is a lot of money for them. If they think it's a lot of money, then it is a lot of money. It's as easy.
Hold up. Sure, I agree with you there, right? I'm not going to argue with that one, right? They do think it's a lot of money. They do think it's enough money, and they do think that's what your home is valued at. But in reality, it's not, right? Because after, technically speaking, in that condition, that's what the value is.
Did
If
I
they
not
accept
just
it.
say the same fucking shit?
Hold on, Lion. First of all, Lion, you said, hold on, let me pause my cooking so I don't burn my food.
You're all missing one critical part of the equation.
Lion, you said that
Shut your black ass up.
All you niggas do is parakeet me and then say I'm wrong. And then
Ryan, shut your white ass up, bro.
And then say it right back to the room. I hate all of you. You get on my fucking nerves. I hate you.
Ryan, all you did was pose a dumbass question.
100% with
All Ryan did was say, why don't they do it in the white neighborhoods, which is wrong. It's a loaded question.
So that's why I want to correct Lion. It's done in white neighborhoods, it's just not done as much. The reason why it's done in mostly Black neighborhoods is because of something called white fucking flight. They stated it, hold on, Lion. Not concrete. Lion, hold on, bro. I didn't interrupt. Okay, let me finish. You can't, hold on. You can't, someone brought up West Virginia. There's gentrification going on right now. Oh my God, let me finish and get to my point.
Lion, shut up, bro. You doped up on caffeine, bro. Let him talk. He didn't interrupt you.
He's dope, this fucking crackhead. So there's a reason why it's not done in Black communities. Simply because, guess what? White flight happened. People went to what do you call it? The suburbs, quote unquote, what people call the suburbs. And that's away from majority of infrastructure and majority of jobs. white flight didn't really take away jobs. It still kept jobs in the inner cities. What it did was just remove white people from those fucking neighborhoods, right? Took them to the suburbs where they can live. And kept black people in the inner cities. So most of gentrification is happening in inner cities. It just so happens that that's where black people stay due to all the loan requirements, redlining, blockbusting, all of that. All of those racist ass laws that were in the past kept black people in the inner cities. So now people are realizing that, hey, we want to go back into the inner cities. But technically speaking, the inner cities are dangerous. Why are they dangerous? Because when a community is poor, you typically have more fucking crime. So how do you solve that? You push them out of the inner cities. You do that in which way? One of the ways is gentrification. You stated, this is where you were wrong. You stated that, hey, cops are in white neighborhoods, protecting white neighborhoods. No, the fuck they're not. Majority of cops are not in white neighborhoods. Majority of cops are in black neighborhoods. Why? Because that's where policing is required. Policing isn't required in areas where there's not much crime. It's only mostly required in areas where there's a lot of crime. So when you gentrify a neighborhood, you do help the crime out. You solve crime in a sense, right? Because you push them out of that neighborhood and you move them to a different community, where crime is not going to increase in that new community where you push them out to, and crime is going to reduce in that community where you just now gentrify. People don't travel to commit crime. Typically, it doesn't happen that way. People commit crime in your local communities. So that's where you were wrong, Ryan. So now, back to what I was saying.
Is he saying what I said, or is he saying something totally different?
School, you wrong about crime too.
We in the movie Foodie Tang. It's hot, boss.
I know, man. This is so
Is school finished?
No, I'm almost done. So back to what I was saying about gentrification.
Came out the mic to say I was wrong and then you agree with me.
No.
Like the rest of you fucking chumps do.
He said you were wrong about it not happening in white areas. That's all he said. What the hell are you talking about?
Who said anything about
You were wrong.
in white areas? I said the
No, gentrification doesn't happen in these white. No, go ahead. Go ahead. School.
And what?
Go ahead, school. No, school. Let's go
He
finish.
agree with everything.
Let's go finish. Let's go finish. Fine. Let's go finish.
So lying, anywhere that there's white people in a mass, like in an inner city, and there's jobs in that area, that's what Concrete was saying. When you have inner cities are typically, the big ones are typically around a lot more fucking jobs. The white communities in West Virginia don't have infrastructure. They don't have fucking jobs. They don't have all these white areas where there are a lot of white people there, but there's not many jobs there, right? So there's no reason to gentrify that neighborhood, because for what reason? Property values isn't going to go up. There's no jobs. People are not going to want to move there. Just because you make it a city brand new doesn't mean people want to move there. People have to move for a reason.
That's exactly why people
jobs.
move there.
No, people move for jobs. People don't move to a city because, it looks clean.
Tell me the story of Las Vegas, stupid.
Jobs!
What was Las Vegas?
Okay. Come on. Now we moving on. Let him land. That's what happens all the time when people interrupt. He said he is almost wrapping it up. Go ahead.
So you have to understand that gentrification happens on two fronts. You have to have an economic growth in that area. You have to have reason why people want to come back to that area, right? That's one of the biggest requirements for gentrification, or else people won't do it. So white communities, they're not in inner cities. Okay, Lion, that's all I wanted to say, and that's why you were wrong. And Florida, dude, come on, man. Gentrification might help.
Control yourself. You gotta control yourself, bro.
Gentrification might help one black person, but in reality, it helps 99 white people. So Florida, that's kind of weird to say that it helps black people. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It would help if they give them the money to fix their own fucking properties and then sell your property at max value, then it will help them. But guess what? The green white property owners then buy the community, fix the community, or sell it to white people, because then they outprice them. Even the black people who live there get outpriced because they can't even fix your own property. That's the thing. When you sell your property, you have to sell it.
That has anything to do when you have
Well, school, that's what you do, right? You must be white. You
No.
buy dilapidated
I
houses,
was-
you
look,
renovate
she
them,
can't
and you rent
argue
them
the
out.
point, so she's gonna try to denigrate you.
No, what I'm telling school is.
Try to argue the point. You
Wanted
don't
to
argue
put
it.
the sweat
Let's talk
equity
about
in.
people.
That's the
Tell her not to talk
rules
about
when you
people.
do your investment. If you don't upkeep your investment, then it lose value. That's the
Borrow money off the equity of their house that they own, renovate it, and then resell it at a profit. That's them, that they get to do that.
They really do? Are you
It's
serious?
not based on, again, it's not based
They
on.
get to do that?
The other problem that everyone's glossing over is the fact that if Nana doesn't accept the 30% below market value cash offer on her home, it's only a matter of time before she loses it to tax debt.
There you go. So you're admitting that they're in a rock and a hard place. Thank you. So that's an acknowledgement that they're not benefiting.
But this isn't a negative on
average.
This is a
1
negative
second,
on
sir.
economic
1
conditions
second,
as
sir.
they exist.
1
Water is
second,
wet,
sir.
Water.
1 second, sir. Yeah. So like I said, you've acknowledged it. Thank you very much. You wanna walk it
Nana was a
back
white
because
woman.
you wanna walk it
I didn't
back
walk anything
because
back.
obviously. You want to walk it back because you obviously didn't realize you were walking into a bear trap. But yes, they would be end up losing it to the taxes because guess what? As the property values in the area increases, so do the property taxes.
Right.
Also,
So more
guess
people
what?
are poor.
So does your insurance. And while all of this is happening, your house is continuing to deteriorate. So yes, they are facing all of the issues. So when Sandra says it's not beneficial in general to black people, you're basically saying, yeah, I see what you're saying. I agree.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah,
More reason why.
You can frame it whatever way you like.
More reason why.
Your point was invalid if it was a manufacturing problem, right?
One thing we overlook.
Y'all are moving the goalposts as per usual.
Hey, they are, but I'm gonna keep it in
One
general.
mic on
So
Matt.
that-
One
So
mic
my
on
thing-
Matt, 7th, and then
See,
you can go.
you-
After Matt, please.
Yeah, so concrete. What you're saying is right, and I do know people that fell into that trap. But then again, you cannot blame the developers for that very specific problem. If people have poor property management and poor financial education, it's not on the developers though, right? It's not predatory at that point. This is just a circumstances that happen. Nana has the opportunity to sell 30% below and not have to worry about the debt or lose the house.
Yeah.
Who created that problem?
Nobody's trying to place blame. The question on the table, is it beneficial to black people? Seven says no. You said, that seems crazy. As we unpackage it, you realize, yeah, those people are fucked. Is it predatory? Absolutely. Are we placing blame? Yeah, of course we can. But we're not. So appealing to all of these, Matt, are you in the middle of gentrifying the neighborhood? Tell me if you are.
What?
Exactly. Try to feel better. He want to sleep better at night. Knowing Nana is getting
That's not
kicked
the
out.
point. It is business as usual. Like you guys love capitalism until it's time to be capitalist. You guys want to be capitalist until it's time to be capitalist. And then all of a sudden, here comes the morals, here comes the Nana losing her house. Well, Nana should have taken care of her accident.
Let me say this, Matt, and I'm gonna respond to you as well. For you and your people, because I can hear the accent you have, it is just strictly business. It's nothing but business for you and your people. But for us, it is a pariah. It is a disease for you to come in our communities and defect. And what I mean by this is right here. I don't care, and I'm gonna let you know exactly where I stand. I don't care so much about houses being developed and stuff like that. You know what I care about? I care about when white people move in black communities and then they try to change the rules. When they move in our communities and try to make rules that didn't exist before they got there. And I can use so many examples, bike lanes, car with the they call the humps, the bumps, which you got to drive over. Speed bumps. We got 1,000 of them where we didn't have one, and they didn't help not one thing. They tearing up our cars. Let me see. Let me finish. And so another thing, our community centers, guess what? Our community centers were structured a certain way. When white people move in, they changed that. They actually changed they defaced, and what I mean by defaced, they want black communities to fit their comfortability. And that doesn't need to exist. If you're gonna move in and blend in what we already got. Don't come in trying to change everything that we already have established. Why? Because it's working for us. We don't need you to come in and make everything all lily white. It wasn't all lily white when you got it.
No, because
I'm going next after him. I'm going next after him. I'm guaranteed Samoa's gonna say the same thing I'm gonna say.
That's one thing we don't appreciate in the black community. We don't appreciate that. And it's not necessary. And I'm gonna speak back to Nathan. When Nathan said, when one black person comes and move in a white community, we don't come in trying to change it. We trying to blend in with it.
Another minute and then like.
Well, no, I'm just gonna say this real quick. Well, I'm giving this Samoa. I'm gonna say this real quick. It only takes me like 30 seconds. First thing first, because when you go into a white community, they already got the same things in place. The things that you complained about are safety. Because the reason why you got bike lanes is because you don't want them on the sidewalks, since the sidewalks aren't even. You hit a sidewalk bump the right way, you're gonna go over those handlebars. Secondly, you got speed bumps. First of all, they only tearing up your cars because you're going over them too damn fast. It's a speed bump for a reason. Slow the hell down in a residential area. So you don't run somebody up. So you don't run somebody over.
Please let her finish, thank you.
But you gotta understand that some things are put in positions to be safety. First of all, a lot of the neighborhood that I grew up in, got to a point where the young folks now, they stupid and retarded, and they like to come flying down the street and hitting corners, and you know what happened? They ran into my daddy's yard and hit a tree. And now he's liable. But guess what happened now? They put a speed bump down, you running it down, go ahead and fly down that street now, your car gonna be jacked up. That's the whole purpose of things of that sort. To stop people from doing that dumb stuff.
Miss Lady, can I speak to you real quick? I'm not saying that.
So one more question and then you can address both. So then what do you attribute to the value? I have a question after you too, Samoa. The people with the money aren't going to come in and invest in a property that's super valued, right? So they're only going to go into places that are super low, so there's a profit that they're able to make off of it. What do you attribute to the value of this area being so low? Yeah, that was my second question. How do you
I spoke on that earlier, some more about how those and I mean I'm gonna let everybody use their own common sense when I say this. A lot of our communities were all right. I mean, they were functioning very well. And I did pose a question. I said, well, how did these communities get crack-ridden? How did these communities wind up with so much gun violence? And so when we get to the root of that, then we open up a broader spectrum of how and why the war on drugs and all that went in our communities and blah, blah, blah. And then you had wait a minute.
You know what I hear? I hear upper middle class.
No. I don't care what you heard. Let this man finish speaking. And listen, bro. Please. And this is you, 7 son. You gotta know how to be concise. Just say the historical reasons. You know, the war on crime. You don't have to go deep down on how you search and all that. Please, man, you don't know how to make it faster.
All right, well, maybe I'm not that good at
But
explaining.
you don't get into that. He's saying that if it worked for you, you said it works for us. He said if it works for you, there should be some type of value within the community. He said obviously, when you look at it objectively, we see that in other areas, competitive areas, it isn't that value, bro. So how does it work? How do you know, or how do you show the value of all the work of how it's working for you guys? That's what he's trying to.
Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead. Go ahead, talk with it.
So let me say this. So I want to dispel the notion that it only happens in black and it only happens in poor communities. There is a gentrification of middle class communities to make them upper class communities. I explained it. It makes sense. You know it makes sense. And you will see it in the regions where they have the most desirable land, i.e. waterfront. Right? I don't know why I did that extra T, but I think it's in the spirit of Florida. Florida likes to enunciate every word. Anyway, so again, just imagine a coastal town where they've got waterfront lots, and I'm gonna tell y'all a real fucking story, bro, because a nigga like me is blessed. So I'm in real estate and I'm in construction, obviously, and I've been parlaying with real estate attorneys, right? They look at construction contracts, they deal with developers, they do land use changes, so on and so forth. So a motherfucker called me and said, yo, I got some ideas about a city that we can take a look at and look at waterfront lots and flip the waterfront lots. He told me the location, obviously, and then we started looking. Haha. Be mad,
Are you building low income?
Be mad, motherfucker. No, they're not low income.
Oh, weird, so you're gentrifying the neighborhood.
That's the whole fucking story. Weirdo. That's the whole story. Shut up, Monica. Shut up. So, shut up. Let me finish my point. Shut up. Thank you. So the whole point is he identified the neighborhood. Why? Because he was driving there. He knows the general contractor. The general contractor is building 5,000 square foot houses on the water for $900,000. They're going to sell them for $2 million. Why? Because it's the motherfucking water. Why? Because there's something about that town that people are okay with it. Why? Because somebody else did a development and it fucking worked. Why? Because the population seems to be growing. Why? Because there's all these fucking features, like maybe water and bike trails and all that other shit that white people love. Right? So that's it. That neighborhood is going to get gentrified. And
why don't you build the first mobile in the liquor store?
Concrete just picked out Nana. I hope you're
You
happy.
know what I would like to see? I would like to see segregation happen again, and then see what everybody thinks about that. Why? Because
This is a rich black man who owns 2 houses complaining about speed bumps.
Well, hey, no, it's not so much about speed bumps. I use that.
I'm sorry, speed bumps and bike lanes, my fault.
Okay, excuse me. Well, I'm gonna show you something, me and Still, being that you want to be direct with that. I just only use those as an analogy to say, hey, if you move in our communities, right, respect the community. And I don't care about bike lanes so much. They do kind of put them in wrong areas. I don't think that bike lanes need to go every damn well, because what is happening with that, we have a society of white people that don't want to excuse me, that don't want to see cars anymore. Thank you. They don't want to see cars anymore. They don't want electric cars. They don't want gas cars.
Mr. Seven, something that helps lower economic individuals who can only afford a bicycle.
Wait a minute. There's a group of people like that. They don't want cars anymore. They want everybody to ride a bike like China, and we don't want that. Well, we still want to drive our cars. And so I only use those analogies to say, okay,
rich privileged.
But well, okay.
Cars ride bikes. They ride bicycles.
Well, okay. Well, wait a minute. Listen, be very earful to what I'm saying. I don't mind y'all so-called gentrification. I don't like it, but it exists. It's going to happen. But what I don't like is when you move in, You want to make our communities what they don't need to be. We enjoyed our communities the way they were before you got here. And that's how a group of us feel from city to city, state to state. Move in.
You're not against gentrification, you're against progress.
No,
just say that.
no,
just say you're against progress.
No.
You understand? You understand who likely lived in a historically black neighborhood before it was historically black? School just told you. School just told you who built those houses.
No, wait a minute. For the most part, black people built them. Because that's why they're, see, that's why I know you don't know nothing about the black community, because you're thinking white people built that community. No, black people built that community. That's why, Monica, it's historically black, because black people owned it, black people ran it, and black people built it, like most of America. So let's be very mindful.
If you don't like Sweet Green and yoga studios, just say that.
Okay, you can make up all what you want to be funny, but I'm being very serious. And it was green before you got there. It was green.
No, so I said Sweet Green. Sweet Green.
No, Sweet Green, it was Sweet Green before you got there. It was Sweet Black, so we don't need no Sweet Green. And so now, again, if you listen to what I'm saying, it's not that I'm against or for. I don't like gentrification, but I understand it's how it's happening. And I understand why it's happening. And I understand we don't really have a power, a voice to really stop it in all senses. Now, we've stopped it in certain areas, but sometimes it can't be stopped. What I'm saying is when you move in, adapt. Don't come and try to take over. That's like me moving in your house, or you let me in your house, and I just tell you all the rules that go on in your house. I tell you how to run your house.
Your neighborhood's not your house, sir, and bike lanes and speed bumps are progress.
If I own it,
fast casual restaurants are progress. Improvement in property values is progress. You're anti-progress. You're anti-progress. You want to drive your own burgundy Cadillac without having to worry about bike lanes. You want your Metro PCS in your liquor store instead of your Walgreens and your own.
We rather go outside to get Metro PCS. Okay. On Steel Guard, at the end of the day, again, when we talk about ownership, in which I heard a lot of people on here talk about now owning their homes. All right, you know what? Y'all know exactly what. Huh? Yeah, I didn't hear you. But at the end of the day, Steel Guard, you understood exactly what I said, and you understood exactly what I mean. I think everybody here understands. Those who do development.
Intimately understand what it is you do not understand.
Well, intimately or not. I'm just saying, hey, we understand gentrification happens. We understand it's going to continue to happen. We understand that it's a lot that needs to go into stopping it when it's coming into certain areas. Sometimes it can be stopped, sometimes it can't. But I'm saying, fuck when you move in and respect our shit. Don't come in and try to tell me, because you're my next door neighbor and you're a white person, that I got to do certain things like y'all doing your HOAs. Because we don't have those in our black communities for the most part. So don't come in here with your HOA bullshit and try to tell me what I can and can't do on my property. Don't come and try to tell me what we can and can't do at our community centers. Don't come and try to tell me what I can and can't do or do within my community, which I pay for, which I pay taxes for, and which I help build. And I yield right there. You know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Go ahead, Lion.
I don't hear nothing to say. I'm sick and tired of faggot ass Steel Guard over here interrogating this motherfucker. You know we're gonna keep going forever. Shut the fuck up.
Well, come up with a topic, Lion.
Sorry, we can't hear you through your Campbell's soup can. Somebody needs to gentrify your Bluetooth, sir.
Stop.
The Steel Guard. For real though, Steel Guard. Stop the interrupting though. Because you made that dude go longer than he should, bro. Please, we all lose at that point.
But what is really wrong with your neighbor coming over and telling you that your grass doesn't look like it's been mowed or fertilized in over like 6 months, and you should probably do something about that?
Or maybe just they need to mind their damn business. Like, hello?
Yeah,
Leave me
when your neighbor
alone.
I'm gonna put my trash cans in the bike lane.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing.
When your neighbor comes over and tells you that the Cadillac on your fucking grass hasn't fucking seen a car wash or a fucking sunscreen tent in like 10 years, and it's starting to develop like bacteria and rust, that you should probably do something about it. Why are you gonna get mad at Karen?
Well, so here's the thing, right? I think there's a
mind your business.
do you not hear me talking? Okay, listen. And I get that minding your business, but at the same, like, and there's a fine line between going above and far beyond, like minding your business and something that doesn't really concern you, or the fact of trying to show somebody to have pride in the place that you reside, right? Regardless if you're renting, you're leasing, or you're owning, take pride in what you have. And I think that's the biggest thing with a lot of the Karens and the things of that sort. Again, do I believe that some people can go overboard and overstep bounds? Absolutely, mind your business. I got this over here. I'm going to do it when I want to do it. But at the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with other people around you kind of suggesting that you take pride in the appearance of like your house. Like, for example, if you're on a block and you're the only one with 2 feet tall grass and everybody else's grass is finely mowed and edged and they having issues with field mice because you got the fucking forest growing in your yard. Yeah, homie, I got a problem. Can you cut your grass? There's snakes and shit that keep coming out of your yard and trying to crawl into my gutters and in my toilets and shit. And I really need you to cut your shit. Take pride in what you have. That's all I'm saying. I honestly, like me myself in our old neighborhood, we did have one of them lazy ass neighbors. Lazy ass neighbors, they start a project and the shit be half painted, or the damn fucking, they start like cleaning up their gutters and the pile of the shit is just laying on the damn driveway. It's like, damn, you don't give a damn that your shit looks like shit. Can you take a little bit of, it's just like with your kids. If you're paying for something, wouldn't you want it to look good? You can tell a man who bought a car that he really likes. He outside washing it and he waxing it. And, women who like they garden, they prune in the bushes. And like I said, it's fine telling somebody to mind their business when they doing too much. But shit, if your house look like Trailer Park Charlie, stay there. Yeah, I don't want you living next to me. Because you got rodents and shit. I don't want your roaches.
Don't worry, lady. I got an offer for them. Don't worry.
Ladies, you have nice new neighbors? Are your new neighbors nice?
They mind, listen, look popular like this. They mind their damn business, okay? My neighbors are nice. They wave,
Nice.
Well, just let me answer Monica's question real quick. I hear you, Simone. I walk outside. If they see me outside, they wave. They say, hey, how you doing? Just how I like it. Hey, how you doing? They don't start with a long-ass conversation because I don't like small talk. I talk to y'all because I don't have to look at y'all. I don't have to make eye contact and do all that awkward shit. And they mind their business. And they mow their grass.
Here's the problem.
Hey, you know what's funny?
You always gotta go next, bro. I know something that happened the other day.
One like on Samoa, I know y'all told y'all heard that.
That's crazy.
One like on Samoa.
Deserve the mic.
Yeah, so like HOAs are wonderful for this because it kind of holds everybody to a standard. Because we're all a part of the same community. We're all a part about appreciating value, making sure that our neighborhoods are safe, making sure that our grass looks nice. And when people roll into my wife and I's house, our area here, everybody compliments on how beautiful everything looks. All the amenities are always nice. Speed bumps are there, so then our kids don't get ran over by teenagers in the area. Right, that shit's nice. So I mean, I'd rather pay the HOA dues to have this peace of mind. And how they are inside their house, I don't really, just hello, how are you doing? Nice to see you. All right, have a nice day.
Damn right.
I don't know. Sorry, lady.
We didn't have them.
Oh no, Pocket, you can go. No, Pocket, you can go. I was just gonna say, if I see a bug, I'm coming and knocking on your door because I know it belongs to you.
Yeah, of course, that's okay, you know what I mean? But like, I don't know if it's just how I grew up or how I was raised, but my parents told me to mind my business. I don't know what's going on in someone's household. I don't know what they're dealing with. If I go to someone, this person's having a fucked up day, and I go to them and say, your outside needs some work. You need to take pride in where you live because it's a beautiful home. You purchased it for a reason. You should take care of it. And they just fucking, that's just like the straw on the camel's back, and they fucking lose. I'm not going to be the one that caused a new Jeffrey Dahmer to be made because I fucking commented on it.
You just called
So
me.
that's the type of shit where I'm just like, mind your business. You know what I mean? You don't know what someone, what if it's a single mom going through 4 kids with no baby, not food milk in the life, and you're just like, your mom looks like shit.
I want your kids. But Pocket,
Exactly.
if they get out, look, but Pocket, if they get out of pocket with you, I'll just stand behind you with the G26 and be like, we don't want no problems, dude. We don't want no problems, dude. Clean your fucking yard. So maybe have to come over here and
A dilapidated property next to your property can impact your property values.
It sure can.
Your business. That's my.
Sound like you breaking something. Who the hell breaking something? You banging on something? Don't break it. You break, you buy.
I can see later right now coming out. Let me there are motherfucking snakes on this
motherfucking yard. Trim back your motherfucking hedges. They're 2 inches too long. Sorry, Mom.
Tourism requires new PTRs. We need OG gangster PTRs for Lady with her self-defense and non-care mandates.
Well, everybody should, let me put it like this. If you live in an apartment, everyone should understand. Let's just say you got your nice little apartment in a nice little area, and you just moved in, everything is great for the first, week or so. All of a sudden you notice a little critter crawling across the wall. You don't even have anything in the apartment to even attract these critters. Then after that, you're looking around and you trace these little critters going through a hole, and let's just say in a closet floor, from the next door neighbor.
To the temple. Oh, no, sorry.
You're not going
ridiculous.
Sorry, I couldn't stop.
Yeah. So then after that, you knock on your next door neighbor's apartment, and he opens the door, and all sorts of little critters start running in and out of the place. It startles you, and you jump and do the whole heebie-jeebie dance. And what do? Do you say, all right, listen, I'm gonna mind my business, right? Or do you bring it to somebody that can do something about this? Because this here is affecting you. You're paying rent here. You didn't pay rent you're not paying rent for cockroaches and all sorts of other critters. Right? Ladies and gentlemen? By them living there, right, by them living there, they're actually making it worse for anybody that wants to rent from them. There's no more tenants are going to leave. The same thing applies to houses, neighborhoods, and every other thing. We don't want your low-level jigaboo ass in our community. Just because you are black does not mean that we are the same. We are not the same. Our mentalities are different. You don't give a fuck. I do. Keep your ghetto ass where you at.
Look, and Pocket to your point, if you that person that's over there and you all sad and feeling decrepit and you need some help, just let me know. My kids always need something to do. They'll come mow your grass, clean your house, they'll paint your fence. They always need something to do. Talking about they bored. All right, we'll go make some money.
I love that. I love that because in the neighborhood that I grew up in, that's what we did. As kids, we would go out and mow people's lawns. This is how we got our money. Go out and mow people's lawns, help them with shoveling snow and trimming bushes. That's literally what we did as kids. I don't know if it's hard to change. Yeah, I think it's the same for all of us at this point because times have changed. Once cell phones got to play, these kids got lazy. Let's just say that. So I really think, get some kids out there and do the work. I think that's awesome.
this is what I like the structure about the black community or the black communities I grew up in. Not only that, and today in 2024, we need this. I don't need no HOA. What I need is black men to take accountability for being leaders within their communities. And when we see an old person who can't cut their grass and don't have the money to pay for somebody to cut their grass that's knee high, then it's for the men of that black community to go to that elderly person and say, hey ma'am, I'm gonna cut your grass because I see it does need to be done. Because it's not always a nasty, filthy person. It can be old people in these communities that need that assistance. But everybody want to complain about it. Like if you got a white person living next door to an elderly person and their grass is not cut and they don't have family members that come do that. And they're calling the police and the whoever the fuck, the resources the fuck, whatever, instead of the black men within our communities saying, hey, this is what I was speaking about in another group. It is for us to go help these elderly within our communities with their trash, with their grass and stuff like that. And then you won't have your Karens next door in your face. Because if a Karen ever went to my grandma's house talking shit, she won't be able to leave about that yard or out in front of it because she gonna get done up. Because I'll beat the fuck out and deal with the law after that. Home move all this stuff. So it's like, it is for us black men. And not just black men. It's anybody that has elderly people.
Hey, this Karen violence, this call for violence on Karens, I don't think.
You call it whatever you want to. Like I said.
I'm telling you, you're beating up on women. Doesn't make you look like a man. That's what I'm telling you.
Like, if you're gonna go to my
why don't you talk about groomed children again? Wasn't that
again, like I said.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know about none of what was said back when or back then. I'm talking about right now. And I'm speaking on something positive about people taking accountability for the elderly in their community, because sometimes the gentrification happens with them. Sometimes their yards are messed up. And you have these families living beside how many elderly do I have in my neighborhood? I have a lot, being that you're asking me. And what's your next question?
Are you practicing what you preach?
Baby.
Are you practicing what you preach?
I don't play
Seven. Stop taking the bait, Seven. Come on, bro. They just
don't
her favorite pastime.
I'm
sick of that.
Play oblivious to what he just said.
Yeah, I'm not beating up on white people.
I love when he said, because I work with seniors, so I love everything that he just said. I help seniors find doctors, so it's amazing that he's mentioning seniors, because they literally are these, stepping stone to where we are today. They were here way before us. They built everything we got.
Protect our seniors.
I love what he just said. Yes, protect our seniors.
Here's the thing though. Listen, even with making this a
let's don't play oblivious. I'm just gonna say this. Let's not play oblivious. Putting your hands on someone that's because they're using their mouth stuff. I don't want anyone to think that.
Protect your seniors and take care of them, because essentially, if you're good to their family, if you're good to their family, you can potentially buy their property and acquire it and flip it. I'm just saying, be nice.
Nathan, you gotta be more careful explaining to black men how to be good black men and responding to verbal.
I'm not going to allow it.
That's 115 still got 115 and 192.
I know, right?
Nobody.
That's hey, bro. This morning,
we need more good white men.
Yeah, early this morning.
No, we don't.
We were trying to.
Define a good white man.
That's an oxymoron, bro.
I tell you where to find them.
What?
I tell you where to find them.
You're not gonna say pause? You're not gonna say pause? Well, tell me you got a grinder account.
Where they at, church?
Listen.
Hey, this is White Wednesday, right? Hey, Nathan, give us some ideas of give white people some good ideas of what is good. What's a good white person?
Well, I got a question for Seven right quick. A7, can black people be racist?
Oh my God.
I'll put it like this, and I've answered that before.
You don't answer that. I'm a professional attorney. You don't have to answer that. No, it's not.
Let's we be like, no, I can't do it anymore.
Let me answer that, and it's gonna be funny. We didn't create racism, we respond to it. But we can be prejudiced to white people who are racist. That's the answer.
I like that.
We can be bigoted and prejudiced, not racist.
Hey, Nation, what's the goal?
So let me tell you the story
No black people cannot
about this woman who had a nephew, and the nephew picked out a date for the dance. And when she found out about it, she said, you know, the chances of you marrying your race is statistically strong. So the date you picked was outside of your race. When you have children and a daughter, and she goes back through your high school photos,
What the fuck is
how are you gonna explain to her about your date? And so the nephew thought about it, and he changed his mind and picked his
This is
date.
Tally's story. Get fucking a life, Mark.
So does it matter who told the story?
Are you pretending like it wasn't Tally?
Because if it was my nephew, would you guys have words for me?
What, telling him about, I'm confused, what did she tell him? That you are more likely to date your race, so don't go
Marry your
date
race
with this person?
and have, and
It sounds
marry
like
your race
gentrifying the 12th.
and have children with the person of your race, like.
And so he didn't go to the dance with the person who wasn't of his race?
Right.
Okay, I mean,
So what?
whatever.
So I've been thinking about this story all day, and I'm like, I think this is an example of racism.
You were thinking about that all day, and you thought it was racism?
Well, I mean, it could be in-group preference. It could
Yeah,
be discrimination.
I think my family is Italian Sicilian. My dad is, Irish and Sicilian. My dad wanted me to date an Irish man. My mom wanted me to date a Sicilian man because that's just what they preferred. I mean, it's because they wanted to keep it within the culture, within what we know, within what our family is. And I don't think that's racist, because when I did date someone outside my race, they didn't tell me, they didn't try and mess up the relationship, whatever. They just had their words, like, I hope you're happy. So I don't really think it's racist. A lot of families like to keep it within their culture, and I don't think.
Can I respond to that? So two things pop in. I don't think I'm the only one that heard it, but I heard Mamma Mia. Anyway, besides that, number two.
Like the story from Goodfellas.
Number two, you don't know what they said to the young man when you weren't around. Like, hey, phone bull, I'll fucking kill you, you fucking my daughter like this. So anyway, that's possible.
So we're just gonna, okay, I didn't know we were some, that's fine.
You didn't know what?
Just think about a Bronx Tale, not Goodfellas.
Nah, no. Casino. Was it Casino? Cause like, no. It was Goodfellas. Cause old boy was half. He was half and half. Remember?
Half and half of what?
Bronx Tale.
Bronx Tale. Oh,
that's the Italian.
Somebody asked me that. Why did somebody ask me that anyway about can black people be racist? What was your motive? What were you trying to do?
Control you, sir.
Okay. But I think what Monica was talking about, I could have sworn that the reason why that was like, did you miss out on the part when she was talking about if he had a black daughter?
You really shouldn't listen too hard whenever Monica gets her.
No, you know what? There was a date in their proximity, to be honest. I mean,
That's why
I understand. I mean, I understand your story and all, and scenarios, but you where did you learn custody?
That's
And
also
what's
another
that?
reason why black people or whites wanted to move out of the neighborhood because they know also that you are literally increasing the chances of your daughters disseminating with the enemy by dating in proximity. That's another part that brings the value down. Nobody wants Jamal to be the baby daddy of my daughter. They would
Well,
rather
maybe
have
it was self-protection too. Maybe she was concerned about the safety of her nephew and stuff like that. I don't know.
No, that's not bad.
Ignore this white woman line.
No, this is why like even what Pocket said about her parents. This is why Italians and Sicilians married Irish and Scottish people because they were the two different groups of whites that would be okay with marrying each other. If you brought an Italian or Sicilian to like a German guy's house, his parents would be like, "What's your last name?" Yeah, you just kidding. You can't go on a date with my daughter.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's all about proximity. That's what woman said.
Wait. Aren't Italians, especially Sicilians, aren't they Catholic?
Probably what?
Catholic.
Yeah, most of them. Yeah. Why?
Well, and aren't the Irish Protestants?
Yeah, not all. But when it comes, like, I mean, if you're looking at it like in terms of being still white, I suppose, and trying to marry other cultures, the other white people wouldn't marry Irish or Italians or Sicilians. So they didn't have any choice but to marry each other. But their religion didn't matter at that point.
So you're saying that some groups they didn't necessarily it didn't matter their religion, but you can't say for all, but for some groups, if you were a Protestant and the other was Catholic, that could be a problem.
That's a problem, like, say, maybe amongst the Irish, just if the Irish trying to marry Irish, but if you want to marry outside of your ethnicity, that was the only other option. So it was between, okay, would I rather my kid marry someone that's Irish or Italian, or would I rather marry, would I rather be particular over religion? Religion was secondary.
All right. So that what we're talking about is also relating back to the original point, exactly why people move into certain neighborhoods that look like them. So myself, I'm married. My wife, we're both married. We have children. We want our children to be around people who are in the same like class level as well as same race. And that's no different than whites who want the exact same thing within their group. You won't find even within the classes of whites, you don't see wealthy or high middle class whites wanting their daughters to be associated with the Irish trash that came from lower end of Boston that rides a motorcycle and he comes from a trailer park or something somewhere near. They don't want that. Nobody wants that. That's the same thing that we're saying here. But the problem is it's the fact that we're saying. Yeah, I know. The fact is that we're saying it. It sounds harsh, but that's the truth. I didn't marry my wife, go through all this struggle in my life, trying to protect her and our children, only to open my gates up and give everything, all my resources to somebody I feel didn't do the same thing with their children. I don't even want my children associated with your children because of that fact. And it sounds mean and cruel and we're supposed to love everybody, but the truth of the matter is, I'm the only motherfucker saying the truth right now.
So well, hold on. Kids are gonna be friends regardless. Okay, kids are gonna they're more pure than us, and I get it. They don't know. I get it. They don't know, but
they are unaware.
Not my kids. I'm gonna tell them to stay away from that crap.
They are unaware. They have no experience of how the world actually works yet.
Get away from them crack ass either.
It simply means that they are ignorant of how things work. That's why you're here. You're here to educate your child on, hey, yes, go here, make a right there. Hey, don't stay away from that. Don't go over there. Don't go down that street with those people over there. Don't let me catch you hanging with that girl. Hey, those kids over there, they like to smoke cigarettes behind the school balcony or what. Don't associate with them. They're going nowhere. That's what you do as a parent. You don't go, oh, well, hey, listen, you got to treat everybody equally. Everybody is a child of God.
and it's all okay. We're all, we're just learning and growing. No, you're a fucked up, terrible parent if you do that. You get what you get, which is a teenage pregnant daughter or a son that's in and out of juvie or some shit like that. That's why, because you're not taking charge of your life, number one, and the lives of the people around you. You're supposed to be proactively protecting them.
I mean, okay, I just hope we don't call any situation like, racist for either races if parents decide to do that. You know what I mean? I just hope we don't snap on them. Like,
you hope we don't do what?
I hope we don't scream racism if, like, say, a white parent tells their white kid to stay away from. I just hope we don't call it that, because what you're saying is if you see someone that is if you see a child that is not in their right mind, not being taken care of, not being kind, outspoken, whatever the case may be, because children are children, then we can't call it racism then. It's just parents protecting their kids, right?
Correct.
I think that's some type of conflation going on right here. He's saying that to maintain cultural ties versus bullying somebody based on the race. I don't think that's the same thing.
All right.
What if I want to maintain the cultural standards of not washing legs and raisins in pasta salad? Then I think I should be allowed to tell my children home there.
Keep your children away from my children, because we don't want your bed lights and body problems. We don't want any of that. Pockets. That's all I'm saying here. Lion is saying this is how he runs his life. Lion's life is this way. That's why Lion don't have a lot of the problems that you all have. Alright? I don't want to live like you all. I don't want to be nowhere near you all like that. I don't mind talking to you on the phone or anything like that, but I would. You don't mind fucking stuff if I live next door. You understand?
Yeah, no, I understand 100%.
But a lot of white people feel the same way. What is the point of you going through life, ladies and gentlemen, trying to maintain your culture, marrying someone?
This is the most retarded shit, bro.
Building a family, getting a house, putting all your money, building up equity, only to hand all of this shit over to Bonquisha.
You worrying too much.
I agree with everything Lion said. What's the point of spending $500,000 in your kids' education so they can get fucking pregnant by Jamal? That's ridiculous.
Right.
You have all this focus on material things, and you're supposed to be an Israelite. You're supposed to be an Israelite and worried about the kingdom of heaven on earth. And all you worry about is fucking these worldly fucking accomplishments. And it's the worst and dumbest worldly accomplishments. My culture, my status, my middle class status. This is the most backward, unenlightened, excuse me, 1 second, cracker.
Like because somebody doesn't have any children. That's how single people speak. Once you get children, your speak will be different. Concrete. You don't have any kids. That's why you think that.
This is irrelevant. This is low-level thinking. No matter what, you have children or not children. When you say I don't want my child going to Bonquisha, that means you don't think. This is a classist, limited thinking at its worst, right? Because Bonquisha signifies a name of an uneducated person who cannot benefit your life, right? And that is a class issue. That is not a parent or non-parent issue. Because what I want is for all the children to live their bestest lives as much as possible. Can you imagine living in this fucking bitter ass world and you got some asshole telling you who you can marry and who you can't marry and all this other dumbass bullshit, what neighborhood you gotta live in? I would tell that person to go fuck themselves. And I'm glad, I thank the Lord, that I had no fucking overbearing piece of shit trying to tell me how to live my fucking life. That is crazy as shit, bro. But good luck to you.
Yeah, good luck. My children will be successful and their children after that because of my actions. Your children ain't gonna be shit.
And that's that demon blood running through your veins. No matter how much you call yourself a spiritual, godly man, you are a pitiful,
demonic person.
Grandchildren like bring home people that you don't approve of. And then you're gonna have to decide if you love your
You think this is the right way to think, man?
and your
This
grandchildren
weird ass shit
more
as
than
a
you
fucking
love your
as a
ideology.
fucking think about in the scheme, an American scheme of things, where lying exists and how he thinks that he is going to be like some dominant force in the next, let's say, generation, right? 25 to 50, 25 to 35 years, right? Do you think that is a reasonable, do you think that's a reasonable position or some sort of delusion of grandeur, right? It's obviously delusions of grandeur. Because he has no idea the complexities that the next 25 years, he has no idea the complexities the next 25 years are going to present to all of us, such that he wants to announce some sort of dominance. Bro, you better be fucking happy to have something the way things are going. But you want to talk about dominance and my children are going to be on earth. Get the fuck out of here. Wake up.
I think he said that, but I think he said that based on his action, though. No.
Based on his aspiration.
Because no, based on his action, he sent his kids to a good school, he moved to a good neighborhood, and he worked extremely hard to provide for them and show them a better way. Therefore, the result will be better. Your kids will bring home the people that you put her and him around with. Your kids will bring a bum home if they are around bum. But if you send your kids to school, they go to university, they go to grad school, they are more likely to bring home the exact same, the same person. Man, let me
so proximity matters. But let me just respond. Let me respond to that.
I have to make an observation.
Let me respond to that real quick. Go ahead, Red. You miserable, thirsty, bitter man. Go ahead, Red.
Go.
Get out of the way, you fucking weirdo.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say around 95% it's all about parenting. And that's why I'm gonna add to what Matt said. I think that's what he was trying to say, but he was more talking about, surrounding your kids in the right environment, right people, which is also part of it. But I think, again, like 90% of the time, it's all on the parenting.
All right, good.
I'm sure there's that 5%, like 5% small percentage where the parents have done everything they could and still somehow something happens where your child does not follow your values, your ideology, and does something that wasn't what you taught them to. But majority of the time, it's always on the parents and parenting.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, so nobody's arguing that. Shut up, you dumb child.
No, you stupid, man.
Shut up, you thirsty child. You thirsty, thirsty child. You thirsty, thirsty child. Thirsty, thirsty child. You done? Are you done? And this is the problem, Matt. This is the problem. Can you imagine having sex? Can you imagine?
Wait, you're lying and coughing, so y'all agree with what me and Matt said? Y'all agree with what me and Matt said?
Matt, can you imagine?
Answer the question.
Matt, can you imagine having this diseased person as your fucking leader? Matt, just think about it. So, this diseased person is your leader. Can you imagine the fucking misery that must create? That this is the person that you have to fucking listen to? I would run away from this person so fast they would never fucking hear my voice for fucking 20 years. Why? Because he's a piece of shit. He sounds like somebody who was never able to do what he wanted to do. And yet he's going to tell somebody else how they have to do what they have to do. And he's going to hold them to it come hell or high water. Right? And that sounds like somebody who hasn't achieved what they wanted to achieve. And that would have to be the most miserable fucking place. That would be the most miserable fucking world to have to live in. So Matt, the issue is, I'm not arguing the basics that proximity begets proximity, right? That the fruits of your labor beget more fruits. Nobody's arguing those basic things. It's the
iron fist of a fucking weirdo that wants to. It's the iron fist of a weirdo that is gonna proclaim that you follow their instructions, and all these realities will materialize, and everyone else who doesn't follow my iron fist fucking agenda will be a failure. That is the dumbest thing in the world.
Have you ever noticed the phenomenon of the flamingest, body glitteriest, banana hammockiest gays have conservative dads who watch Fox News, and like the children of teetotalers, the children of teetotalers,
Don't say that, Stilgar. That's I hear what you're
terrible
saying.
alcoholics.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but fuck.
That's
I
this
wouldn't wish
way,
that.
they are born that way.
I wouldn't wish that on nobody, bro. But you gotta understand his point.
So we had to endure that bullshit from that clown. Number one, he doesn't have any children of his own. He has no idea what I'm talking about. He has no clue what it means to be elected.
He doesn't have a sandwich in his mouth.
Yeah, that's a PB&J. I know PB&J when I hear one.
No, it's not. It's actually chicken and french fries. So overall, the point is simply this. You don't know how to lead a household. Because of that fact, you'll never actually get any of that shit. If you leave your family open, wide open for the world to influence them, you'll get a person just like Concrete. An unfulfilled, selfish little loser who doesn't actually have anything coming to him, except probably some tranny dick. Now, my point still stands, ladies and gentlemen. People move to these areas for the sole purpose of not just ensuring the likelihood of their wealth being maintained within their group, but also the wealth of the next generation, i.e. their children, being maintained within that same group. We call it class. All right? Everybody does this except for the most uneducated, deplorable, lowly level individuals who think that love is love. All of you people who think that you're always perpetually in the same exact category as your daddies was and mothers, or whoever them motherfuckers are, and the generations that came before them. Because you weren't planning, your families were never planning ahead, you never got ahead. I happen to be from a family that thinks long term and make sure that their children got out of bad areas and put them into nice areas to eventually bump into people like Lady. That would have never ever happened had they kept me in East St. Louis. I would have ended up just like the East St. Louis people to a T. Never actually achieving anything. Never becoming a business owner or entrepreneur or any of that shit. Possibly being killed like a lot of teenage boys that are in the area. That's why people do what they do. Now, what happens on the flip side is the white people that are already in those neighborhoods that we move into, they understand from their perspective that this is actually a bad thing for their children because they don't want their children intermingling with me. Meaning, they feel that I'm going to bring their children down while I'm going to be socially lifted up. That's the problem. There's no value in a white person allowing their children to hang around black people because it just brings them down. Versus a black person hanging around wealthy whites, it will bring them up. Case in point, Concrete. Concrete himself has absolutely no value to bring to the world, but because of his association with wealthy whites, he now feels like he's just like them. And he comes in a room and starts talking as if he is. Me, on the other hand, I actually built myself up from the ground floor. Now that I've made all of my things, I don't want to give that up to somebody that's on the very bottom, regardless of my race or their race. I don't want my sons and daughters associated with Ray Ray or Sukihana. That doesn't benefit me at all. It literally takes my generation back to East St. Louis. It doesn't work. That's all I'm fucking saying.
Did you get it yourself out the mud, or did you come from a family that was forward thinking?
Ooh, good one. Which one is it?
Well, I grew up with my
Did you have a dad, or did you not have a dad?
I'm explaining it right now. I grew up
I'm getting dad energy.
Yeah. I grew up with my father and my mother. They're about to celebrate their 50th anniversary this year. 50 years. High five to them. I know
and look how well adjusted and fucking gracious you are. Right? look how fucking even-tempered and like reasonable you are. Instead, you are a thirsty, angry, fucking iron-fisted fucking weirdo, bro.
Lion, when people talk about getting it out of the mud, they don't mean making mud pies next to the swing set.
Stegler, that's not funny, Stegler. It's really quite corny. You should have tried harder. When you want to insult me, I want you to at least take 5 seconds out to really think about what you're going to say, and then try your best to think what I'm going to respond with.
Says the man who's not done shit.
I don't need to.
That still guy from Doom.
Stegler.
Listen.
I'm saying that's where he got his name from.
How he got his name from? Jerking off a dog in a movie. Anyway, my point is simply this is how you establish that for a man, there is no reason for you to work so hard in life, acquire all of the resources.